Trumpism is McCarthyism with a Twitter account.
I lay all of this out to underscore how close we were all to seeing the fall of American democracy.
And we will make America great again. As long as we are led by politicians who will not put America first, then we can be assured that other nations will not treat America with respect, the respect that we deserve.
The people in this part of Ohio have watched as the political establishment killed their towns, shipped their jobs overseas, murdered their kids with open doors, destroyed their families, and entirely abandoned them. They elected Donald Trump because he vowed to burn that system to the ground.
He is a globalist, and we are nationalists. He believes in some Pax Universalis. We believe in the old republic. He would put America's wealth and power at the service of some vague new world order. We will put America first.
We will not be tyrannized. We will not be demeaned, and we will not be intimidated by bad, evil people.
We fear God and God alone, and that's why they're so scared of politically engaged Christians.
The fastest growing religious group in the country is the non-religious. That progress is heartening, but the religious pushback is fierce, and the forces of Christian nationalism are well organized.
It's about attacking Christianity, because Christianity stands in their way.
There really is no return in this country without the return of the faith that made it all possible. If the left seeks to tear down the foundations of American civilization, then it's incumbent on conservative to conserve the foundations of our civilization. And that means that we must conserve the moral influence that Christianity historically has had on our politics.
There is a religious war going on in this country. It is a cultural war, for this war is for the soul of America.
From this day forward, it's going to be only America first. America first.
My friends, we must take back our cities and take back our culture and take back our country. God bless you and God bless America.
But I know 714 did happen. That's what I know. And I'm sick and tired of pretending that 714 didn't happen, Vince. We know it happened. I was there. It went on for 30 minutes. And honestly, for those of you who don't know, this guy does a live stream for 40 minutes, doesn't look at the chat, doesn't realize that his audio is off. Literally, he doesn't realize it. Now he denies it.
And thevincedao was supposedly talking, but the audio is gone. It's static. The audio is static. Well, I mean, this is a disgrace, not just on our country, but the world. And I'm telling you, if thevincedao wasn't himself, he would be in prison right now, because I know people that have been put in prison for decades for doing a fifth of what you've done.
What you'll come to realize is most of these people who talk about 7-14, what they'll do is they only talk about it because they've only heard of it through rumor. None of them even know what happened with 714. None of them would have even seen any of what allegedly happened.
If this live stream that I supposedly happened, where is the evidence? To this day, not one person has presented video evidence of what actually occurred on 714. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 7/14 anniversary stream. Okay, we are live. I haven't actually seen you guys yet. Imagine if I started the stream with my audio not working. I was thinking of doing that on purpose, but I figured anyways, we're going to talk about the actual incident of 7/14 later in the stream. In fact, many are saying this. The sources have reported, and as a matter of fact, have confirmed that at the 7th hour of the 14th minute of tonight's stream, I will actually admit to the truth, the honest truth, under oath about 7/14. Okay, that's what's going to happen. So stick around. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, in honor of the infamous 7/14 anniversary, which hopefully for our new viewers, you seem to understand by now. But, if you didn't get it from that video, allegedly last year on the day, July 4th, 2021, I supposedly, some people say, did a live stream with over 20 minutes with no audio. And people said that I was looking at the... I was looking at the chat, but the chat wasn't... I was not looking at the chat, but the audio was not working and I didn't even know. That's what people say. I can't even get it out. You know why? Because it's not really ingrained in my head what actually happened. I'm trying to recite lies that other people have said and I can't even say them correctly. And this is so true. So anyways, guys, tonight we're going to be doing a 7-hour long mega stream. Okay, this is the stupidest thing I've ever done in the history of this channel, by far. The idea of having to stream for 7 straight. I mean, we've streamed for 5 hours before, but that was really pushing it. 7 hours and 14 minutes tonight, guys. So, I'm really breaking my back for you. Okay, I'm not one to really beg with super chats or whatever, but I will say I'm really breaking my back for you guys. 7 straight hours. So we'd appreciate the support. But anyways, guys, we're gonna start tonight by starting streams how we usually start, and try to sustain that for as long as possible, which is generally to just talk about the news, talk about issues. And I figured since the original 7/14 stream allegedly was about Tomi Lahren basically making apologies for that Jenner person in California, I figured it would be appropriate to kind of address the same thing. And I've actually wanted to talk about this on stream for quite a while now and just have not remembered to do it until now. And this is the issue of the pro-choice conservative. Okay. And, these are the types of people who will say that they're actually pro-life, but I just think it should be, the government shouldn't be involved, or, overturning Roe is too far, or let's only leave it to the states and not do anything else besides that. Imagine instead of 7 hours, he does a stream for 7 hours, 14 minutes. So true. I could do that. But we have Tomi Lahren, who, if you'll remember back in 2018, I mean, I don't even know how many people were even around in politics back then, of you guys, that is. But 2018, 2019, Tomi Lahren actually got fired from Blaze TV for her pro-choice views, okay, because she came out on this big thing saying she's pro-choice, et cetera, et cetera. She says, well, I think her exact words are I'm pro-life, but I don't believe that the government, because I'm for a small government, I don't think government should get involved in women's bodies, which is a total cope. But I'll play this video and then we'll talk about it, okay? You guys will see what I'm talking about here. Oh, there's no audio.
Between celebrating abortion anytime, anywhere, and for any reason, and a blanket ban. That's where most Americans are. This is a highly emotional issue, but calling pro-lifers anti-woman and labeling those who believe in exceptions as baby killers, well, that's not helping. If we kept abortion legal, heavily restricted the timetable, and stopped celebrating it in pop culture as female empowerment, we could actually get somewhere. Safe, legal, rare. And if saying that is controversial and pisses off some of my fellow conservatives, so be it. There are a lot of conservatives who believe the same thing, but they won't say it for fear of having their conservative card taken away. And that's BS.
Correct.
Yes, believe it or not.
Correct. So true. So anyways, all right, let's talk about this. So, first and foremost, I'm going to use the same argument on her I used on the left-wing pro-choicers, which is if you're against, why should it be safe, legal, and rare if you don't think it's morally wrong, if you don't think it's morally unethical? Why safe, legal, and rare then? Why not everyone have abortions, and why shouldn't people celebrate abortions? And when you really get down to the root of this, right, it's here you have someone who does not believe that it's a life, but then says something like, oh, I'm pro-life, et cetera, et cetera. Anyways, the point I really want to make with this, okay, is the fact that conservatives like this are, I mean, I've seen Tomi Lahren on Fox News a few times, admittedly. Sadly, I have, unfortunately. But these are the same type of people. How many times have you heard Tomi Lahren go out there and say, well, this is virtue signaling or whatever? Because, you know, we're going to address that the argument she uses here in a second. But one of her central arguments that I've seen her use over the years is basically that, like, well, I'm small government, and being pro-life is not small government, because apparently, like, protecting life, outlawing murder, that's you know, not within the bounds of limited government, apparently, right? It doesn't make any sense. It's a cope. It's a cope because she wants to have abortions or wants to be able to have abortions. You know, I mean, if we're being honest, I don't know her personal life. I'm not making assumptions or whatever, but when you kind of really just take a look at, like, who she is, it does seem to me like there's this aspect of, like, she just makes a big deal out of it because she just wants either herself or people around her to be able to have an abortion. I don't know. I'm just saying it does seem like that to me. Okay. But anyways, how many times have you seen Tomi Lahren get out there and say that, well, the left is virtue signaling, the libtards are such big virtue signalers? No, actually, I do have to say the conservatives like this, the people who say that overturning Roe v. Wade is like a big government or something like that, which I will play a clip where she unironically says that. These are the biggest virtue signalers, not just on the American right, but in American politics. Because these people will literally get out anytime the left does something, right? Anytime the left does something that none of us really agree with, they'll get out here on Fox News and go on and on about how the left is doing this, the left is doing that, this is bad. And they'll even go so far as to say, well, look at, I don't know, Mark Zuckerberg or whatever Hollywood A-list celebrity. Look at them virtue signaling. This is literally virtue signaling, blah, blah, blah. They use that term all the time. And it's like, actually, people like this are the biggest virtue signalers in all of American politics, because all they do is stand there and criticize the left, right? They just stand there and say, what the left is doing is wrong. What if the roles were reversed? Blah, 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 this and that. This is restriction on freedom, whatever. But then notice, right? Notice this. Whenever conservatives do something, okay, whenever conservatives do something in response, what do? Instead of saying, well, good job, we're pushing back, we're stopping the left. Again, these people make a living on Fox News and Fox Nation all day talking about how the left this, libtards that. But then when conservatives actually stand up and do something to counteract the left and do something substantial for conservative policy, i.e. overturning Roe v. Wade, what do these people do? They sit there and complain about that as well. So they complain about the left, and then they complain when conservatives do something about the left. But ironically, they have this concept in their head that, like, the left, the American left is just full of virtue signalers. Actually, that's a cope. That's a projection. You are the virtue signalers, okay? Conservatives like this are the biggest virtue signalers on the planet. All they do is sit here and complain about the left. And then when the right does something back, when anyone does anything in American politics other than just stand there and scream at the camera, it's like, well, we can't be doing this. We can't be doing that. Okay? This is real. If a conservative ever uses a Democratic talking point of the past, they're not a conservative and should be publicly made fun of. Actually, you could argue among some Democratic circles, it's literally a Democratic talking point of the current, of the present, which is so true. You know? So let's see. Let's read the cap. My final thoughts. On-demand abortions, late-term abortions. Celebrated and glorified abortion is repulsive, ridiculous, and disgusting, but an all-out ban on abortion is counterproductive. Why? You're not going to stop abortions. You're just going to stop safe ones. Really, Tomi? Really, Tomi Lahren? Okay? I know some conservatives prefer to bury their heads in the sand and pretend that's not the case, but we all know better. Really? So, if abortions cannot be on demand and you're going to outlaw late-term abortions, and let's just say, because I know with a lot of heartbeat bills, the point of it is that most women won't even know that they're pregnant until it's already outlawed, right? That's kind of the point. And she's saying, well, restrict it very early on. Then, first of all, that doesn't even make sense, because how are you going to, like, just only going to stop safe abortions or whatever, right? Because theoretically, if what you're saying, I don't know, 4 weeks, 5 weeks, I don't know how the exact amount she thinks, but it's like, she literally says in this video, just cut it off very early, make it very restrictive. then there's still going to be a bunch of people who, according to you, have late-term abortions anyway. But anyways, regardless, we shouldn't even entertain that because this very talking point in of itself is ridiculous. Okay, this is like a stereotypical liberal talking point. You know, yes, some people will have abortions, don't get me wrong, but you mean to tell me that every single person who is pregnant and would have had an abortion, all like how many of them, like 600,000 or something in America a year? I don't know the amount. It's hundreds of thousands. Every single one of those are just going to have a back alley abortion. I mean, that logic is ridiculous. It really is. And it's like, you know, these are all very basic talking points. I can't believe we have to say this to another conservative, but like, you know, murder, right? It's crime. We're criminalizing it, not because we think we're going to totally eradicate it from American society, but because we think it is wrong. And because we think people who do acts of wrong, i.e. murder, whether that's of a grown living person or of a baby, right? We make it illegal. The reason why we make things illegal is because we believe those things are immoral. And we understand just how society works, that there are going to be instances where people do them. The point is you are able to punish them. And the point is it de-incentivizes and it creates basically reverse incentives for people to do them, right? Because yes, people will still be willing to go to jail or whatever. They'll still commit robberies. But the fact that there's a punishment for it, that drastically de-incentivizes it. It declares morally as a society, hey, this thing is wrong. This thing is morally incorrect. And it allows us the avenue to punish the people who do the thing that is wrong. This is like basic law. I mean, this is common sense of literally just how criminal justice and the justice system is supposed to work. That's the very reason why you make things illegal. Okay. And with this logic, with this argument, why do we make anything illegal then? Because we're not stopping robbery. We're only stopping safe robberies or like legal robberies. We're not stopping murder of people who've already been born, etc. So, you know, this is just ridiculous. Okay. I know some conservatives prefer to bury their heads in the sand and pretend that's not going to be the case, but we all know better. Really. We know better. We know better because we know that baby shouldn't be killed. Okay. And really, when you get to the core of what she wants, what she's arguing, what she's talking about, I mean, should we really pretend like it's anything else? She just wants to be able to have abortions. I mean, am I wrong? And if not her, then she wants the people around her to be able to have abortions. You know, that's real. I mean, are we really pretending there's anything more to it than that? It's pretty obvious, I think. So anyways, that's this video of her. I wanted to get to this other one, which is her actually talking back in 2017 about the issue of Roe v. Wade itself. Now, I was a little bit, you know, I've hoped over the years that if she's not going to change, at least maybe she'll back off of this thing publicly. You know what I mean? Because it's like, I virtually guarantee you there are a lot of conservatives in this sphere, not in our sphere, I would say, but in like kind of the mainstream sphere that are actually kind of pro-choice on the inside. They pay for their baby mamas to have abortions or whatever, but they just know the lines not to cross, right? They understand that. So I've hoped for years, at least maybe Tomi Lahren will shut up about this if she won't change her mind. I, of course, hope she changes her mind. But judging by that video we just played, which was right after Roe v. Wade, it's pretty clear that her stance has not changed. And so here's a video of her back in like 2017 talking about the issue of Roe v. Wade. So anyways, let's go over the super chats real quick. Noah Boyd says $704.01 to go. So true. Let's go. Thank you very much, Noah. Thank you, Jackson. Donate to VinceDao to prevent 714-2. It actually never happened though. So true. So true. You send in the money. Maybe we will have reliable technology, reliable internet, all of these things. They can't make any promises, but perhaps maybe. So anyways, let's watch this video here.
Joins us now, Fox News contributor. Tomi, always great to see you.
Hey, Tomi. Thanks for having me, guys.
So when the president nominates a Supreme Court justice, he lets us fight it out. He went overseas. So let's talk about that. Brett Kavanaugh gets the nomination, and Democrats, for the most part on the left, say he will, it's a guarantee. Jeff Toobin and company, he's going to overturn Roe v. Wade.
So true. Yes, he did. Let's go. Let's go. Oh, we should make a montage out of this. All the people saying he was going to overturn Roe v. Wade. No, he wasn't. Yes, he did. Let's go.
You also say whoever you nominated, Mr. President, make sure they don't overturn Roe v. Wade. Do you want to expand on that?
Sure. Well, I think that it's important to clarify my statements there because first and foremost, I believe that Judge.
Make sure they don't overturn Roe v. Wade. Why, Tommy? Because isn't she supposed to be like a libertarian or something, or like a constitutionalist or whatever she is? You know, so this is like a principled conservative. That's probably her whole line. Oh, I'm a principled conservative, but I'm pro-choice, whatever. But this is supposed to someone who's, you would think, according to her, is someone who has respect for like constitutional originalism and like libertarianism and like stuff like that. And yet she supports Roe v. Wade, which is one of the like most activist court rulings in American history. Like they literally just took the 14th Amendment and just pulled out a right to abortion where it didn't exist at all. Like I mean, this is like when you want to talk about like liberal judiciary approach, it was the definition of it. It was the definition of judicial activism, right? Which you would think Tomi Lahren would be against. You think she'd be against that because she's all about, well, my small government, my liberty, my constitutional originalism. But when it comes to her ability, I won't call it a right, but her ability to kill babies, then it's like, no, actually, I support this liberal judicial activism of the 1960s that totally goes against every like conservatarian fusionist view of how the Supreme Court is supposed to work. And like it's like the worst interpretation of the Constitution ever. And you think she's so like pro Second Amendment or whatever, like with this type of logic, a liberal activist judge could use an equal amount of just ridiculous pulling a cat out of the bag, pulling it out of their rear end to just say, well, the Second Amendment doesn't mean you can own guns, right? That's what happens when you have left-wing liberal judicial activism, right? You think she'd be against that, but let's see what she has to say about Roe v. Wade. Again, she's not even saying, like, don't make abortion illegal everywhere. She's also saying, don't target Roe v. Wade. As a principled conservative who cares so much about, like, you know, the Constitution and stuff like that.
Kavanaugh is a constitutional conservative, not a religious judicial activist, which is exactly what we want. My problem is with
a constitutional so by the way, kind of an L here, Tommy, on your part, because guess what Brett Kavanaugh voted for? To overturn Roe. Let's go. But you know, again, you want to talk about this, it's like, whoa, I don't think we should be theocratic Christians on the bench. We should be constitutional conservatives. Yeah, we're in luck actually on your front, because a constitutional conservative would also overturn Roe, because Roe was not based on the Constitution. It's just a ridiculous activist court ruling. But again, you see what she does. Like, all it is she wants to keep abortion, and she'll hop through any type of illogical, irrational jump that there is. She'll literally cope for just pure leftism just because she wants to be able to, you know, have abortions. This is real.
Some of my fellow conservatives
chase her
who have
career.
put it out there that we are, quote, coming for Roe v. Wade. That is a mistake, because we are putting it out there and implying that we are sending a justice to the bench to carry out
we are.
religious
and yes, we did.
activism, which is a mistake and is unconstitutional. And
religious judicial activism. Huh. So she's against religious judicial activism, aka judicial activism. By the way, it's not even really an activist ruling to overturn Roe v. Wade. It's not. It's actually kind of like counter-activist, right? Because we're just overturning an activist ruling. Now, with that said, I am absolutely, okay, for the record, for right-wing judicial activism or religious judicial activism, because I think we're at a point in our republic where, you know, we have to our backs are really against the wall, right? We have to use every avenue of power we can get, that we can use, that we can weaponize. And if the left is literally going to do it all over the Second Amendment, everything we believe in, then we ought to really fight fire with fire. And this is true. But still, regardless, she's not okay with religious judicial activism, but she's perfectly okay with literally left-wing judicial activism, literally liberal judicial activism, which is Roe v. Wade. That's exactly what it is. You know, the 14th Amendment clearly does not imply a right to abortion anywhere. It doesn't say anything. They pulled it out and just kind of said, well, I guess the 14th Amendment says this or whatever, right? It was totally ridiculous. It's not constitutional. It's not originalist. It's not textualist at all. It goes against all of the conservative views on judicial power, traditionally and historically. But that's not the one she has a problem with. She has a problem when right-wingers do it, not when liberals do it, i.e. Roe v. Wade. Wow.
And if we as conservatives are going to imply that, if that's going to be our messaging, we might as well spit on the Constitution.
So true.
That is not
so
what
true.
we stand for. If we are not going to uphold the Constitution on its merit, who will? That is up to us to do. So that my real problem here.
Where does the Constitution give a right to abortion, Tommy? Miss Little, like, oh well, I'm a constitutional conservative. Okay, where's the right to abortion in the Constitution? Show me where it says that. Show me where it even implies that, because we obviously know the Roe v. Wade thing is ridiculous. So they said it was part of the right to privacy. Like, that's nonsense. And honestly, with that loose of a view on the Constitution, with that loose of interpretation of the Constitution, you could equally slap a bunch of restrictions on the Second Amendment because of that too. That's what liberals do. They do this all the time. You know, they just decide what they want the Constitution to say. They kind of take a few words out of context and just make huge logical leaps and just get there with the Constitution. Okay. But like, going against that is against the Constitution. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure the people who wrote the 14th Amendment and the founders who wrote the original Constitution and the Bill of Rights, I'm sure they definitely had abortion in mind. That's exactly what they were trying to protect. Okay, which is why they clearly wrote that the 14th Amendment protects abortion, except they didn't. Okay.
Regardless of my views on abortion, pro-life, pro-choice, is the messaging of our Supreme Court justice and how he will handle Roe v. Wade if it comes to that point.
Yeah, I know he's Catholic, so he probably is pro-life, but he has said under oath that Roe v. Wade is the law, and he is a constitutionalist. So moving on to the next topic.
Yo, what a rare Kavanaugh W. Totally flipped that on its head. Take that, pro-choicers.
Work for the president.
Let's go.
Just get berated when they're at restaurants with their families, when they're out and about trying to get in their car, when they're at universities. And it happened again. There are demonstrators that were outside of a school in Syracuse because Ivanka Trump was there, and they were chanting, "Shame. What about the children?" What's your reaction? Because the left is staying silent on this, other than the protesters. You don't see the left. Most of the left leaders aren't.
Oh, it's not even going to push back. Actually, let's watch. I haven't seen the rest of this segment. Let's watch the rest of this segment, because I'm very curious to see if she actually
we shouldn't be doing
like
that.
Contradicts herself in the same segment.
And that's what I find most problematic. And as you guys know, that I've had my own experiences with this. Mine was actually a physical confrontation. Luckily, it was just water.
That's right.
My real problem is when this goes beyond heckling, harassment, water, intimidation, how much worse is it going to get? And what is it going to take for the leaders in the Democratic Party and on the left to stand up against what's happening and to put the message out that this is unacceptable? Because it's going to get worse. The final stages of Trump derangement syndrome aren't just heckling and harassment. They're going to be physical confrontations. And I truly don't believe that that's what the Democratic Party wants for conservatives.
2018 politics throwback. So true. Real.
For us to be attacked, but they need to make that very
well. There, she just made another mistake. Do you hear what she said? She literally said, "I don't think that's what the Democratic Party wants, for conservatives to be attacked." Actually, it is what they want. It is what they want. And you know, there's a reason why they don't condemn these people. They don't disavow these people. You know, the people who, you know, back in 2018 were assaulting Trump supporters, then the Antifa in like 2019, 2020, the BLM. There's a reason they don't disavow these people, because they support these people. They do. In fact, all they are is kind of like the enforcement arm for what the people in power ultimately want. Like, it's, you know, I don't know, we want to make the analogy to like the Red Guard or something. Like, that's exactly what they are. Okay. So there you go, Tomi Lahren again, just fundamentally misunderstanding American politics. She does this a lot, as a matter of fact. She does this a lot, and this is true, and this is real. You know, it's very interesting she has this, going back to the abortion thing, though, it's very interesting that she has this opinion, because I remember, you know, I think Turning Point does like that Young Women's Leadership Summit, right? I remember watching, because I was curious. I watched her speech at that summit last year, and you have, admittedly, at that conference, you have a lot of like female conservative figures who will say the right thing. You know, they'll say like, you know, it's okay to be. In fact, I think even this year, like they had like stickers and pins that literally say like it's okay to be a stay-at-home mom, which I respect. But like Tomi last year at this summit, at this women's summit, gets up here and basically says the opposite of that. Basically, just says chase your career, chase your dreams. Like, you know, don't. She basically entirely counter-signaled staying at home, getting married, literally careerism. And, you know, you look at her, she's like, what, almost 30 years old. She's not married. She doesn't have any kids, you know, so definitely living what she practicing what she preaches on that front 100%. But it's interesting because, you know, again, I'm not saying anything. Okay. I'm really not. I'm just pointing out that there is a little bit of an interesting alignment here. When she's 30 years old, she's never been married, she's never had kids, she's been chasing her career girl boss Fox News thing her whole life. And then at the same time, she's so adamantly pro-abortion and pro-choice and anti-overturning Roe v. Wade. You know what I mean? Isn't that interesting? I don't know. I don't know what's up there. What's the deal there? You know, it's just interesting. It's just something interesting you have to consider. It really is. She couldn't even conserve her engagement. She was engaged. That is true. That is true. You know, and I think that's fundamentally what's going on here. It's like a cope. You know, that's what's happening. So, you know, this is real. Jack Wayne says, I've seen videos of her complaining about being pumped, and you guys are now like reminding me of like the things she was controversial for back in the day. But she says, says, I've seen her videos complaining about being pumped and dumped by countless dudes. I do remember that now too, right? She did a whole like Instagram live just like coping about it. I think we know what's going on here. I think we know the real reason she's pro-choice, and it has nothing to do with like small government or limited government or anything like that. You know, I think we know what's really happening here. So let's see. Let's see if I can find the clip of her actually talking about like the small government aspect of it, because I found that to be pretty ridiculous too. Pro-life. See. I guess let's try to see if it's in this one.
Standpoint, where's the money coming from to support people who aren't ready to be mothers or aren't financially stable to take care of a child?
You simply cannot defer protecting lives of unborn children because of cost. All human life is precious.
Do you think Alabama's ban is a strategic mistake?
You know, I personally am for the exceptions. We have a wide array of views in our party. The president has been clear since the last campaign. He is for exceptions for rape and incest in the life
Trump L, by the way, but it's not as bad as Tommy.
Of the mother.
I think Alabama has gone too far. There's no exception for rape or incest. It's an extreme law, and they want to challenge Roe versus Wade.
Okay, so this guy is a televangelist. So apparently he's supposed to be a Christian preacher. And, you know, I assume he's like pro-life generally, but exceptions for rape or incest. And it's like, is that a biblical belief, Mr. Televangelist Pat Robertson, whatever his name was? Is that a biblical belief? That, like, does the Bible teach that? Well, you know, yes, we are formed in the image of God. God knows us from before we are born. He knows us from the moment he makes us in the womb. But, of course, the exception to that is rape or incest. Really? Is that a Christian belief, Mr. Pastor, whatever you are? But anyways, let's get to Tommy. I know Tommy's in this video.
Humble view is that this is the case we want to bring to the Supreme Court because
I'm someone that's for limited government, and so I can't sit here and be a hypocrite and say
any of us of where we stand.
I am someone that's for limited government, and so I can't sit here and be a hypocrite and say I'm for limited government, but I think that the government should decide what women do with their bodies. I can sit here and say that as a Republican, and I can say, you know what, I'm for limited government, so stay out of my guns, and you can stay out of my body as well.
I will be attacked by fellow conservatives for saying this, but so be it. The Alabama abortion ban is too restrictive. It doesn't save life. Really, it doesn't save life? It doesn't save life? How does it not save life? Can we just stop? We should stop this thinking generally, but it's incredible that any conservative like remotely thinks like this. A conservative, anyone on the political right, because I feel like it's just insane to even think this, like, oh, if we make something illegal, that thing won't go down. Of course it'll go down. Especially if it's incredibly commonplace, like abortion. Like, yes, like it's about, I mean, even people like Ben Shapiro have talked about this. Like, it's, you know, there's a hierarchy here, right? And so the higher you kind of go on that hierarchy, the less people are going to be willing to do it, right? And so if you make something stigmatized, less people will do it. But then if you make it illegal, yes, some people will do it, but most people probably just won't want to break the law, and so they'll just not do it, right? And the higher you go, the stricter the punishment gets, the harder it is to access, the less people do it. Like, this is common sense. This really is common sense. Part of the reason why there's so many abortions in America is because it's so easy. All you have to do is walk into Planned Parenthood. All you have to do is go buy the pill. You know, it really is that easy. You don't have to really tell anyone. You can do it like anonymously, all this stuff. Right? That's why there's so many abortions in America, because it's easily accessible. And this is common sense. This is common sense. Part of the reason why the abortion rate in America has gone down since like the 1990s is because red states have been implementing more and more restrictions on abortion. And this is common sense. Okay? You really mean to tell me every single person who just gets an abortion because of, like, you know, they take the pill or whatever, all those people would go like nearly get themselves killed just for the sake of having an abortion? They'd all do the coat hanger thing. They'd all do the back alley thing. Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous. That is nonsense. That's absolutely not true. Okay. The truth of the matter is, most people who would consider having abortions, they would probably just suck it up and have a baby. And sure, there's a minute, very small minority of people who may try to do other idiotic ways to get an abortion. The vast majority of people will keep that baby. And you know what that does? That saves life. Okay, that saves life. And on top of that, is this is literally an admission that it is a human life. It doesn't save life. Okay, so you think it's a human life, so what's the debate? What's the debate? You know? But like, limited government, you know, it's stupid. But I believe in the Constitution. So you believe, so and this is so funny too. She believes in the 1960s Supreme Court interpretation of the Constitution. Okay. Do you realize what? So in other words, she believes in the liberal interpretation of the Constitution. Do you realize where that would lead? Really? Do you realize that with the same logic that the liberals used when it came to Roe versus Wade, that exact thing they would apply to restrict the Second Amendment? Do you understand that? Do you understand the view of the Constitution you are subscribing to is the one that you hate in all other aspects? I mean, it's not. Are we supposed to expect this to make sense, though? Are we really supposed to expect this to make sense? Like, we literally know what this is about. And we literally know, like, exactly that this is simply about a woman who, again, is like 30 years old and proudly did not marry, did not want to have kids, chase her career, and complained about, you know, guys using her or whatever throughout the years, talking about abortion. And why do we think that is? I mean, really, why do we think that is? So, life, according to these bimbos, is the fleeting moment of gratification receiving from her sleeping around. This is literally the case. This is literally the case. So, you know, but my Constitution, I'm going to kill this infant because I think this piece of paper says I can. It's so true. You know, it's like, that's the thing too. Now, I'm fine. I don't think the Constitution says that. But if the Constitution did grant a right to abortion, I would say repeal that part of the Constitution too. And this is so true. Big government doesn't kill people. Bad politicians kill people. So true. So true. So, all right. Anyways, guys, that's Tomi Lahren. Want to talk about that a little bit. Let me send Red Eagle Politics the link for the stream. I was going to invite him on the stream. We'll interview him for a bit. I really want to talk to him mainly. Let me see. Where's the invite link? He'll hop in whenever he hops in. I'm just going to message it to him on Instagram, actually. So anyways, that's about 30 minutes in. We're about 40 minutes in of 7 hours that we have to stream tonight. This is we're just getting, this reminds me a lot of, actually. This reminds me a lot of the New York road trip. This is a lot what it's like. It's going to be fun for the first 4 hours, and then the rest of it, it's just going to drag on, and we have to get it done, but we can't do anything about it. And this is true. This is going to be fun. I'm eating now, so I don't know if I could join at 8 Eastern. All right, I messaged you on Instagram. Hop in whenever you want to hop in, but we'll talk about stuff in the meantime. you know. But you know, really, we should stop talking about the Constitution with this matter, because the Constitution doesn't grant the right to an abortion, as you guys are saying in the chat. I mean, like, that's ridiculous. In fact, I wonder, can we find the ruling of Roe v. Wade? Roe v. Wade original ruling. Like, let's just decode from a constitutionalist crowd. Let's decode how like ridiculous this actually is. Okay. A person may choose to have an abortion until a fetus becomes viable based on the right to privacy contained in the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment. Viability means the ability to live outside of the womb, which usually happens between 24 and 28 weeks after conception. Okay, now, like, obviously, as you can tell, this is something that a court should be deciding. Okay. If you look at the majority opinions here, the majority found that strict scrutiny was appropriate because since it is part of the fundamental right of privacy. Let's see. All right. Wow, blah, blah, blah. Authorizing no direct appeal. Okay. I'm trying to look through this. Let's just talk about this, like, genuinely. Okay, this is literally one of the most ridiculous rulings in U.S. history. It really is. Because you read the primary holding, right? So we just decided, okay, a person may choose to have an abortion until a fetus becomes viable because it's protected by the 14th Amendment. And with, I believe it's the 14th Amendment, comes the incorporation, right? The kind of incorporation of the amendments and of the Bill of Rights into statewide laws too, right? But at the same time, they also say that states have the right to restrict and have cutoffs on abortion that go before 24 to 28 weeks, right? It doesn't make any sense. Like, it's literally like you go through it. It's ridiculous. Like, it's one of the worst constitutional whatever rulings ever. Because where did the courts even get the idea that, like, well, states can restrict it, but just not at this certain point? Like, that's nowhere in the 14th Amendment. What is that about, Tomi Lahren? Where's the constitutional conservatism in that? This is real. This is true. So, you know, we got a $5 super chat. Sam Matson, thank you very much for the $5. Just right to privacy to kill babies, but not right to be forced, not be forced to stay home, wear a mask, or get jabbed. It's so true. It's so true. Thank you very much for the $5. I don't have much to say to that. It's just true. It's just literally the case. You know. Let's see. The dissent was that while White criticized the majority's arbitrary choice of a rigid framework without any constitutional or legal foundation to support it. So true. So true. But it's in the Constitution. But we're constitutional conservatives, says Tomi Lahren. What are you talking about? What are you actually talking? He believed this aggressive use of judicial power exceeded the court's appropriate role by taking away power. Oh, you mean big government, Miss Tomi Lahren? Oh, I'm for small government, and that's why I support Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade literally is judicial activism. Like, and I don't subscribe to this dichotomy, but like by definition, it's a big government ruling because it was literally just a court like exerting, power that it absolutely didn't have. Okay, taking away power that rested with state legislatures, right? That would be your small government take, Tommy, and essentially writing laws for them. So true. It literally is. White argued that the political process was the appropriate mechanism for seeking reform rather than letting the court decide whether and when the mother should be a higher priority than the fetus. You'd think this would be her take, but it's not. Okay, dissent. Rehnquist expanded on the historical elements of White's argument. He researched 19th century laws on abortion and the status of the issue, at the time of both the founding and the 14th Amendment. His originalist approach, isn't that what Tommy's supposed to subscribe to, led him to conclude that state restrictions on abortion were considered valid at the time of the 14th Amendment, so its drafters could not have contemplated creating rights that conflicted to it. So true. What a king. What king's right here. So true. Okay. And, you know, but, you know, you show this to Tomi Lahren, she'll be like, no, but, you know, actually, originally, my principled conservatism doesn't actually allow me to kill babies. So on this stance, I'm actually just not going to be principled conservative, but pretend that I'm principally conservative. This is ridiculous. You know, for people that worship the Constitution, for people that literally everything is like, but the Constitution this, Constitution that, it's very ironic how they just will totally have the most liberal, non-original view on the Constitution when it comes to that. She just wants to be a career girl boss who has several abortions. Like literally, that's what's happening here. Mr. Easy says VinceDao enacted the supreme power of the 14th Amendment to ensure his privacy during the events of 7/14, thus muting himself. So true. This is real. Now that's my 14th Amendment right, not the right of you to kill a baby. This is real. This is so true. We could have Pat Buchanan. So true. As a matter of fact, speaking of that, there was actually something. And now that since you sent that chat, we might as well. One of the things I planned on reacting to on stream tonight is actually the Pat Buchanan culture war speech. Pat Buchanan's speech at the 1992 Republican convention. It's very interesting because we're not going to react to the whole thing. We're just going to react to the ending. It's very interesting when you watch this. By the way, let me just say, this is the greatest political convention speech ever given in history. Okay? Spare me your whole time for choosing Ronald Reagan. I don't care. I don't care. This and this alone is the greatest speech given for another political nominee. I mean, I think 2016 Trump's nomination speech was pretty good for the nominee. But in terms of like someone else hyping up the nominee, this is the best one ever given in political history. And spare me your Ronald Reagan 1964. That's absolutely this one. But it's actually quite sad, the fact that George H.W. Bush was just such a loser. He literally was handed this speech and he couldn't finish it in the general election because he sucked. He was just that much of a loser. But when you exactly, he made Bush seem palatable. Like what? I don't want to say what a guy, but like really what a guy. Like that takes talent. That really does take talent. He was trying to unite the party. Obviously, he ran against Bush just before. But anyways, you'll see. He actually, it's very interesting because this speech really does foreshadow the political approach, like the Republican Party of Trump. And you'll see in this that Pat Buchanan understood this. Because remember this is at a time where still the like now we sort of associate the Republican Party, largely speaking in 2022, like with the white working class. Like we think of our like Southern rednecks and our like, you know, Ohio union workers and people like that. A lot of working class white Americans, middle Americans, people like that, right? That's kind of now what you would associate the Republican Party with. But understand, back then, it wasn't really like middle America or the WWC that like was the primary, you could say, like Republican voting bloc. It was a very like suburban party. It was a very like cocktail-ish party. There's a reason why Republicans have historically been seen as the party of the rich. And in a time when, like I said, this is like the suburban party. This is kind of like the slightly more still in a lot of ways, like the more elitist party as compared to the Democrats, who for a while were seen as like the working class party, right? We forget this. Check out what Pat Buchanan says about this. Rowley, thank you for the 5. He says, before we begin the video, he says, I offered $20 to anyone in my high school government class that could find a right to abortion in the Constitution. No one can find it. So true. So true. Thank you for the 5, Rowley. Appreciate the support. The Republican Party of old was the party of the elite suburbanites. Yes. Again, we're talking about a time really in history where the primary Republican voting bloc was almost, in a way, you could argue, like the Democratic voting bloc in some ways of today, at least that aspect of it, right? So keep that in mind as we watch this, okay?
The ride ended in a 9 p.m. speech in a tiny town in southern Georgia called Fitzgerald. There were those workers at the James River paper mill in northern New Hampshire in a town called Groveton. Tough, hardy men. None of them would say a word to me as I came down the line, shaking their hands one by one.
These are all factory workers that are losing their jobs, by the way. Yeah. Now, keep in mind, Now the Republican Party, thanks to Trump, and originally thanks to this guy, by the way, we see it as, oh yeah, those are the Republican voters, and those are the voters we go after, and we're trying to like understand again, this is a moment in American history which really tells you a lot. Imagine if Pat Buchanan won in 1992. Imagine how ahead of the curve we would be, right? Because if he got it started instead of like Trump, right, and kind of like second-term Obama, imagine where we would be now with like the middle Americans and the white working class and stuff. You know what I mean? Like demographically, like electorally, we'd just be doing better today. But because like it's only now that we're now trying to like expand to this base and maximize this base. Could have gotten really like a 20 to 25 year head start. Stephen Lee, $2. I love Pat Buchanan. So true. Yes, we do. So keep that in mind.
They were under threat of losing their jobs at Christmas. As I moved down the line, one tough fellow about my age just looked up and said to me, "Save our jobs."
Wow.
Then there was the legal secretary that I met at the Manchester airport on Christmas Day, who came running up to me and said, "Mr. Buchanan, I'm going to vote for you." And then she broke down weeping. And she said, "I've lost my job. I don't have any money. And they're going to take away my little girl. What am I going to do?" My friends, these people are our people. They don't read Adam Smith or Edmund Burke, but they come from the same schoolyards.
So true.
The same playgrounds and towns as we came from.
So true.
They share our beliefs and our convictions.
He understood this.
Our hopes and our dreams. These are the conservatives of the heart. They are our people, and we need to reconnect with them.
So true. Okay, so true. What a statement. Now, obviously, again, like this is something, again, we understand now. Like we really do. Like even your generic normie con, if you kind of explain that, you're like, oh yeah, of course, 2016. It wasn't always this way, and that's what I find so impressive about this speech, But at the same time, it's like, it's very surprising that the Republican Party did not figure this out sooner, Because I think it was always inevitable, basically, that we were going to lose these suburbanites, basically. But, this is real. Conservatives are the heart. I love that statement, too. I really do. It really encapsulates, where we ought to truly be maximizing our vote and whatnot. Andrew M. for the Canadian 5, thank you, says blue-collar West Virginia was a deep blue state back in the day, and Virginia was a solid red state. Now those two states switched. The alignment is real. So true. Although Virginia flipping is a little more complicated than that. It's also largely due to like demographic changes in Virginia. But this is so true. Why did West Virginia flip? Because West Virginia, used to be, like a very union-heavy state, a very like working-class state. Republicans used to be the party of like the middle class and the upper middle class, right? And then obviously the wealthy and the elite. Democrats usually used to do very well with that like working-class demographic. Buchanan understood. He's like, well, you look at them, they are the conservatives of the heart. They're very socially conservative. They have our beliefs. And the only thing you really have to do is say, yeah, we're going to do something about your jobs. We're going to do something about our towns. But the Republican Party for so many decades just refuses to do this. Finally, Donald Trump comes along in 2016 and basically says the same thing. And then it's like, wow, we just flipped Pennsylvania. We just flipped Wisconsin and Michigan. Who could have ever seen this coming? And it's like, I don't know, maybe this guy like 25 years ago, but nobody listened. Nobody listened. He didn't win the nomination. He didn't win it again. It's very sad. It's blackpilling. Because we could have had this. We could have had this. He understood this, You could have seen like that 2016 realignment basically happen over the course of a Pat Buchanan presidency. We'd already be there by now. Now we wouldn't be the culture warriors. We wouldn't be the populists. We wouldn't be the America first like counter movement. We'd have control. We'd rule the party today. It's kind of sad. It's sad. What could have been?
We need to let them know we know how bad they're hurting. They don't expect miracles of us, but they need to know we care. They were the people. They were the people, my friends.
That's so true, too. That's so true, too. The Republican Party always wants to talk about socialism, and it's like, how do you stop the popularity of socialism? It's like, yeah, you don't need to save everyone's life or save everyone's job or whatever, but like he says, like, they need to know that we care, right? Because it is basically in a political climate where it just seems so hopeless, and it seems like no one cares about these people. That's when you get people in the middle of Michigan voting for Bernie Sanders in the primary. That's what happens. Now, luckily, like, Donald Trump basically warded that off, et cetera, by connecting with those people and showing that he cares. But like that's how you do it. That's how you ward off socialism and radical left-wing economic ideas. Because when you have a party who has no solution to these problems, does not present a solution, does not connect with these people, I mean, what do you expect to happen? It's like, I don't think that your average Michigan union worker, your average Michigan auto worker is a socialist at heart. But if the socialists are the only people who are going to come around and at least pretend to care about them, what do you expect to happen? Who do you expect them to support? This is true. Real.
They were the people of Hayfork, a tiny town up in California's Trinity Alps, a town that is now under a sentence of death because a federal judge has set aside.
The sad thing is, I know I keep saying it's ahead of its time. It's still kind of ahead of its time today. Like, it's something that'd be more expected in the party today. But you go through this speech, there's still a lot of aspects of it that it's like, it wouldn't be as surprising, but you wouldn't hear this every day either, which is a little sad, honestly.
9 million acres for the habitat of the spotted owl, forgetting about the habitat of the men and women who live and work in Hayfork. And there were the brave people.
So true. So we have the calling out of the environmental crazies long before, too. There you go. True, real.
And there were the brave people of Koreatown who took the worst of those LA riots, but still live the family values we treasure, and who still deeply believe in the American dream. Friends, in these wonderful 25 weeks of our campaign.
Electoral appeal to the rooftop Koreans. Let's go.
The days of that riot in LA.
What a king.
Worst riot in American history.
That's me. That was actually me in the crowd. If you know this, I was there. I actually saw this speech in person. There's me right there.
Out of that awful tragedy can come a message of hope. Hours after that riot ended, I went down to the Army compound in South Los Angeles, where I met the troopers of the 18th Cavalry who had come to save the city of Los Angeles.
Pat's message works when a majority of both sides love their country. Not sure how to change the message for today. I disagree strongly with your comment, Walter. I appreciate it, but Pat's message didn't work. We know it didn't work at the time because he'd never won the nomination, right? He never got through. Trump was the first person to get through. So if anything, Trump's message is more palatable today because I think more people get it. And the reason people get it, the reason people understand Pat's talking points, like actually middle Americans are the conservatives of the heart. Actually what's going on is a culture war, a religious war. It's deeper than taxes or whatever, and understand the immigration crisis and the culture crisis and all these things. Right? Trump had most of Buchanan's ideas, and he's the first person to really have gotten them through. And the reason that is sad. You wish you didn't have to come to this, but more people realize it because things have gotten worse. Because the problems that Buchanan diagnoses back in the 90s and back in the early 2000s never got fixed because he's just standing here warning everyone, screaming to everyone, hey, conservatives of the heart. Hey, look at this immigration crisis going on in your country. Hey, look at the secularization. No one listens to him, right? Hey, why are we getting involved in these wars? No one listened to Buchanan for decades. And then only in 2016, when all those problems that he's warning of us really hit the fan, then it's like, well, now Donald Trump's the leader of the Republican Party. You wish you didn't have to come to that. You wish people would have received this actually much better then. So I think it's more receivable now. Red Eagle says, when should I join? When we finish the speech, which should be in about like 5 minutes ish.
An officer of the 18th Cav said, Mr. Buchanan, I want you to talk to a couple of our troopers.
Thank you.
And I went over and I met these young fellas. They couldn't have been 20 years old. And they recounted their story. They had come in to Los Angeles late in the evening of the second day. And
Let's
the
go.
rioting was still going on. And two of them walked up a dark street where the mob had burned and looted every single building on the block but one, a convalescent home for the aged. And the mob was headed in to ransack and loot the apartments of the terrified old men and women inside. The troopers came up the street, M16s at the ready, and the mob threatened and cursed. But the mob retreated because it had met the one thing that could stop it. Force rooted in justice and backed by moral courage.
Let's go. Like that. I purposely kept quiet because it's literally like arguably one of the best parts of this speech. That's the message we needed in 2020. Not this whole, actually, the criminal justice reform. Actually, President Trump's First Step Act has done his. No. You know what we needed? We needed that message right there. The mob was met with the one thing that could stop it, and I quote, force. Rooted in justice and backed by moral courage. Like, what a king. So incredibly based. And you know what? That's still ahead of its time. It really is. Because come 2020, people still didn't get that, right? They really still didn't get that because they still let everyone, you had a Republican president, and arguably many would say, as much as I love Trump, he was just too weak on that whole issue. You know, he really, really was. Started to get it later on, but I thought allowed too much damage really to happen. So this is true. So true. And to think we could have had this guy as president. We could have had this guy as president in the 1990s. But the boomer generation, the Gen X generation, didn't get it done. So sad.
Greater love than this hath no man, than that he lay down his life for his friend. Here were 19-year-old boys ready to lay down their lives to stop a mob from molesting old people they did not even know. And as those boys took back the streets of Los Angeles, block by block, my friends, we must take back our cities and take back our culture and take back our country. God bless you and God bless America.
You guys probably recognize that ending sentence from my stream intro, right? I embedded it. But yeah, what a guy. I love this speech. Honestly, this is like this speech has become motivational content. Like this 5 minutes has become motivational content for me at this point. Like it really has. Like that's you know how people will watch like Rocky scenes or whatever. I watched this. I literally watched this. I'm like, let's go. It really does get me hyped. It's so true. All right. With that said, so I think Red Eagle's ready to come on. So Rep, whenever you want to click on the link, we can do this. Make that the motto of American virtue. What? Force rooted in justice and backed by moral courage. I feel like you have to provide context or else it's going to be a Fed post. Okay. But it is true. Like that is the only thing that can stop a mod. Force backed by moral courage and rooted in justice. Like this is true. Rittenhouse is the spiritual successor of those 19-year-olds. Yep. 100%. So he should give a speech at the 2024 RNC. He is 84 currently. Yeah, he could do it. He's a vibrant young man. He's a young, vibrant man, to quote Donald Trump. All right. He really is. In fact, he should just be the VP. He should just be the president. Pat Buchanan, 2024. Let's go. Still more conscious, way more conscious actually than Joe Brandon. I mean, if you can elect that guy, I'm pretty sure Pat Buchanan can. Pat Buchanan is still writing articles. He's still politically active. You know, he's definitely way more there. So, Anyways. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stream Red Eagle Politics. Let's go.
What's up, Vince? How's it going?
We got Red Eagle on the 7/14 anniversary stream. I felt like we had to do this because it's a big part of the lore. It truly is. So, Red Eagle, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing very well. Thank you. And I was hoping I could join at exactly 7:14 Central Time, but you were finishing up the speech, so it's fine. We're still here. We're still vibing, enjoying the one of the greatest speeches of all time, I guess you could say. For sure.
True. So, by the way, if you guys have questions for Red Eagle, you can leave them in chat. I'll probably have them on for about an hour, and then I'll let them go. But mainly, I think the first thing we want to talk about, since you are someone who's been very big on this issue, is really, I think, the current divide going on right now I don't think it's the real American right. Like, I don't think it's among really those conservatives of the heart that Pat talks about. But, among election Twitter, you could say, and really in a lot of spheres within, like, the GOP, within DC, and it has to do with this. Number one, this fight over electability, as you call it, right? And then number two, that kind of translates into this battle between Trump and DeSantis 2024. But I want to start with the electability thing, and I guess kind of get your thoughts a little bit, because I know you've talked about this a lot. So, but explain to the audience the whole divide between like these neocons who believe that electing like suburban neoconservative Republicans is always the way to flip a swing state, et cetera, and why that's just basically a lie.
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of people, and make no mistake, it's not just on certain corners of Twitter. I feel like if it was just that, it really wouldn't be something that's worth talking about whatsoever. But you have a lot of people in the GOP establishment, and they think the same way, and this is really a real thing. I think that the Twitter thing is a sideshow. I think it's a proxy war. But you have people that say, this candidate won't be able to win. We have to put up the most, moderate neoconservative donor pick candidate possible because they're going to cave in with the agenda. We understand how big money in politics works. They're going to be, throwing all of their support behind these candidates, the same candidates that typically bend over and cave on every single important issue, especially the issues that set Donald Trump apart from the fray back in 2016. You're talking about immigration. They're weak on that issue. They tend to be weak on, they'll cave on certain social issues as well. All they care about is lining their pockets, simping for corporations and foreign wars for the benefit of not our country, I guess you would say.
It's ironic because I know for a while a lot of them were saying like, well, Doug Mastriano is unelectable or whatever. But like on that front, I guess you're right. It really does bleed over to the real GOP because I've been hearing a lot of stories about how basically the National Republican Party is not really giving a lot of help to Mastriano, right? They're kind of like sticking away from him when it comes to like resources and funding, and he's getting massively out fundraisers, really just running a strong ground campaign. But I think it really is like this paradox to it. Like they don't want to get behind these candidates really, even when they're the nominee, right? They abandon them, they leave them in the dark, but then they say they're unelectable, but they're so unelectable that like we won't help them in the race and et cetera. And this is true. This is real. But I think, you probably are right though, because it'd actually be a funny concept to think about that maybe the basement caucus people, these people with the laser eyes, actually, because we always make fun of how they have no political power and they don't have no idea what they're talking about. But that is the new conspiracy theory. They may be, secret agents working. It's an RNC psyop. Yep. They literally paid campaign to run this XYZ politics stand or whatever. So
like Lisa Murkowski fan is actually Lisa Murkowski for all we know. I mean, we just don't know. It's very possible. But more on that point, it's true. They'll say, oh, these candidates in the Tea Party, some of them in 2010 lost, and they'll like throw that out there as an example of why this whole electability phenomenon is real. And you look into it, and first of all, it's comparing apples to oranges. There were other certain elements of those campaigns as to why they failed, but one of them was the fact that a lot of the GOP establishment figures in those states or wherever, they actually backed the Democrat or didn't really, get behind them at all. which again is a problem. And I think we're in a day and age where I don't believe that's really something that A, is going to happen nearly as much, or B, would even affect the candidates, as it really hasn't affected like Mastriano so far in Pennsylvania. He's doing great. He's proving all the doubters wrong. His messaging is strong. I think you're going to see the same thing with Lake and Masters. Hopefully, Lake will win her primary. A lot of backlash from the establishment there, but Masters is definitely killing it right now. And I think he's going to be an easy primary victor there. So we'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, the establishment, they're pulling out all the stops. But is it going to matter at the end of the day? I don't think so. And I think that this is the year, 2022, where the electability narrative is going to be completely going out the window when you have Blake Masters winning and all these other candidates.
How do you think that we, though, like solve the kind of, you could say, the suburban problem, right? The suburban woman, like the problem we have in these demographics that has been a thing in 2018, 2020. I know now it's flipping back, but how do you like because that's usually what these people bring up. How would you say like you reconcile those things and like the legacy McCain voters? Like, what do you do about that? Or how does it like actually not really matter in electoral strategy or whatever?
Well, I think that suburban women are not the main demographic you're really going to be going for in 2022 or 2024 either. I mean, you might see a rebound because of the whole like anti-Biden sentiment, and that's going to be a thing. But is that really what's going to propel you to victory? You don't need those voters to win Arizona. You don't need them for Nevada. You don't need them for really any swing state. Your base is the disaffected white working class voters. And yes, they exist in Arizona at a higher number than a lot of people would expect. But in terms of just getting independents in general on your side, somebody like Blake Masters is doing very well with independents because, he's young, he's intelligent, his charisma, I was worried about it for a little while, but I think he's really got it together watching the last debate. And he's just bringing something new to the table. Very talented guy all around, very intelligent. I mean, he's somebody that can, I guess you would say, bring more voters into the field, because I feel like a lot of those legacy McCain voters may be, suburbanites. Of those that don't like Biden, maybe, didn't vote for Trump, but definitely have soured on Biden. I could easily see Masters or Lake doing very well with those types of voters when it's all said and done.
So true. Do you think that there's a problem with, I guess, making our message? I think I've seen this a few times, and I've talked about this a little bit. I think like now the message of people like Blake Masters and of JD Vance is pretty solid. It's on point. But I think for a while they had this, like in the very beginning of their campaigns, I'd say, they had sort of this issue where I feel like their campaigns felt very like American Enterprise Institute, like just very like think tanky and sort of pseudo intellectual, and didn't really appeal to the people who they were really trying to make it appeal to. But then on the other hand, there are people who say, well, if you're too much of a culture warrior, then, you're actually going to be too divisive. What do you think is like the perfect way to make our ideas and our ideology electable in a primary election and the general election?
Well, I think you need fighters. You definitely need people that bring something to the table for the primary and for the general as well. I think that, somebody like Doug Mastriano's done a very good job in Pennsylvania. I think Masters and Vance are another good example of people that are just, they are ideological. They understand it. Mastriano is very underrated in that regard. He's called himself a Christian nationalist for quite some time. He's written, books on end about policy his whole entire career. They're obviously the electabros. They're going to be saying, oh, he's low IQ, this, that, and the other thing. But it's like, I mean, you need to strike a balance. You need fighters. You also need people that get it on politics. Or on policy, I guess you would say, and understand how to run a campaign and win an election, because it's true. And, you'll see people that say, oh, these, grassroots candidates, they don't know how to run, they don't know how to win a general election campaign. And it's like there have been countless examples of neocons and establishment Democrats as well on the left that don't know how to run a general election campaign. Either they, don't get off their rear-ender campaign, or they're just, people that are prone to scandal, will trip themselves up in the process, and just don't have that appeal or personality to appeal to voters, because it's not always just about policy. It's also about personality.
Real. All right, we'll pivot here a little bit. Noah, for $10, he says, thank you very much for the 10, by the way. He says, any chance Kevin McCarthy isn't the House Speaker? He wants a slim majority as an excuse for doing nothing, especially on big tech. A big America First wave will actually force him to do something. What do you think, Rep?
Well, I think it just depends which candidates are really winning. You have a lot of candidates that have pledged on the Senate side not to support McConnell for the Senate Majority Leader. Hopefully we can find a coalition of people to not support McCarthy for the House Speaker. I don't know exactly who's going to run against McCarthy. A lot of people have mentioned it could be Andy Biggs, it could be Jim Jordan. Personally, I'd be fine with, either one of them. I don't think that Jim Jordan's necessarily perfect on all the issues, especially big tech, but I think he'd be a much, better step in the right direction than Kevin McCarthy. But we definitely need to get the ball rolling on getting new leadership in the GOP, both in the House and the Senate. And we need people that are not going to hold back an America First agenda and will at least fall in line with it. Obviously, you're not going to have MTG as speaker. It's probably not going to happen. Would I like for it to happen? Yeah, probably, but it's probably, not going to be viable. But we need somebody viable that will fall in line enough to get enough things done under Trump when he, reassumes power. So we got to do that and go from there.
Yeah, I'm honestly a little bit black-pilled on getting McCarthy out, because even you look at the counter movement to oust McCarthy. And now who knows if it's actually going to happen like this. Maybe someone like Andy Biggs makes a serious run. But sort of the contrarian take against McCarthy has basically just been Donald Trump for speaker, which we just know is not going to happen. We know that's never going to garner the majority of the Republican votes on the House floor. And to me, it just basically seems like a cope in a way. It's you don't want a serious, McCarthy doesn't take that challenge seriously. He knows that's not going to happen, but it's kind of a way out for some of these candidates to say they're against McCarthy, but also not really pose a serious threat to McCarthy. You know what I mean? Because a serious threat would be you get a good congressman Andy Biggs or someone to actually go against them, because we know they're not going to make Donald Trump the House Speaker or whatever. I don't know what you think of that.
Yeah, I don't think Trump would even want to do it. I feel like he'd see it as a step down. Would it be interesting to see him on the House floor, basically I don't know, doing a little bit of trolling? Yeah, I mean, it's possible that it could be something that's entertaining, but I don't think Trump would entertain that thought to actually do that. I feel like he's going to be somebody that wants to get on that campaign trail as soon as he possibly can after the midterms, start going to, the swing states. And it's beneficial for Trump is that he could start campaigning for the general election now. He's not really going to have to go through he's probably not going to have to go through a serious primary challenge. He's going to be somebody that could just go to the states necessary. There's more, electoral information now about where to go than there's ever been. So hopefully he could get the ball rolling on that, and he can put pressure on the GOP establishment while he's doing so, and kind of reposition himself as a figure that is against the establishment, not just of the Democrat Party, but also the Republican Party as well.
Righteously Rob says, Trump is running for re-election 2024. Therefore, Speaker Trump will never be a thing. Trump is going to win big. So true. 100%. Okay, American Prediction says, who is better, Pat Buchanan, Donald Trump, or Tucker Carlson?
I mean, Donald Trump is the only one of those three that actually held power. I think that Buchanan is a very, good intellectual, the best author of the three by far. Tucker Carlson is somebody that's, I guess you would say, is still useful, is putting dissident ideas into the mainstream, and is doing what he can do on Fox News to shift the Overton window on some issues, in particular immigration. So, I mean, all three of them are great, but I think Trump is the best figure because he's been the most consequential. But, if Tucker ever became president and did more, maybe I would change my mind on that, or in an alternative reality where Buchanan became president, for all we know, he would be regarded as in a higher light. But other than that, I think that Trump, I'd have to go with him.
Well, I think it's really people always try to make a competition out of everything ever, but truly, it's imagine it. I don't want to say a fortress, because I don't want to say we're playing defense. So imagine it like an invasion, I guess you could say. We're invading a beach. It's World War II or something. Okay, figuratively speaking. Okay, so you need your bombers, you need your warships, you need your infantry, and you need your, paratroopers or whatever. That's how we should have approached political movement too. Everyone is always like, well, why doesn't this person run for president or this person run for office or this person do this or that? And it's like, well, if you want to build a long-term political movement, it's not just about electing a guy or whatever. And I think that's really what the movement around Trump has to focus on now, while we try to get Trump in office again, is we got to build infrastructure, right? One of the big problems why Trump had, so many neocons in his administration is because there's not really a lot of people just sitting around in DC who share our ideas that we're just ready to take those jobs. When you just feel an administration naturally with all these staffers and these people from these nonprofits and institutes or whatever, it comes from where? It comes from DC, and we just don't have a foothold on that. And so truly, we need to start looking at it like this, where it's not a competition between every single person. Everyone has to man their post. Truly, everyone has to man their post. That's how we ought to view politics, really.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. And, building counter institutions while simultaneously infiltrating current institutions, that's what's got to be done. But it's very difficult for people to do so. There's a lot of, there's a lot of big money in DC, and, there's a lot of people that just can easily be bought or just fall in line with the current status quo. And you got to make sure, if you're doing that, you got to navigate it very carefully. You can't, fall victim to what they may try to tempt you with, because the power really runs deep. That is the deep state, make no mistake.
Real. So true. Let's see if we have any questions here. Thoughts on Mr. Sveve's idea of DeSantis running for Senate? I don't know. I mean, I guess after his governorship, whatever, he could do it for 2 years.
I saw the video. I think DeSantis is going to run for president in 2028. I feel like that idea is, regardless of where you stand on the Trump or DeSantis question, or if you want DeSantis as president at all, I think that it's arguably a foregone conclusion. The guy's building up his, war chest. But I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to the idea if he, decides to primary Rubio after his term. I mean, I really feel as if he could easily do it. But again, that's kind of my problem with Ron DeSantis being that, next figurehead, is I don't think that he would have the guts to actually go out there and primary Rubio. Maybe Rubio would step down and he would run for Senate. Maybe that's a possibility. I feel like DeSantis would fall in line. I feel like he'd be a party line vote at a minimum, be a good senator, much better than Rubio and Rick Scott, honestly. But I just feel as if he wouldn't primary Rubio, because I don't feel like he's that anti-establishment, which is kind of the problem that I have with the guy.
Yeah. So let's actually transition to that, because that's the other topic I want to talk about. I know you did a 43-minute video this week talking about this question, and we talk about it a lot on this channel too, obviously. But basically give the rundown for, I guess I'll say give the rundown to the reasonable DeSantis people, because there's a lot of people who are legitimately just neocons who, want DeSantis, like you say all the time, like as a pivot vehicle to take Trump out. But I think there's also a lot of people who are just ordinary conservatives who just don't really get it on this question. So I don't know, make the pitch to them, I guess,
Well, I feel as if there's been, a lot of talk. It's mainly this, Amber Alert. Okay.
No, 714.
Yeah, they're very interesting. But as we know, it's like you have a lot of people that will be very, I guess you would say, just out of touch with the inner workings of Washington, or the real reasons to why Trump was so uniquely special. And they see, Trump is old. He didn't put out the riots to the best of his potential ability. In terms of COVID, people will say, he locked down the country, even though DeSantis also, locked down his state early on. But I think there's well-intentioned people out there who are, I guess you would say America first, but they just don't understand that, DeSantis is not going to be a, one-to-one replacement for Trump, or a better Trump, or just a younger Trump. I mean, if Trump now isn't exactly Trump from 2016, what makes you think that DeSantis is going to be better than that, especially when, you're talking about this guy who's been in politics his whole entire life. He's blowing the way the wind does on some policy. He's using power. But does that necessarily mean that he's going to assume the, national executive role and act in the same exact way as he's acting in Florida. Not entirely the case, especially because there's a lot of red tape. There's a lot of rhinos in Washington, even more so than there are in the Florida state legislature. And even the bills that he's passed in the Florida that have, come through the Florida state legislature, they're not exactly as good as, some people may make them out to be, especially the big tech bill and the E-Verify bill. So it's just very important to take that into consideration, that state politics and national politics are two different ball games. And just because he is a good governor does not necessarily mean that he's going to be a good president. And since all of the bad people out there are shilling for DeSantis 2024 and shilling for Trump to take a step down, kind of tells you that they have ulterior motives for a DeSantis administration. And even, though Trump's administration was compromised to an extent, you had Kushner, you had Bolton, you had all these other weak advisors. That is true. That does not mean that those same people would still prefer to work for Trump compared to DeSantis. In fact, many of them would not, because Trump is not exactly controllable as much as a career politician would be controllable, and that is so true. So I'd encourage people to watch the video.
Yeah.
Obviously not tonight, because you got to watch this stream until it ends. But it's like 44 minutes long, very good video, and you guys should check it out. If you haven't already, I'm sure most people have, but...
Here's the thing, too, though, is like when you look at the people around DeSantis 2024, right, you look at the people who are trying to egg him on to run, it is as establishment as can get. I mean, Jeb Bush is doing like a fundraiser for his re-election campaign in Coral Gables. I don't know if that's happened yet or that's happening soon. He's doing this event with like Dave Rubin down in South Florida or whatever. And it's like, are we really to believe? Do I necessarily think DeSantis is like Jeb Bush? Not really, but he's kind of accepting the help, right? He just understands, okay, your sources of money, power, whatever. But are we really to think that these people hypothetically would prop him up, get him elected, etc., and then when he becomes president, he's just going to totally buck the influence of these people? He's just going to totally like leave them out to dry or whatever, and be like, nope, actually now I'm going to be this epic America First warrior. Like, no, we understand how politics works. It's not even always necessarily a bad thing, but it is a part of politics that, yeah, like you help out the people who help you, right? The people who got behind him originally are going to be the first people to get powers of influence and kind of get with their way, et cetera, et cetera. And even when you look at Ron DeSantis as governor down in Florida, my biggest complaint of him would be, we have a terrible state house here and a state senate even. Like Chris Sprouse is like a horrible, complete rhino. But DeSantis, he tries to get what he wants to get done, but he also really doesn't push back on them enough. Like every single bill he's wanted has been watered down by the state legislature specifically, and he just stands there and basically lets it happen. Am I supposed to believe, though, that this is the guy who, like I said, Jeb Bush and Bill Kristol and all these people, all these bad people in the party are getting behind him because they want Trump out, right? They're kind of using him in that sense. Am I to believe that he's going to just get rid of and kick out the influence of these people? I really can't say I believe that, because I've seen how the way he operates here. He gets along with people, right? He doesn't really try to start big problems. And when you look at who's around him right now, and if he's not going to push those people out, I think that's bad news, at least in 2024,
Yeah, I want somebody that's just going to take a wrecking ball to the establishment, even if it means that they get a little bit less done, legislative-wise, because I feel like that's what's most important right now, especially at the federal level. I really feel as if the whole, inner circle argument, that's a very good argument that, I didn't exactly make in my video, but I kind of, hinted at it. His only endorsement this year for 2022 that was notable was Adam Laxalt, who I have nothing against. He's going to be a good senator, but he was also friends with DeSantis when DeSantis was in the military. It kind of shows that, if he's only going to make an endorsement now, it's going to be for somebody that's helped him along the way, somebody that is a friend of his. And if his circle is going to be easily infiltrated by a lot of these people that we see, the early backers, as you mentioned, Jeb Bush, Dave Rubin, Elon Musk is another one. He's very socially liberal on a lot of issues. So it kind of shows that as, a political figure, he's not exactly going to be this, America First conservative warrior, obviously. So you're just looking at all the the people around him, the people that support him, it's just more never Trump energy and people that are opportunists and will seek to, I guess you would say, water down his administration than people that genuinely believe that he's going to be like better than Trump or more effective. I mean, you have those people too. I mean, to an extent, I guess one could say like maybe somebody like Matt Walsh could fit that bill. But even so, like that's even pushing it. And it's like and there was a Barris poll, Richard Barris, great pollster. He conducted a poll recently and it showed that the majority of people who prefer DeSantis are never Trumpers. There are some people who prefer DeSantis that are the America First base, just like there are some people in the establishment that prefer Trump. But the margins there are just so low. They're almost statistically insignificant. And Trump is still the guy. Either way, it's like an argument that doesn't really need to be talked about fully, in my opinion, because Trump is going to run and DeSantis won't. But it kind of foreshadows the future war of the GOP for decades to come, especially the 2028 primaries, where you're going to have probably some more establishment people running and some more America First people. And it's going to be interesting to see where the people exactly fall.
Yeah, and I mean, my hope is basically that, maybe we can get someone even like superior to DeSantis by 2028. But at least if you compare DeSantis 28 to 24, after like 4 years of Trump, when Trump is hopefully Trump has a very good second term with the right people. And if he's just kind of handing the reins over to DeSantis, hypothetically in 28, you'd probably expect something much better than what you get in 24, where it's like Jeb Bush and all these people around. So yeah, Righteous Rob, thank you for the $7.56. He says, who do you guys think Trump will pick for his VP in 24? And did you guys watch 2000 Meals? I can't read the rest of your super chat for YouTube purposes, Rob, but I appreciate it. I have seen that movie. And who do I think Trump will pick for his VP? I don't know. Red Eagle, what do you think?
Yeah, I saw the movie as well. I did a review on my website for paying members, by the way, RightEaglePolitics.com. But who do I think Trump will pick as his VP? I think that I think that he's going to pick somebody who is not going to be seen as a 2028 frontrunner, but also somebody that is relatively ideologically sound, kind of brings something to the ticket in the way that Mike Pence did, except isn't like as much of an establishmentarian who, begs for brownie points at CNN. I think Kim Reynolds out of Iowa, the governor there, I think she potentially could be a VP choice that a lot of people aren't talking about. I really hope he does not pick Elise Stefanik. A lot of people are mentioning that. I don't know why Trump likes her so much. She's essentially like a centrist, very weak on social issues her whole entire career, and has even caved in her new position in Liz Cheney's former role quite a bit. So, yeah, I hope that doesn't happen. It is possible. A lot of people are saying it. He still has time to think. If Mike Garcia wins re-election in California's 25th, I feel like he could be a great choice. He's been voting like he's from rural Kansas, and he's in like a Biden plus 15 district, probably going to win. Has military experience, brings something to the table, would arguably help Trump in terms of suburban voters, maybe Hispanic voters as well. I don't know. He'll be looking for somebody like that to add to his ticket, so he could do that.
Yeah, I don't know who it's going to be. I have the feeling it's going to be a woman, because he just has, Biden has a woman. Well, actually, we'll see what the ticket in 24 looks like. But I hope most probably of like realistic people, I'm kind of hoping for Mike Garcia. He's like very solid on the issues, like you said. But yeah, he comes from his district is like 20 minutes from where I grew up. You cross the line into Simi Valley, you're in his district. But it's Southern California, it's like suburbanite. It's like the demographic supposedly that we need to like flip back. But he does so by being actually solid on the issues, which I think is great. Harold Savage for $7.14. That's the super chat I hope to see the most tonight.
Very interesting number.
Super chats. He says, could DeSantis or anyone win the GOP nomination in 28 against whoever Trump's VP will be, or will Trump's VP be the presumptive nominee in 28?
Well, I feel like Trump would stay out of a primary, at least until there was like a clear victor or everybody else dropped out. Yeah. I think that in terms of the nomination, like I said, if you have somebody who isn't really that well known but could still add something to the ticket being the VP, I don't think that they necessarily would be a front runner, especially if there are, better options on the table. Like, that's the way I see it. So could somebody that's better than DeSantis win against, Trump's VP or whoever? Yeah, it's very possible. I mean, I don't think that Trump's VP is arguably going to be seen as that front runner the same way that, Pence would have been in 2024 if, Trump got a second term then and there. I feel like that's kind of like him having two VPs will kind of like lessen the whole, like, I guess you would say that the need to say, okay, it's his turn, it's his rightful turn as well. So I think they'd be a contender. I think they'd be up there depending on who they are, but I don't think they would be the instant shoo-in for 2028.
Felice says, I just got to ask, are people wishy-washy about Knowles because of what he said about Youngkin? Because he honestly makes fair point. I saw that video on YouTube, but I didn't actually watch it.
What was the video about Youngkin exactly?
It was titled like Glenn Youngkin shows how to be a conservative in a blue state or something like that, or like how to govern like a conservative in a blue state. And like, I mean, I'm not like anti-Youngkin as governor. I mean, I think I was very critical of like the pride thing. But I think some of the stuff he has done is pretty solid, at least for what it's worth. The main reason really I kind of like go after Youngkin is more so to prove like this is not the guy who should be running on the ticket in 24 or whatever. Because look at all these other issues, look at the stuff like this. But I don't necessarily think he's doing a bad job for Virginia necessarily. Like overall, I do have some criticisms, but
yeah, I mean, Virginia is a Biden plus 10 state. You're not exactly gonna be governing there, especially with the way the state legislature is, to the best of the your potential ability to govern a state like even Florida or Montana or North Dakota. But yeah, I mean, Youngkin has done some cringe things. I've said this before he got elected, even though I wanted him to win. I said he's not going to be a perfect governor. If he gets in there and does what he's supposed to do and doesn't make too much of a scene otherwise, I think it's going to be a, massive net positive. He's pretty much done that. He's done some good things. The pride thing, that's indefensible. He still is anti-gay marriage personally to like, from what I understand, but I don't know exactly why he possibly would have thought it was a good idea to do that. Maybe it was the people around him. I don't exactly know, but like, you can still be governor of Virginia as a Republican, especially you're only a one-term governor there, and not like pander to 2% of the population that still hates you. I mean, of like the 10 people that were invited to that event, like only one of them actually showed up. So that kind of tells you how hated Youngkin even is, like as this, vest wearing nice guy conservative, common sense, common good conservative or whatever to a lot of these people. So
I thought really it spit in the face of the fact that he got elected off of the LGBT issue. Largely that whole scandal in the Loudoun County, school district, it was a big reason he got pushed over the finish line, and he really just hold on. Why don't we just react to the video? We can do that. I forgot. That's a thing.
That's true.
Real.
Great news coming out of Virginia, because the culture of death in Virginia is being dealt a very tough.
Let's hope the Daily Wire doesn't copyright me like Jubilee Media did the other night. That was an L.
Blow by Glenn
I think
Youngkin,
we should be fine,
the
though.
Republican governor of Virginia here. The man I thought was a kind of moderate Republican in Virginia is now pushing for a 15-week abortion ban in what is a very blue Commonwealth.
You've said you've proposed a 15-week ban. Will you ever pursue a full ban on abortion in Virginia?
Well, the reality is that as a pro-life governor in a state like Virginia, where I have a Senate that's controlled by Democrats and a House that's controlled by Republicans, we have to find a way to get things done. And I believe that's what we've been able to do, is get things done at a time where you have to bring people together in order to make progress. As I said, I believe life begins at conception. In Virginia, we've got to work with a Senate and a House. This is what we've been doing.
But will you ever pursue a full ban?
Well, I believe that what my job is to get something done. And I believe we can get a 15-week pain threshold bill done in Virginia for the first time. Think about it. This was a state again that just.
I think that's a pretty good answer, if I'm being honest.
I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
I
know.
mean, 15 week, like that is a step in the right direction. It possibly could get done. I mean, even in Virginia, like if you have like, I guess you would say in terms of what the general population believes, I think you could even get like a 7 week, 8 week ban done and have it still, be relatively popular. Like heartbeat bills in polls typically do very well. Even in those same polls, it's, mid 50s or whatever nationwide. He could probably get one of those done. It's going to be hard to get it done, though, with the current, makeup of the state Senate, the state legislature. But I mean, in terms of the abortion issue, that's not really where my critique of Glenn Youngkin has really ever been.
Yeah.
So we'll see what he has to say about other stuff.
Yeah. I mean, that's the same standard we have, like, I think right now in Florida. And, it's like the epic Chad DeSantis won't push for a blanket ban. But so Glenn Youngkin deserves credit for being the same level on abortion in Virginia than DeSantis
18 months ago was talking about enabling abortion all the way up through and including birth. And now we're able to talk about a 15-week pain threshold bill where a baby feels pain. This is a remarkable moment for us, and it's an opportunity I'm not going to let go.
Great answer from Glenn Youngkin here. He's not willing to take the bait and give the Democrats some big scare quote. People are going to point to this. The Democrats are going to point to this and say, see, he's not a moderate. Glenn Youngkin's not a moderate. He's a far right-wing radical Republican. No, he is a moderate. He is still a moderate. What's so amazing about this is that the center has moved. The center has moved to the right. The moderate position on this issue has moved.
This is true. That's a good take.
Of Roe v. Wade. This is where we always talk about.
Knowles understands how culture and policy interact, like the true way it interacts, and that's one of my favorite aspects because he talks about this a lot. But
politics is downstream of culture. Well, this is a great example of culture being downstream of politics.
So true.
This is a great example of the law being a teacher and shaping the culture and shaping the democratic dialogue as well. Back when Roe v. Wade was in place, this 15-week abortion ban would have been a radical, far-right abortion ban. This would have been like the Mississippi law that brought Dobbs to the Supreme Court in the first place. After the overruling of Roe v. Wade, now the scope of the debate has broadened so much. Rather than just trying to debate, okay, can we ban abortion at 20 weeks or 18 weeks or 15 weeks? Now, look, there is no constitutional right to an abortion. So now the question is, do you want to ban abortion entirely or do you want to allow abortion entirely? And Glenn Youngkin has staked out the moderate position of a 15-week abortion ban that just 2 months ago would have been a radical far-right position. This is great news. This is
so true too. With the logic that politics is downstream of culture, you mean to tell me that we would have to stop and convince 51% of the population to do anything before we did anything about abortion, right? Whereas the court basically just overturns this, and then look what that already does to the Overton window. And now because some red states are now implementing total blanket bans on abortion. Now, because that's in the realm of possibility, like Knowles brings up, now it's like the moderate in the middle stance or whatever for what used to be considered radically far right. And this is so true. Michael Knowles understands how power works. I've always liked that about him.
Yeah, I mean, it is true, and obviously it's not enough, but at the end of the day, if the Overton window is shifting, having, moderate Republicans, or at least that are considered moderate within the right wing, which would have been considered, moderate 30 years ago, having more of them in blue states, I would see is a net positive, especially for just changing the culture as a whole. And as you said earlier about abortion, like changing the culture and stigmatizing something, if you make it illegal, especially like a full ban, but even to a certain extent, making it illegal, pushing the Overton window in that direction, as, getting rid of Roe v. Wade is done, you are going to see society as a result change based off of politics. A lot of the time conservatives have said that politics is downstream of culture. Should be the other way around as well. Culture is downstream of politics, because if you are able to use the state, and it's a very scary thing for a lot of conservatives, self-described conservatives to talk about, but if you are able to use the power that you have in the state to actually make cultural and political change, you are going to change the culture as a result. This is very true.
Lionos says, I wish the boomers watching Knowles would actually listen to him. And this is so true. I don't watch him a lot, but every time I watch him and I'm like, that's a very good take. I agree. And this is like literally the same thing I say. You'll scroll down in the comments and there's just like a bunch of people who just like, they support him and they agree, but they don't really understand what he's saying. And they just say something like totally unrelated. I'm like, oh. Anyways, White Kanye says Trump outperforming Laxalt by 6, but uneluctable. Is that true?
Well, I mean, there are some polls that I saw out of Nevada for 2022 and 2024, and they have like Republicans this cycle down 3, but 2024 they're up 3. I just think they're bad polls. I think that if anything, Trump would be up by a lot more, but Nevada polls always tend to be wonky. They don't really tend to be super consistent. I'm pretty confident that we're going to see this cycle Laxalt and Lombardo end up winning, and I think that in 2024 Trump's going to take the state as well. So, I mean, that's kind of the way I see it, and a lot of people, I believe, if they're being honest with themselves, see it that way.
All right.
Largely thanks to the pro-life movement in Mississippi, certainly, all around the country. This is thanks to those conservative justices. This is thanks to Donald Trump and other Republican presidents who got those justices on the court. And this is thanks to the courage and prudence of Glenn Youngkin. Had Dobbs not come down as it had Roe not been overruled, Glenn Youngkin would not be able to push for a 15-week abortion ban. Now he has that ability. I bet Glenn Youngkin probably would pass a total ban on abortion if he could. That's not where the Commonwealth is. That's not going to work. But now the center has moved, so we can do it. So let's keep pushing, guys. Let's keep moving that center further and further and further.
So true.
Moderation
Let's go.
is a wonderful virtue. We've just got to make sure that the Overton window is such that moderation is in a truly good, moderate, virtuous place, and it's not all the way far out on the left, like the left had shifted that window so far for the past several decades. Right now, go to beamorganics.com. 8%. There are more ways than one to skin a cat. So you can get things done through orders from the governor's mansion. You can get things done through legislation. You can get things done through the courts. And you can get things done just by running the bureaucrats out of power. 300 Virginia government bureaucrats have quit since May. Why have they quit in the last 2 months? They've quit because Glenn Youngkin told them that they had to come back to work. That was it. He didn't pass some draconian new regulation or rule. He just said, okay, guys, you've been sitting at home for 2 years. Now you have to come back to work. And 300 of them quit. Employees from 5 different state agencies resigned after Youngkin's new show up to work policy. And a lot of them cited the telework options and the loss of telework options as their reason for leaving. This is really smart. An important issue that no one is talking about, 0 people are talking about, but it was an important issue in the early days of the Republican Party, and every so often it crops up as an important issue, is civil service reform. That name does.
Yeah, see, I feel like when it comes to our agencies and our bureaucracy and stuff, I know there are people who are like, well, we could like take these agencies and like use them for conservative ends. But it's like, I feel like on one hand, we could just get what we need to get done without them. But then even so, it's like, do we really have time for that? Like, do we have time to like fundamentally change the faces of all these different bureaucracies to all be staffed with like these like Christian nationalists? And then at the same time, I know this is like antithetical to what we said earlier, but it's true. Like you'd have to like, in a way, change like conservative Christian culture to want to work in the government. Like I feel like in many ways, when it comes to our bureaucracy, like, yes, we should literally just drain the swamp by cutting as much of it as we can when we have power, and like, that's just the better timetabled, more making sense approach as compared to trying to like fundamentally change these agencies when we don't really have the time to do that,
Yeah, I really feel as if, I mean, it is kind of like a double-edged sword. Like, what do we do? On one hand, we could actually, cut down on these agencies. And I think a lot of agencies are completely useless. I think we got to get rid of the ATF. Honestly, the FBI we could really do without as well. Not enough people talk about that. But there's a lot of agencies we could just completely get rid of, and it would be a massive, net benefit to conservatism, net benefit to our society. I also feel like there are some agencies that we could still cut back on and still, I guess you would say, replace with actual conservatives, get, good people in these wings of government and then use our power for good. So it really just depends. But either way, you have a lot of these people, a lot of like libertarian types. They'll say, well, all we want is small government, and then the paleocon right, they're big government, they're too authoritarian or whatever. And it's just like, no, I want an effective government that upholds, Christianity, traditional values, etc. That is what we want. And I feel like in the long run, I feel like if we actually have power, like we would probably shrink the size of government by a lot more than the current size of it is right now. I mean, you have all these other weak establishment Republicans that will say limited government, and then half of them will vote for all of Biden's like ridiculous omnibus spending bills. So, and they'll call people like us socialists. So it's like, no, we're going to reduce the size of government, but we're also going to make it more effective in the process. And I think that they kind of do go hand in hand. It just depends on what agencies we get rid of and what agencies we decide to weaponize for our benefit.
Yeah. And I mean, truthfully, most of the bureaucracies we have set up today are largely because of like two presidents, FDR and LBJ, right? That's like where most of that comes from nowadays. And, I don't know. You can almost make the argument that in some ways it was always like meant to be wielded against us, but I don't know.
Doesn't sound very sexy, but what we're talking about is the administrative state, the deep state, the career government workers who get to continue to govern us, whether the elected people come in or they go or they change parties, or no matter what happens to the electeds, the permanent governing bureaucrats remain. And we need to reform that system. Civil service needs reform every so often. It's long past due for reform right now. One way to reform it, make them come back to work. And then they quit their jobs, and then maybe we don't replace them, or maybe we institute some new rules as to how we hire those bureaucrats.
This is like cliche, but it's kind of true. I feel like part of the reason why government jobs are so, like, they attract such left-leaning liberal people is because, like, by nature, you can be basically lazy and dumb and irresponsible and get away with it. Like in the private sector, you screw up, you get in trouble, you get fired. Nope, it's like, no, you can never fire anyone in the government. So you can just sit there and do nothing, basically. And then you get like a pension. In other words, people take care of your money for you. They sit on it. You don't have to worry about your own retirement. You got that covered. And I think there's just something about it that it is generically bound to attract the useless NPC that is basically just a robot for the system. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, that is so true. A lot of the people that work for the government tend to just, get on these government jobs, and, a lot of them tend to be unemployed before then, and then they just, just leech off of the government by doing nothing and just taking the pensions. And the pensions, I think, are the worst part of it at all, because we pay a lot of our tax dollars. They go to these pensions for these government employees. Many of them are unionized. Many of them are, very liberal as well. They're not exactly on our side politically, and it is a massive problem. That's why we do need to cut down on a lot of these agencies, as we've said. But, it is not really the issue that I guess you would say brings a lot of people, out to the polls. But I feel like the whole bigger picture is draining the swamp, getting rid of the deep state as it is right now, just completely gutting it, get rid of the deep state, make sure that whoever is in the government, when, we do cut down the size of government, is going to work in the best interests of the American people and not, going to be able to be bought out by corporations and special interests, etc.
And it's like, if we ever need to rebuild the bureaucracy, we can do that later. But right now, we need to like get all these people out of our way so we can get stuff done. And so it's like, if you ever like, oh, we cut too much on these agencies, well, you can always bring them back, but you bring them back with new people, which is easier to do if you just got rid of the current people,
Yeah, so. Build back better.
Real, so true.
Personnel is policy. The people who are putting your policies into place have a lot of power over how those policies look. So you got to make sure you've got good bureaucrats in charge. You're never going to get rid of the bureaucracy. You can trim it around the edges, you can change the way it looks, but you're not going to get rid of the bureaucracy. It is a libertarian pipe dream. It's not going to happen. So you've got to make the bureaucracy work for you. This is a very, very big country. I'm not just talking about Virginia here. We're talking about a country of 330 million people. There is going to be a bureaucracy. So how are we going to make that bureaucracy work for us? We can reform the way people are hired. We can reform the kind of power that they have. We can reform the way that they can make rules in the agencies. But we've got to do that because that is where so much of the government actually happens. It's not usually just the bill up on Capitol Hill and I'm gonna something. It's not that. It's not Schoolhouse Rock, okay? It's not even just the judges. The judges have a lot of power, but most of the power is in that bureaucracy. So we've got to take some lessons from Glenn Youngkin, okay? Glenn Youngkin, who won on social issues, by the way. Don't forget that. Everyone's looking at Glenn Youngkin, the moderate. He's the moderate Republican who's just talking about taxes. No, when he was just talking about taxes, he was going to lose his race to Terry McAuliffe, the Democrat. He won when he started talking about critical race theory in schools. He won when he started talking about transgenderism in schools and the Loudoun County rape story that actually the Daily Wire broke, not to toot our own horn, but that was a major issue for flipping that race and handing Virginia to a Republican governor. It was the social issues. That's where people want moderation. We don't really care that much about marginal tax rates. I like low taxes, but people don't wake up in the middle of the night sweating because of tax rates. Right now, if you tell me, Michael, the Democrats might raise your taxes, and also they're going to pump your kids full of cross-sex hormones and chop off his genitals. So we're going to focus on the tax issue, right? I'd say, are you out of your mind? I don't give a damn about the taxes compared to them transing my kid. That's what Republicans have to run on. That's where the real moderation is.
I mean, I thought that was a pretty well-done video. I don't know what you think. I mean,
like I said, there are legitimate criticisms of Glenn Youngkin, and throughout his tenure, he's not exactly this, top 3 governor in the entire country. But at the same time, he's done some good things. And I think that in terms of the fact that he was able to win in such a blue state on social issues alone, in part, mainly social issues, it kind of shows that, shying away from them when you are running and just putting up people that will shill for the, Club for Growth and the World Economic Forum, that's not going to, inspire turnout. That's not going to win you elections anywhere. And if those people do win, it's just because the opposition was just hated more. We need people that actually put up a fight. We need people that actually talk about the issues that matter, whether it's immigration, whether it's, ending indoctrination in schools, transgenderism, whatever. We need people that take a stand for something other than the just traditional GOP economic orthodoxy, and are willing to just step up and inspire turnout and win the culture war and have people that fight it. And that's the strategy. That's how we win these midterms and just any election in the future.
I think what I like about the way Michael Knowles approaches a lot of things is he kind of understands his audience. And what he kind of does is he'll take something that, generally kind of like just ordinary middle of the road, right-leaning people think is good, like, oh, Glenn Youngkin doing this or that, but then he explains why actually it kind of vindicates our side and our ideology, right? He takes this and then he's like, well, this actually is proof that culture is downstream of politics and not the other way around. And actually, Glenn Youngkin won on the social issues, and it wasn't really about the tax rates or whatever. I like the way he does that. I notice he does that a lot in his content. So Vince Dowd at 714 sends $2. He says, I am back. He has returned. He has returned to big numbers, guys. Big numbers.
Returned on the day.
Real. Let's see what else we got going on in chat here. Well, we'll have Reddy go on for like 10, 15 more minutes, and then we'll let him go, and we'll go back to the solo writing. By the way, I think the way Knowles did his book with that was genius too, because his book is well written. It really understands the relationship basically between policy and culture, and why the whole concept of a value neutral public square is ridiculous, and conservatives need to basically, the book basically is an argument for why, yes, cancel culture is bad, but it's bad because it's not conservative, and here's why we need to enforce moral standards. Like, that's the central premise of the book. But you read the book and you look at the book, and it's something that just seems like a totally like generic conservative book, like Speechless, how the left is controlling minds and censoring speech. But then you open the book and read it, so it like draws in that audience. But then you read the book itself, and it's actually like a big dissertation on why conservatives need to assert dominance and use power. Like, I think he's actually brilliant in that regard. He admitted it. No, I was reading the chat. I was reading the super chat. Okay. Real. Vince constantly eyeing his OBS audio levels. I don't use OBS. I'm looking at the screen. I'm looking at the screen. So anyways, any last questions for Rap guys before we let him go? Let's see.
But I think that Knowles is typical, like, is typically better than like a lot of people. Just your average, caricature of like a Daily Wire. Like Knowles and Walsh, they tend to, I wouldn't say they're perfect. I would say that they tend to at least get it, or are starting to get it more and more as the years go by, I will say. And I think that that's good, and it shows that we're winning. It shows the Overton window in the conservative establishment is shifting to a certain extent with a lot of people, not just at the Daily Wire. And the question could easily be, are these people like grifting or not or whatever? But I really feel as if I don't really exactly care if they are or not. I feel like I do care to a certain extent. I don't always trust everyone that's adjacent to the GOP establishment, but if they're pushing the right ideas forward and they are shifting the Overton window, I think that's a massive net positive, especially from what we've seen from just a wide variety of people over the past few years. So we got to keep pushing, got to keep moving that Overton window, keep everyone in check so we can actually win for once, because we haven't won in a very long time. So
yeah. I think Walsh has definitely evolved a lot. Knowles has always been kind of like something of a tradcath sort of on a lot of issues. But I remember John Doyle, I remember him saying once that like he's actually had this conversation with Michael. I was at like SAS or something. He actually asked him about the book. He's like, is the reason you title the book and make it look like that to like make it look like something very generically like middle of the road, speechless, how the left is censoring us? And Michael actually was like, yes, that's exactly why I made it like that. And like it really, like, that was the point. So I don't know. I do think he's on our side. I think he really gets it. He understands the game he's playing. He's in it for the long game. He
gets it, I would say.
Yeah,
I think in terms of using power for the benefit of conservatism and not just like adhering to this, small government, just autism that a lot of people will, adhere to. He definitely is somebody that has always gotten it, to my knowledge, at least, on that. I mean, immigration, he's evolved on to some extent over the past few years. He's said comments in the past that have been a little wishy-washy, tends to be getting it on that more and more as the years go by. So we do love to see that.
The server says Rep's thought on 714, 711, and 617. I think he means something else in the last one, but anyways.
Yeah, well, 714, that's today. Very big day, 1 year anniversary. 714 will go down in the history books when we take power. We'll make it a national holiday. 711, very different day. Very hilarious developments that may or may not have taken place on that day. Also regarding Vince Dow. 617, I don't know what that is. I assume that's another date that took place about 10 days after that. But if you know, you know. I think most people know, but we don't say it. But most people deep down, they know what it means.
Real. Ready to go politics. Who's the best person at Daily Wire? I mean, no, it's your question.
I would probably say Knowles at this point, honestly. And Knowles, Walsh. I think Walsh has some, cringe takes from time to time, especially on the whole Trump type of thing. But I would say maybe Knowles, unless I'm missing somebody. I'm sure there's a lot of other people that are just like not talked about a whole lot. But I would probably say, if I had to say, I would probably say Knowles.
Yeah, I think it's Knowles by far. It's on the Nixon merch. Oh, you know what? That's something connected to Watergate. I forgot which one it is. I think it's the day of Watergate. I'm not actually sure. It's either the day or it's the day no, yeah, 6/7. Yeah, it's the day of Watergate. That's what it is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I've never heard it, visualized in that type of a context. So, yeah.
But yeah, no, when you think about it, when you look at what happened in 1960, I mean, I would almost make the argument Nixon kind of was he was just trying to play it safe, you know what I mean? But anyways, let's see what else we got in chat. Don't forget Vince 714 Eve, where Vince killed everyone. Actually, this is true. We played Oregon Trail with the gang. We put like as like the party, and everyone died except me. I basically I murdered everyone on the trail.
Yeah, I remember playing it, and I think it was 7th grade we had to play that game. Very, very fun from what I remember, but yeah.
Real. Let's see what else we got. Mike Lindell 2028.
I mean, that'd be interesting.
Ready to go. What is your take on the Herschel Walker versus Warnock race?
I think Walker's going to win. I just feel as if him just being a legend, that's going to like kind of, I guess you would say, drown out any scandal that may be in the race. And every single like thing that they could throw at Walker, whether it's like the domestic abuse, accusations or whatever, it also applies to Warnock. So
yeah.
Like, I think people that worry about it are making a big deal about nothing. I feel like it's going to be close because Georgia's not what it used to be, but I mean, it's still probably going to be a, Walker victory.
I remember Rufus going on this whole thing about how like, Herschel Walker was like unelectable or something like that. And I was like, what are you talking about? And I pointed out like, dude, he's a legend in the state. And where Rufus is from?
He's from California. I'm
well,
pretty
there you
sure.
go. The easy explanation, right? I was like, I don't think he understands just how legendary Herschel Walker is in the state of Georgia. And especially when you consider the fact that like Georgia really over the past few decades has not really had any like big time, sports figures to really, you would say, except really Herschel Walker. I mean, now they're doing better in sports and whatnot, but like, the dude is a legend there. He's like, he's a folk hero, basically, way more than Carrie Lake or any of these other people. And Rufus does not understand this because he's from California. I'm from California too, but I grew up in the college football culture. I now basically live regionally in the SEC. So I know, you see it firsthand. This is true. It'd be like if Tim Tebow actually it wouldn't be like that because Florida's divided in terms of sports teams. Georgia Tech is not really it's all UGA in the state of Georgia. Like, this is true. Herschel Walker.
Yeah, I mean, all they had was Calvin Johnson. I mean, he's not like beloved in the state of Georgia, even though they have like Georgia Tech. Yeah, I mean, you look at the fact that, a lot of these people, they don't live there. They don't know exactly what's going on. And I mean, Herschel Walker, they'll be like, oh, he's not like the most well-spoken guy. I mean, he's not, but still, I mean, he could speak to the average voter in Georgia that you need to vote Republican more than enough. And this is an election that's a referendum on the Biden administration. Warnock has voted in line with Biden on, I believe, every single vote. I mean, that's going to be a talking point right there. That's going to be more than enough. I mean, you have to also understand how the guy won in 2020. He got by because who did he face? He faced Kelly Loeffler. Yeah. Kelly Loeffler was one of the most robotic candidates, the worst candidates ever to be fielded. And ironically enough, she was a moderate that, they always say, oh, put up somebody that can appeal to the suburbs. Oh, well, that didn't work out so well. But I mean, mainly Republicans stayed home, and some people will say, oh, it's because they didn't think that their votes counted or whatever. And the real reason why is just because of the fact that, no, it's a little deeper than that. It's just the Republican establishment wouldn't stand up for Trump or them or just anybody in general. And as a result, well, you saw what happened.
Well, let's see if there's a few more questions here. I don't know if there are actually. Okay, thoughts on Rhode Island taking away mask mandates before most red states?
I mean, was that done? That was done last year, right?
I assume so, yeah.
I mean, I don't really know much about why they did that. Like, I actually have no idea. Like, I mean, Rhode Island, it's a very small state, but, you know, there's a lot of people that live. I guess you would say the population density is not, like, super sparse there, so that wouldn't be an example why. I don't know why they did that at all, quite frankly. I just have no idea.
Yeah. Well, I think it's just an example of red states just not being good. Okay. Anyways, that'll wrap it up for the Red Eagle segment. So thank you very much for coming on. We may have you later on if you want to come on. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, if I'm still up for it in, like, I don't know, 3 hours, because you're going to be going for a long time, I'll pop back in. But as of right now, thanks for having me. Red Eagle.
Forgot to say out. I'll say out for him. Out. There we go. There we go. So true. For President of the United States, Knowles or Masters? It's actually a good question. I don't know. I feel like Knowles is better spoken. I'd almost argue he's probably a little better ideologically. But do I see him running for president? I don't, honestly, I don't know. I might go for Knowles. I might pull for Knowles slightly, though. I mean, I'd take both of them. I think I'd slightly pull for Knowles by a little bit. He said out as he pushed the button. Real many such cases. We're going for 7 hours, 14 minutes. Yes, we are. Nobody is ready for this. Truly, nobody is ready for this. Okay. Well, let's see let me actually check what else we had next on the docket here, because we'll have to see. All right. Actually, I'll let the fans decide what we do next. Okay. Because we're all going to do this eventually, but it depends on the order. So number one, we could take the RightValues Test, which I was going to take. That's like a political ideology test. It's the only, frankly, like decently good one I think I've ever found as of late. So there's that. We can react to the Libertarian Party undergoing a rebrand right now. Actually, should I just put a poll? Can I put polls in this thing? I can't put polls in this thing. Okay, I'm just going to go off what people say. I'm going to judge by eye because that's the way to do this. Okay, so we can react to the Libertarian Party's recent rebrand. Okay, they're now under control by the Mises Caucus, and they're actually better, but they honestly still kind of suck, and they still are sort of like a Reddit tier party. In fact, arguably a more Reddit tier party. So there's that. Or, yeah. Well, right now, let's decide between those two. Let's decide between those two. People are shilling for RightValues. He says, we will play Oregon Trail. Okay, it's called delayed gratification. You trust the plan. Okay, most people are saying RightValues. Okay, so we'll do that then. We'll do that then. The RightValues Test. Real. Let's go. All right. Let me zoom in, actually. So this is, I think, part of the reason why this is actually like a good test is because, it is, I think it's easier to make a political test, frankly, when you tailor make it to a certain side, right? So if you're on the right, it's a little easier than just making a general test. And honestly, I just feel like the questions are better worded in most cases. I mean, there's a few that are vague. I feel like you can get that in every test. But for the most part, it is pretty good. So, yeah. All right, 69 questions. Question number 1, homosexuality is against my personal values. Question number 2, crackdown on pornography is beneficial to society. Strongly agree. Question number 3, the usage of marijuana is immoral and should be criminalized. I strongly agree with this. And honestly, as in like my conservative arc, I was actually never pro weed. I really always have had this stupid stance of like, I would never smoke weed, which I honestly never have planned to, and I never will. I've always like been anti-weed personally, but I was like, well, the criminalization of it, whatever. I don't know if it's really pragmatic. No, marijuana is immoral and it should be criminalized. So true. Because quite frankly, I don't know everything about the drug. Okay. I don't know the every scientific aspect behind it. All I know is all the libtards use it. Okay. That's all I know. All I know is that marijuana literally is the cultural symbol of liberalism dating back to the 1960s. We remember that fact. And I will never forget when Cameron Higbee of the old Republican Hype House was debating me once on stream on this issue. And he literally said, bro, don't you know that Richard Nixon literally only went after marijuana to go after the anti-war left? And I was like, based Nixon, epic Nixon. This is exactly what we need to be doing. And so this is so true. because of the fact that marijuana is a symbol of liberalism, and it's really an inherently liberal drug when you think about it. Look what it does to people. It literally turns people into like useless, degenerate, brainless, robotic hippies. So true. Strongly agree. We should criminalize marijuana. We should criminalize marijuana because it is culturally against us. Is that what's wrong with saying that? I think we should normalize the concept actually of saying that, because honestly, you can make the counter argument that they do that to the right wing people with cigarettes, with like tobacco. Okay, we can get into that another way, another time. But this is true. I disagree with most of the values that progressivism advocates. Strongly agree. Abortion is murder and should be criminalized in most or all cases. Strongly agree. Obviously, gender is a social construct. Shake head. It's I support third/fourth wave feminism. Strongly disagree. I support criminal justice reform in my country. So I'm gonna put I'll say disagree. Like, I do think some aspects of the justice reform need to be fixed, but the term criminal justice reform is always used to describe liberal policy. And it's like, for me, it's more so that I think we should be tougher on certain crimes, you know what I mean? Which would technically be reform because you're changing it, but it's really not, because, criminal justice reform, like, we know the connotation there, so I'm putting disagree. The freer markets, the freer the people. I generally would say slightly agree, but not always. But I'll probably answer that I'm mostly like neutral on this question, right? It's true in especially like a local sense, and it's true in a lot of senses. But when it comes to issues like free trade, corporatism, et cetera, obviously we know that there's a reason why I think it really ought to be something that's fairly middle, right? So I put neutral on that because I think that's about the right answer, more or less. Economic regulation causes economic stagnation and the overall reduction of productivity. I generally agree with that. Yeah. Insurance should be used voluntarily by individuals rather than welfare. I'm honestly a little confused what this question is really exactly saying. I'm just going to say neutral. I feel like I rather am neutral on that question. The gain of companies within the market directly correlate to the gain of the individual. A lot of the times, but not always, right? Obviously, if the economy is doing better, it's doing better. But like, I'm going to say disagree, because there are strong cases where that's just not true. Okay. It is better for individuals, and ultimately, I should really say it's better for the nation. It's better for families. For instance, if moms, are at home, right? They're at home to raise their kids. That's not what's best for corporate America. That's why corporate America wants you to freeze your eggs, not have kids. It's best for moms for women to keep their babies. Corporate America would rather you kill those babies. Why? Because it's more productive for the market. And I know a lot of people, I don't know how many viewers of this channel will say that, but generally you have conservatives who say, Vince, you crazy socialist, don't you know what's good for the markets is always good for the people? And it's like, that's just not true. What's good for the markets is globalism. Like, globalism is good for the markets because you can specialize the market as much as possible. You bring down price as much as possible, but you're really going to look me in the eye and say, you drive through, I don't know, Canton, Ohio, and look at that and say, well, actually, this is also what's best for the people. No, there's a aspect to our existence that goes far beyond GDP and markets, etc. And this is so true. So anyways, government is a bigger cause of economic inequality than capitalism is. I guess I slightly agree with that. I don't even know. Economic regulation is necessary for a fair and equal society. Yeah, strongly agree in some aspects. I prefer a planned economy over a market economy. Yeah, strongly disagree. I'm not for a planned economy. Okay, I'm not a socialist tard. I'm not a Marx tard. I literally just believe in, fairly what I would say paternalistic common sense economics. That's how I view things. It is necessary for government to intervene in the economy to protect its consumers. Strongly agree. We need to have more welfare. I strongly disagree with that. I think the welfare state in general, the way it currently operates, we don't need more of that. The minimum wage should be increased. No, I'm not really the biggest believer in that. I think that it just generally just causes more problems than it fixes. The state should be abolished. Strongly disagree. I would rather have a constitutional monarchy. than an absolute monarchy. You know, I'm fairly neutral on this, if I'm being honest. If we're gonna have a monarchy, it really is a matter of like how good the king is. Because if the king is epic, and I trust for the next few generations that he's gonna pass it down to good people, then yeah, it's probably good to have an absolute monarchy. If the king is kind of a little bit lukewarm, then we probably want a constitutional monarchy. I'm fairly neutral on it. Honestly, if you were to ask me, I don't really have one ideal system of government. I really more so believe that you work within the current society and kind of mold your government and the government you want around the current state of society, really. You know, like I don't have an absolute belief in the republic or a monarchy or Caesar or whatever. It's more so like, well, take this system. What's best? What's best to achieve a society that's worth living in? Like that's honestly the way I see these issues. So I support a constitution that limits the state's power. Kind of agree, I guess. Yeah. It depends though. You know, really, it really depends. I mean, in the context of American society, yeah. So I guess that's kind of why I put agree. I mean, yeah, I'm fine with America having a constitution, you know. Rights are inalienable and natural as the government is not the source of our rights. Strongly agree. The state can best be defined as a monopoly on violence. This is just a cringe, like anarchist take, like, oh, the state is just the tyranny. No. A strong government is required for a safe society. Strongly agree, obviously. I prioritize security over liberty. Well, I don't believe you can have liberty without security, right? If you want to see it as like a hierarchy of needs, you know, I know Thomas Jefferson has a quote about how, whoa, liberty is better than safety or whatever. But the truth of the matter is, and by the way, I'm not a Jeffersonian, okay? I'm way more of a Hamiltonian, a Washingtonian, if you want to say like who's the founding fathers. I kind of revere and look to for wisdom. It's not so much Jefferson. I'm not a big Jefferson fan. Now, I do think some aspects of Jefferson, like I do think some of his ideas were admirable, but overall, I'm really not of the Jefferson faction of the founding fathers, more of a Federalist myself. But regardless, you know, I don't think there really is such a thing. You know, if you want to look at it as like the hierarchy of needs, first you have to be safe, and then you can talk about things like, you know, liberty or whatever. But there's no liberty if you're just getting killed. You know, where's the liberty in that? There is no liberty. So I strongly agree. Because you can't have liberty without security. Like I think it's true. I prefer a unitary state over a federal state. Now this is another thing I'm like neutral on, because it really just depends what works best for that country. But I think America is too big of a country to have a unitary state, right? Like I just think a federal state overall is just more effective for America. It's just too big of a country. You can't just govern it all under one government, right? So I would say I disagree with that. Theoretically, a morally good dictator would bring more good than bad. I strongly agree with this, which again is probably like a take. Some people are like, whoa, what the heck do you mean? But like, because I don't view democracy as virtuous, like inherently. If you want to ask me what I believe, I don't think it's virtuous. And by the way, I don't think the founding fathers thought it was virtuous either for 51% of the population to vote for things that are evil. And then it's like, oh, well, that was morally good because the population voted for it. Like, no, I believe in objective right and wrong that far transcends, and by the way, predates any like moral majority or anything like that. And so if we had, now obviously man is fallible, so like that's part of why I guess, you know, it's a good thing to have something like a constitution, because we're all sinners. I'm a Christian. I don't believe in like perfect men, and so, you know, whatever. But if we're saying theoretically, the question says theoretically a morally good dictator, theoretically a morally good dictator would bring more good than bad. Yeah, I agree with this. If they're doing good things, what's the problem? What's the problem is that the people are not getting representation. Well, that really gets back to my philosophy, which is that, yes, we exist in a republic. We exist in a democratic system. We got to work with it. Like I said, I'm not really an idealist when it comes to one form of government over the other. But with that being said, you know, am I really to say that a democratic society where a bunch of bad stuff happens is preferable because the people are being represented versus a society where one person is just doing a bunch of good stuff? Again, this is hypothetical. Okay, this is hypothetical, but I'd always take the second one every single time. Okay, because like I said, I would argue as a true conservative, I don't believe that equality or representation is virtuous for the purpose of being virtuous, you know? And honestly, I think if you truly understand a hierarchical conservative view of human nature and human existence, you actually would come to the realization that because humans are hierarchical, generally speaking, there actually is kind of a person, or if in a bigger society, a group of people that are better equipped to make decisions than other groups of people. And you would argue is almost be better in a society where the groups of people who are equipped to make the decisions are the ones who are making the decisions. This is part of why the founding fathers did not believe in mass enfranchisement. They did not believe in mass democracy. They did not let everyone just go vote. It wasn't just a birthright at the age you turn 18, right? So, strongly agree. Again, autocratic governments are more efficient than democratic governments. They are certainly more efficient, sure. You know, that's the delay of a democratic government, is that things get done slower. So yeah, I would strongly agree with that. You know, yes, I understand the downside is that they can be efficiently bad. Like I said, I'm really not an idealist when it comes to a system of government. You know, I revere aspects of the republic. I think there are certain ways we'd be better under a monarch or a Caesar. I'm really not like it has to be this way, it has to be that way. And honestly, you know, Edmund Burke talked about this back in the day, like back in his day, right? Of how really conservatives are not really the idealists. We don't have like, you know, we're more of really like the pragmatists that live in the real world, and we leave these like abstract, you know, ideologies and like LARPs over political systems to the radicals. I mean, he said that back in the day. I really agree with that. My nation's ideals are better than most other nations' ideals. I strongly agree when we're doing it correct, obviously, when we're doing it correctly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I disagree with this. You know, I think there are many cases in, especially the history of the American right, where we realize this is not true, right? Neoconservatives come into the tent. They help us elect Reagan, so we think they're our friends. Actually, they were subversive and working against us. You could say this of like the feminist conservative, the LGBT affirming conservative, whatever. You know, the progressive Christians, who I don't even think they really pretend to be our friend, but regardless, right? I think we're largely seeing why that's just not really often the case. Foreign intervention is sometimes necessary. Yeah, it is sometimes necessary because the framing of the question is probably getting me in a certain direction. I'm just going to say neutral, right? I think that's probably the best way to understand the, you know, what I'm trying to say. Foreign officials have no right to dictate policy in another country. I agree with that. I'm a nationalist. I generally believe in, you know, self-determination for the most part when it comes to like, you know, nations. My country's border should be expanded. Strongly disagree. We don't need that. I like things the way the things are good the way they are. They really are. You know, manifest destiny. We got to the Pacific Ocean. We're good. I don't think America needs much else. We should avoid conflict when possible. Strongly agree. I mean, frankly, I think most of the wars since about 1850 in Europe and just the West and America in general just did more harm than good. They just weren't necessary. You should try to, I mean, you don't run from conflict, but you should try not to, you know, get yourself in it. War is destructive. It just brings down civilizations, quite frankly. It brings down very good civilizations. And it's very sad. You look at what happened to the British Empire as a result of the World Wars. I mean, perfect example, I would say. Yes, you should avoid conflict when possible, especially modern conflict. Political unions like the EU generally do more harm than good. Strongly agree, obviously. I support isolationism. Yes. I support non-interventionist foreign policy. Yes. My country spends too much on the military. I guess I slightly agree. It's more so that I think military spending is just bloated and, you know, you have the industrial complex, all that stuff. But I guess I slightly agree with that. Public schools should not advocate for any religious belief. Disagree. I definitely, you got to bring prayer back in schools. This is true. You know, Religion should play a much smaller role in government. Strongly disagree. It needs to play a bigger role in government. In fact, for most of American history, it's played a strong role in government. It's only over the past few decades that it's been forcefully pushed out, and we've been taught, well, it's always been this way, separation of church and state. Shut up, evangelical Christian right? It's like, no, actually. And we should return it to the way it historically has interacted in, American society. Okay, churches should be taxed the same way how most other organizations are taxed. No, they're nonprofits. They're nonprofits. The church and state needs to be separated. No, I disagree. I mean, I think in the sense that, in the original sense that it was meant to be intended, yes, but because we're talking in a modern sense, what most people mean by this, no. All theocracies are tyrannies. Strongly disagree. That's ridiculous. There should be one or more official religions in my country. I tend to lean more towards like yes. Like I understand why I understand why back then the founders didn't want one because there were so many like different Christian denominations. But I really don't think they entirely set it up for like a totally secular country with no affirmation of Christianity. I feel like we almost need one today. We almost need to affirm, we could make it like non-denominational Christianity or something like that. Like we can kind of like create unity on that front. But frankly, we're almost at a state now where because back then it was just understood, and so there's no need to do this. But now that we're at a point where the way America is today. Yeah, I think we almost should affirm that that we are a Christian nation, right? And an official religion doesn't mean that like we're going around forcing people to practice it. That's not what it means to have an official religion. It just means the government recognizes like this is like the religion of our country, right? I think we need that. I really do. My religious values should be spread as much as possible. Strongly agree. That's literally a very central message of Christianity. My nation is inherently a religious nation, not now, but historically. I understand what the question is saying. Strongly agree. Secularism is unhealthy for society, obviously. And if you don't think it is, well, look at the state of society. Okay, look at the state of society. People are literally killing each other. We see the consequences. We see the consequences of America's de-Christianization. This is so true. If I can vote, I would consider if I can vote, so true. I would consider the candidate's religious beliefs when voting. Yeah. Now, I will say it's not everything for me necessarily. It's more so like, what will they do for our religious beliefs collectively, right? But it doesn't matter to me, obviously. Rapid technological advancement causes more harm than good. Yeah, strongly agree. Strongly agree. I think the hyper-technological revolution of society is upending, a lot of the historic order, and not in a good way. It's just displacing people overall. Real. Noah Boyd says, "Make America Baptist again." As I would tend to agree. I would tend to agree. True. Now we love our other Christians and our non-Protestants, but real. Life before the Industrial Revolution was much better. So I think, I'm not really one of those LARPers who like, oh, I'm going to go live in the woods pre-industrial society. But I do like slightly agree with this, not in the material sense. I'm not, the reason I wouldn't put strongly agree is because obviously, yes, we're materially better. Our lifespan is longer. No one is complaining about that aspect of it. But there is something to be said about the way we're just separated from a lot of the kind of down to earth aspects of life that just make it good, So I'm gonna say I do. Now I'm not saying go be a Luddite. I'm just saying there are aspects of this that we have to recognize. The reason why civilization was able to be more conservative and more religious before we just had all this convenience at our fingertips. You know what I mean? So life in modern cities is unfulfilling due to technological advancement. See, that I strongly agree with. I think that's true. If given the choice, I would reject an extension of my lifespan by centuries. Yes, I would absolutely reject that. I just, however long you live is however long you live, but like uploading your brain to AI or something, I think that's like satanic. Like that's just not right. Transhumanism is an absurd idea. Yeah, strongly agree. It's not absurd. I think it's satanic. Like this idea that we're gonna leave our human bodies and upload our existence to AI or something. It's satanic. It really is. It is foolish to expect renewable energy sources to fully replace fossil fuels. Strongly agree that is foolish. We should accelerate our technological progress. Sorry. Strongly disagree. We should slow it, really, if anything, realistically. Promoting, I'm not saying we will, I'm just saying, like, ideally, that's what I'd like to see. Promoting nuclear energy is more effective than implementing environmental regulations. I tend to agree with that. Space colonization as an issue should be considered more seriously. Strongly disagree. God literally gave us Earth for a reason, okay? He gives us dominion over the Earth. It doesn't say, oh, dominion over the galaxy. No, it's over the Earth. This is true. This is real, okay? Earth is ours. Earth is ours. Let's use it. I'm not going to go live on the moon, okay? Currently, people are too paranoid by AI. Strongly disagree. I mean, you're right to be paranoid about it. Even if Terminator doesn't happen, look at all the just jobs it's displacing and the way it's actually making life worse. Like it's, you're hitting with UBI. Like this is why Andrew Yang wants UBI or whatever. I think it's a terrible idea. This idea that we're just going to live reliant on AI all the time. Nobody's going to do anything. Nobody's going to do any work. Nobody's going to turn the gears of society. That's horrible. So strongly disagree. Governments should be as concerned about illegal immigrants as they are about ordinary citizens. Obviously not. That's ridiculous. Most, if not all, societies should be a blend of different cultures. Strongly disagree. You need a common culture, obviously. Immigration should be easier than it is now. No, it should be much, much harder. There shouldn't be an official language in my country. Strongly disagree. English should be the official language. Nativism is discriminatory in nature. I disagree with the framing of that question. In general, I'm gonna answer this off stream. I'm gonna answer this off. What did I answer on these questions? They will never know. They will never know. Strongly agree. They can never strongly agree. Yes. Yes. Okay, now we can show the results. Real. Okay, here are the results, guys. Sorry, YouTube, be a little careful. Okay, so these are the results we get on this test. I have to say they're much better than what I get in a lot of other tests. So let's go through the values first, okay? So we have reactionary versus reformed. I am 97% conservative, so very reactionary in nature. Obviously, I think that's self-explanatory. I'm basically neutral on economic questions, kind of like center on the road when it comes to an economic system, an American system. I would agree with that. I slightly lean toward like a more free market approach than an interventionist approach, but I do think a lot of safeguards are necessary to be to have the market function for a means that serves the nation and its people, and not just like corporations or whatever. Statist over constitution. Yeah, okay. Authority over constitution, I should say. I'm not against working within the bounds of the Constitution, but a lot of times when you ask me my ideal political system, it's like, I'm more like pacifist than universal, particular over universal. True. 97% theocrat. Let's go. I'm a decelerationist. I think progress should happen slower. I mean, every conservative should be a decelerationist, like we're conservative. We want to see change when it happen at a slower rate. This is true. And I'm 100% monoculturalist. Okay, real. And the closest match is absolute monarchism. Absolute monarchism, also called absolutism, is a form of monarchy in which the monarch holds supreme autocratic authority, principally not being restricted by written laws, legislature, or unwritten customs. These are often hereditary monarchies. See, I wouldn't, though, really say I'm a monarchist, like inherently. Like, it's not like I don't really go around thinking, well, we need a monarchy, or we need this, or we need that. But I don't entirely necessarily like hate the framing of this either, because I think like, I think principally speaking, it's not like I LARP every day like America needs a king. But principally speaking, when I consider like my views on government and I consider my views on like ordering a state or whatever, it's like it's not necessarily something I'm opposed to. I think there's a lot of advantages to it or whatever. You know what I mean? You know, like I said, I don't really have a belief in like I don't have a total loyalty to one governmental system, but I guess it's probably controversial in conservative circles, just the idea that like I'm not opposed entirely to monarchy. Like principally speaking, I'm not saying we're going to have an American king. I'm just saying like principally speaking, do I think it's an evil, immoral form of government? No, I don't think so at all. I think you can have monarchies that are very effective and very efficient. You can have bad ones too, obviously, you know, but, and really as a Christian too, it's like, you know, monarchies are arguably, if not endorsed, then just not disavowed by the Bible, right? Like all the biblical governments are monarchies. You know, ancient Israel was a monarchy, obviously, stuff like that. And so it's like, for me to say that absolute, and for you too, by the way, to say that absolute monarchy is inherently immoral is literally to say that like you think you have a higher moral code of ethics than God himself, which I think is ridiculous. You know, I think really my stance on it is I don't think forms of government are virtuous or unvirtuous in themselves. I think it's more so the fruits that those governments produce. So you can have bad monarchies, you can have good monarchies. Hypothetically, you can have good democracies and bad democracies. I care more so about what you're yielding out of that political system, right? So I'm not loyal entirely to monarchy or republicanism or one or the other. It's more so that like, well, here's what I believe society should look like. Here's how we should approach the system. Right. That's the way I see it. So Felice says I'm still Republic pilled. You know, I'm not. I like I said, I respect that opinion. In fact, you know, I think what's most realistic is to return more to a Republican state of existence in America, where you know it's a lot closer to what the founders believed. But if you're could ask me principally, like, what do I view as a conservative? It's like, you know. Anyways, next closest matches we have. Let's see. Right-wing populism at 89%. Right-wing populism is a political ideology which combines right-wing politics and populist rhetoric and themes, anti-elite, anti-intellectual. That's my second most at 89%. That's about right. Technocracy. I'm not really into that, if I'm being honest, but whatever. Theocracy, I feel like that should be higher than technocracy. That's a little weird. Constitutional monarchism, paleoconservatism. Yeah. I mean, I would say like pragmatically, what I really believe in American politics is probably closest to like something like paleoconservatism. In fact, that's what I most principally consider myself, obviously. But I don't think it's a bad test overall. I don't really think it's a bad test overall. I think it's a pretty good test. So yeah, did you see the poll that Michael Knowles put out about Elon versus Trump? I did not. What were the results and what was the framing of that poll? Jackson says democracy is satanic, along with the Enlightenment. This is true. I think republicanism can be decent when done correctly. It's good. It's okay. It turns out quite all right. The founders had something good in mind, but democracy, satanic, true. The Enlightenment literally was a rebellion against Christianity. It literally was a rebellion. You know, and it's funny how starting in the Enlightenment, they referred to the era before it as the Dark Ages. It really wasn't that dark when you look at like, you know, civilization was doing fine. Sure, there was no great empire, but, you know, Europe was not exactly for the whole time in the state of just total pandemonium. What it was that, you know, it was very heavily controlled by, you know, at the time, right, the old Catholic Church in that was kind of in control of most of Europe. And really, primarily why they call the Dark Ages is because it's a psyop against Christianity, because it's a time when like Christianity was seen as like the moral code before all these secular, rational philosophers or whatever. And that's the real reason they call it that. And the Enlightenment fundamentally, yes, was just a rebellion against that stuff. It's a rebellion against God, truly. So I don't know. How close are we to $714? I honestly have no idea. I've not been keeping track. but I know we still have ways to go. The UK seems to have a good system, to be honest. Well, few kind of account for the fact, well, at least they historically have, few account for the fact that, you know, I think our modern understanding largely of the American political system and the way it was supposed to be set up comes from Thomas Jefferson, right? Comes from the Jeffersonites, Jeffersonians, the Democratic Republicans, who kind of shaped what the definition of like the American Republic or American democracy really ended up being. I think we seem to forget there was an entirely other faction of the Founding Fathers. In fact, you could argue the faction of the Founding Fathers that originally, you know, had the power, which was the Federalists. You know, it was George Washington, John Adams. Hamilton was the most radical Federalist. I'm a fan of Hamilton, by the way. You know, people seem to forget there's this whole other side of the American founding. You know, but the second you say anything like that, you're like, you're anti-America, you're anti-American Revolution. It's like, no, what it is that I more so am sympathetic to the more conservative wing of our founding fathers, of the American revolutionaries, than I am the radical Jeffersonian Democrats, you know. And people forget this, and people seem to think that there were that like the Jeffersonian Enlightenment Thomas Paine view of the American founding and American history and American politics. That's all America was ever founded as, this liberal, Enlightenment, secular, mass democratic republic, when that's not the case. Like half of our founding fathers, maybe more than half, you could argue, actually disagreed with a lot of that stuff. But for saying this, you are called, you know, all sorts of names by people who just don't get it, you know, by people who just get it. In fact, I'm going to read this again. This was a comment on the formerly American Populist Union, now the American Virtue video on the American Revolution. And Monster Z narrated this. It was a very good video, but it basically just gave both sides, right? Both sides, the kind of the liberal, classical liberal view of the American Revolution, and then the conservative view of the American Revolution. And obviously you have this debate among right-wing spheres about, you know, which side is like the true American Revolution. But I thought this was a very good, from Uncle Pete. I don't know if he's in chat right now. I thought I might have seen him earlier. But Uncle Pete, a fantastic chat from him. He says, a comment I should say. By our modern use of the terms liberal and conservative, the American rebels were primarily conservative thinkers because they were inspired by very conservative principles. The freedoms... Let me zoom in on this, actually. I don't know if you can see it that well. The freedoms they sought to protect were, in fact, old rights that their ancestors had enjoyed for countless generations as Englishmen. The Patriot slogan, "No taxation without representation," had its origins in the Middle Ages and was supported by the Magna Carta, although that slogan had not yet been coined. So the revolutionaries of 1776 were hardly revolutionary thinkers. In fact, they were conservatives, fighting to restore their ancient birthrights as freeborn Englishmen. This explains why the conservative English statesman, and by the way, the founder of conservative philosophy, basically, Edmund Burke, sympathized with the American rebels. Burke admitted, quote, "We are being haunted now by the ghosts of our ancient liberties." The American rebels were struggling against new increases in the power of Parliament, such as taxing the colonists without giving them representative government. One of the greatest lawyers in the American colonies was the conservative John Adams. And he said he knew full well he was fighting to preserve the traditional liberties of Anglo-Saxon culture, saying, quote, "The patriots of this province desire nothing new. They wish only to keep their old rights, their old privileges, I should say." And this is so true. And honestly, this should probably is a good segue to kind of a segment I wanted to discuss a little bit in this stream, which is kind of just like some takes on American history, right? Maybe some arguably hot takes on American history. And this is one of them. You know, and I think, admittedly, you could just say that there are just two sides of the American Revolution, because there are people who, like Thomas Paine, who are more so trying to take it to say for the cause of like classical liberalism. But there's admittedly, and you cannot deny this very conservative view of the American Revolution that you could see a lot of other people subscribe to, especially a lot of New Englanders specifically subscribe to. Okay, and that's this. But, you know, we're taught about the American, even, you know, you could even say even like because now obviously we teach the American Revolution as like 1619. Actually, we wanted slavery, this and that. But even the way people have been taught Like the way you're taught about the American Revolution is probably not the way your great grandparents were taught, right? Now we're taught what? Now we're taught what? We're taught that, like, well, it was this war to establish a new democracy, and we were setting up a government that was the most democratic in the world and totally unprecedented. Like, basically, we have this Declaration of Independence, this abstract body of principles, and we wanted to establish some Enlightenment era government, totally separate and totally something different and new from the British monarchy, from the Magna Carta, Anglo-Saxon tradition, all that stuff. No, we were seceding from that, making something entirely new in our image based off this slogan that all men are created equal, and led by radical liberals of their time like Thomas Paine and Thomas Jefferson. And this is just not true, or at least this is just not how I see the American Revolution, right? I subscribe much more so to the American Revolution of John Adams, of Alexander Hamilton, of George Washington to a very strong extent. And that is the view of the American Revolution, right? That in fact, it was more so a, like this guy says, it puts it very well, a battle to preserve and restore the ancient liberties of their ancestors and really kind of apply sort of like those Anglo-Saxon political traditions to the new United States. Then it was just a rebellion to create something entirely new, this Enlightenment principle rebellion or whatever, to make a totally new system, totally crumble the old order. That was the French Revolution. That's exactly what the French Revolution was. That's not what the American Revolution was, okay? And you can even see aspects of this in the Constitution. Many aspects of the Constitution were not made up by some Enlightenment philosopher. They didn't come from like Voltaire or something like that. No, they come from literally the British system of government. Look how much we copied from the British Parliament, And even I know now our view of the president is only as an executive, but even back then, like Hamilton wanted the president to be much more like a monarch than you have now, obviously. He wanted the president to serve for life. This was something some founding fathers legitimately wanted. Now, you could say Washington kind of set the precedent of a more like democratic executive when he stepped down after 2 terms, but that was really kind of a invention, basically. You know what I'm saying? Like that, this was never set in stone originally in American history. And I think this is important to understand. And this is the truly conservative take on the American Revolution, right? Now, I think the reason why it matters that we talk about this is I think, there is this battle, obviously, to totally separate the United States from historic European civilization and the Anglo-Saxon political traditions and cultural traditions that form the backbone of American civilization. And we try to say, no, actually, we were rebelling against all of those things to make this Enlightenment government that's totally new. And we have this whole thing like, we're anti-Britain, screw Britain, this and that. And it's like, no, in reality, like ancient Britain is the mother civilization of the United States, okay? And you can argue in many ways the American revolutionaries were more so fighting to really apply a lot of like those rights that were enjoyed in ancient Britain to the American colonies than they were fighting for this abstract body of documents that were like totally new and a total rebellion against the Anglo-Saxon order. Like, I don't think that's true at all. I don't think that's accurate at all, And over time, it's evolved into this. But I don't think that's really what fundamentally the original American Revolution was fought for, at least in my eyes. So anyways, Rowley Gonzalez for 10. Thank you very much for the $10, by the way. He says, my nominee to replace the Gadsden flag for the main right-wing flag is the Bedford flag from the American Revolution. It's Bedford, it's historical, and it has your name on it. Use this chat to buy one. Let's see, the Bedford flag. Take a look at this. Thank you for the 10, by the way. We appreciate all the support. Vince, Rio, we're getting this flag. We're so getting this flag. Look at this. Wow, I need why have I never known about this before? Vince at Morori. Am I saying that right? I don't know. I don't know what that means. But it has my name on it, so it must be cool. It really must be cool. Based flag. Let's go. This is going to be the flag of DeSantis nationalism, literally. Real. Why do all the Thomases have to be classical liberals? It's so true. Thomas Paine, Thomas Jefferson. Can we think of any others? I don't know. My neighbor has a based appeal to heaven. I was thinking that flag too. Obviously, that's a great flag. It means conquer or die. Let's go. Let's go. That's epic. That's epic. We're getting this flag. We're getting this flag. I don't know if Jackson's here right now, but Jackson, we're getting this flag, okay? Real. Bedford flag is the oldest known flag in the USA based. Oh, but we have no Christian civilization here, buddy. Okay. All right. Adams and Washington were great men. So true. So true. Vince listens to Hank. He is officially the most based person on earth. How did you know I listened to Hank? I do, but what made you say that? Did I have him? Let me see. Did I have him in my like recommended or something? Probably did.
Was the war for independence?
Well, it probably was showing up there. That's probably what it was. Yeah, no, I do though. I do. Yeah, dinosaur, real. Okay. I need water. We might have to take a water break. I need to go get some water. But I'm gonna go get some water real quick. I'll be like right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll play this video in the meantime so that we have something to listen to. And I'll play the part that basically goes over the conservative argument for the American Revolution, kind of fleshes it out more. So here you go.
At least not yet, and certainly not along the Northeast coast. The port cities of New England and even those extending further south in Virginia and North Carolina were characterized by their remarkably British character. And of course, you might say, the colonies were British, but the further you went into the frontier and countryside, the more that connection to British culture faded, and the more you came to recognize a nascent but distinct American culture. In contrast, the coastal cities, and especially the aristocratic class of these cities, often appeared as though they had been plucked right from Britain the day prior. It was even said that the only difference you might find between a third-generation Bostonian and a citizen of London is that the Bostonian was more likely to hold Puritan beliefs and be a Tory, that is, be more religiously conservative and loyal to Britain. So hold on, where did the anti-British sentiment come from? Well, anti-British sentiment wasn't the chief driver of independence. After all, the deep cultural ties still existed, and most of those colonials would have still thought of themselves as British. The motivator, in reality, wasn't a break with British orthodoxy and conservatism, but a need to adapt to the circumstances of being governed from across the sea.
All right, we're back.
It simply wasn't practical for the time.
We're back. He's leaving for 7 minutes, 14 seconds. So wrong. So not true. I should have done that, though. I feel like that would have been funny. But then people would be like, well, where'd he go? Leave the stream now. But we need this. We need this flag, the Bedford flag. I'm literally getting this. Literally getting this. Look at this. Can we spend a few minutes just admiring this flag? I mean, this is real. This is fantastic. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. It's truly wonderful. You know, we should just make this like our second American flag when we win. Like this will just be our. I can't believe I'm just finding this for the first time. Incredible. It literally says victory or death in Latin. That's literally, it's so true too. It's so true. So, anyways, now that I have quenched my thirst, Annoy Mo says, "How old is everyone here?" I am 19 years old. Few know this, actually. Every time I say this, everyone's like, bro, you're 19? Like, yes, I am 19. I am 19, okay? I've been doing politics since I was like, what? 15? Yeah, 15 years old. This is actually my 4th year anniversary coming up of like being in like my first ever post on Instagram about how we're going to make a new thing to like, you know, make the generation conservative or something like that. I don't know. It was cringe, but John Douglas, we need the appeal to heaven flag. So true. Another great flag. So this is literally my flag. I thought you were joking when you said it had my name on it. Like, no, it actually has my name on it. That's based. That's incredible. Do you want it Photoshop to say VinceDao nationalism? No, it's fine. It's fine. It has these. What it says is epic. What it literally says is epic. Does that mean my name means victory in Latin? I actually did not know that. I always thought it was just a common Italian name or whatever, or Latin name. What does Vince mean in Latin? I'm literally just discovering. So true. So true. Wow. I actually, you know what? I actually have a cool name then. I really do. Conqueror. So you know what? Now I need a junior. I need a junior. Vince Conqueror the second. Real. Now this is incredible. Let's see. The origin. We have time. We have 7 hours. We have 4 more hours still to go on this stream. Let's see the name of this. Okay. Conquering in Latin baby names, it's conqueror. American, it means conqueror. What does the name Vince mean? Conquering, real. So it means conqueror death, not victory. I feel like it'd actually be cooler if my name meant victory. Like that sounds cooler. But no, I like this. I like this. The Italian in me, you know, I'm glad I got an Italian name. Imagine if my name was like Chang or something. Okay. Because obviously I'm part Italian, part Asian. I mean, imagine if my parents stuck me with an Italian name. I mean, I'm not an Italian, I'm an Asian name. I'd be Han. Like Han Chung Dao or something. No, it's just not feel. No, a conqueror. Conqueror. Real. Let's go. So true. I'm going to name my kid after you, Vince. Thank you very much, the server. Let's go. Many will be saying this. Now that they have learned it means conqueror, everyone's going to be like, yes, we should do that. And this is true. This is true. Let's see what it means in Italian. I'm interested. From Latin vincere, present active infinitive of win/conquer. So true. Vincere, to win, or transitive, to vanquish, defeat. Guys, you know, if I'm being honest, growing up, I always thought I didn't have the coolest name. I was always just like, oh, it's just Vince, like whatever. I don't know. No, you know what? Now I respect my parents. I always respect my parents. But my parents gave me an epic name, and I'm 19 years old. I'm just realizing this. I don't even think they knew that's what it meant. I'm going to text my dad that, actually. I'm going to text him and be like, do you know you named me Conqueror in Latin? Like, that's what it means. I guarantee you he didn't know. Because I know my parents. They wouldn't do that, you know? Like, I would be the type of person to do that. Like, I want to name my... Like, I've always thought this, too. Like, how do I make my son sound like an emperor or something, like, epic? But, I know I was just named after, like, Vince Lombardi and some of my, like... I had like a great uncle named Vinny or something. It's just like, oh, it's an Italian name or whatever. Did you know it means conqueror, though? I'm going to text my dad that right now, though. I'm going to text where's my phone? Let me text my dad. Did you know my name means conqueror in Latin? Conqueror in Latin when you named me, or was that just a coincidence? Just found that out tonight, lol. All right, I just texted my dad that. Vince is a golden name. It really is. It's so true. Conqueror Dalmerch incoming. Real. Let's go. You know, I didn't get Vincent either, which I guess it's English, same thing. But I got Vince. Like the one that's translated to conqueror. I wonder if Vincent is like the same thing. Let's see. What does Vincent mean in Latin? It probably is, but to conquer. That doesn't even make sense. You don't name your kid to conquer. You name your kid Conqueror. Because my actual name is Vince. Like it's not short for Vincent. Like my name is Vince. So let's go. Real. Big stuff. Big numbers. So George Floyd conservative means imagine not being named after a martyr. Okay. So we're now at hour 3. Let's see. What do I have on the docket here? Would it be considered a docket? Okay. So for hour 3, we can either... Actually, you know, we're still kind of in the political part of the stream. I guess I actually wrote this down. Maybe some like hot takes about U.S. history. I do want to flesh those out a little bit more. I know we talked a little bit about like the conservative take on the American Revolution, which, like I said, is probably something that is still not popular in a lot of like conservative circles today, because we've been taught that conservatism equal classical liberalism. Like the true conservative is like the Thomas Jefferson supporter or whatever. Okay, but we talked about that a little bit. Let's see. The second one I had actually is on the Vietnam War. Okay, and I feel like people are gonna make fun of me about this take, because it's like, well, you're saying that because you're like from South Vietnam and like your family are like anti-communist. Like that's not the reason why. Like literally for actually like a long part of my life, I've always been like, yeah, America should not have gotten involved. It was not in her best interest. But I don't know, as I've almost evolved on this issue, you kind of come to the realization. Now, I'm not saying that like, I'm still honestly a little mixed on this. I'm not of the stance like 100% intervention in Vietnam was a good idea. But I think it's important to understand where the anti-Vietnam War motivation primarily came from. You know, it was not like a bunch of like Christian right-wing, old right conservatives basically saying America first, you know, put the American. No, it was literally a bunch of like communists. It was a bunch of 1960s far left radicals. And the reason why they were protesting the Vietnam War was not because they believed in like isolationist foreign policy or something. It was because they supported anti-Americanism. And it was primarily because their main motivation was literally to advance the spread of communism in Southeast Asia and around the world. Like that's the primary reason why the vast majority of the Vietnam War protesters and the anti-Vietnam War movement, I'm framing this to get into the take a little bit. And you could say the same thing really of the Korean War, although it's not as controversial, but I basically have the same take on the Korean War, which was that, you know, first of all, understand this, right? Understand the reason why it's so unpopular, why the war was so unpopular and was seen as like this atrocity and like, why are our boys even here? You know, it was not because America first or something like that. It was literally, again, because a bunch of left-wingers were sympathetic to North Vietnam because they were sympathetic to communism and they wanted to see communism win. Like that's fundamentally what the Vietnam War movement was about, okay? There's a reason why Jane Fonda literally tried to humanize the North Vietnamese, right? She literally went to North Vietnam, lived there for 10 months, made this documentary or whatever on how great it was and how the North Vietnamese are such a nice people and evil and whatnot. People like MLK and stuff, literally, who is a left-wing radical, by the way. Okay, that's a discussion for another day. But MLK and all these like, you know, liberal movement people in the 1960s basically said that the North Vietnamese were like rebelling against colonialism and it's a fight for justice and equality across the world and stuff like that. Like, understand this, okay? Let me just say, before we get into this, understand all the people that have basically fed you your modern take on the Vietnam War are the people who were sympathetic to North Vietnam, not because they wanted to just see an America first foreign policy. They did not care about that. And you know they didn't, because you look at them now. They're literally in favor of a global crusade for liberalism. It was literally because they, and you know, communism itself is based on a worldwide revolution. Okay. It's not a nationalistic ideology at all. Okay. But so understand that the reason why people were against the Vietnam War, most of them was because they were anti-American and they wanted to see communism win. Okay, that's what we need to fundamentally get down to the root of that for that understanding. Now, that's not to entirely say that vindicates the foreign intervention in itself, right? Because we are America first. We understand that, like, you know, we want to, we don't think we should have a foreign policy where we are a global crusader for some type of like idealism, right? We're nationalists, we're conservatives. But with that said, I think we also need to understand that the vast majority, especially of our early Cold War interventions, whether you want to say like giving minimal funding and support to the Chinese nationalists and the Chinese revolution and the Chinese Civil War, I should say, although we kind of dropped the ball there, right? We let the communists ended up winning there, but we were behind the Chinese nationalists. We were behind the South Koreans and the South Vietnamese. I think it's important to draw a distinction between those foreign interventions and the foreign interventions of today, right? Today, what we do is we take like these traditional, Muslim theocracies and we go try to impose like liberal democracy and feminism and LGBT rights and basically just liberalism on these people. Okay. So we basically try to take a liberal ideology and assert it on a part of the world that just does not want it and it has no place in, right? That's the modern agenda of modern American foreign policy, is nation building, and it is nation building in the name of a liberal ideal. But I think it's important to also understand this was not the motive, at least of like pre-1980s, and even you could say just Cold War in general, of Cold War foreign policy. Okay, the Chinese nationalists, for instance, were not democratic. Okay, these were not democratic. These were kind of like strong arm, like right-wing authoritarians, basically, you could say. And the same is true of the South Koreans. So Taiwan, for instance, did not become democratic till like the 1980s. Okay. South Korea, same thing. South Vietnam was literally like a strong arm, Catholic, socially conservative, like strong arm autocracy, basically, right? That's what Diem was. So that's important to understand. It wasn't about really spreading this concept of democracy around the world. It wasn't really about spreading any type of ideology, unless you want to say it was about spreading a different type of ideology. But still, it really wasn't about that. What it was more so was about was stopping the spread of communism. And even a lot of old right people like Pat Buchanan, and I think even like Russell Kirk are like, so people we look up to, people we revere in terms of wisdom and kind of the forefathers of our movement. They understood this, right? Like Pat Buchanan himself was a Cold Warrior. And where he draws the distinction as well, the goal of Cold War foreign policy was to stop the spread of communism. That's all it was about. Not to build a world order in our vision, just to stop the communists from, doing their worldwide revolution, right? Executing their vision of a worldwide revolution. That's really what it more so was about, right? That's what drove the old right, you could say, the paleocons, people like Buchanan in the Cold War. Now, the reason why Buchanan splits from people like H.W. Bush and Crystal after the Cold War is because he says, well, the Cold War is over. Communism is defeated. We won. Well, our job here is done, because our job here was never to build some liberal world order or a new world order. Our job was simply to stop this communist worldwide revolution from spreading everywhere it took on, right? And so I say that to say that I think, wherever you stand on like stuff like Korea or Vietnam or even like Grenada, I think it's important to not view it through the same lens that you view modern American intervention, because I don't think they're at all alike. I don't think the intervention in South Korea or South Vietnam was anything, right? Anything like what we did in Afghanistan or Iraq or any of these places. I think it was fundamentally different. I think it was philosophically different. I think the goal of it was philosophically different. Right. And, I still go back and forth on this, but, the more I think about this, honestly, it's like, am I really to say, and people are going to get confused by me saying this because, I'm very like isolationist in our modern foreign policy, but like, honestly, ask this question genuinely. What should the United States have done during the Cold War? Like, should we have just literally allowed the communists to, like, the little enemies of our civilization, like our little mortal enemies of Christianity and everything. Okay, everything that Western civilization is built upon. That's what communism is. Our mortal enemy, our Satanism at its core. Okay, and obviously communism subscribes to this concept of the worldwide revolution, right? The worldwide revolution, the global revolution. Do you mean to tell me that, like, honestly, as a conservative, as our type of conservative, not as a neoconservative, as our type of conservative, that what America should have done in the Cold War is basically just allow the worldwide revolution to spread to in every hemisphere and every nation, and basically just allow literally the Satanists to like encircle us at every corner and just take over the world, basically. Like, honestly, is that what we should have done? You know, because it's easy here to stand in our modern context where we're American first and nationalist on foreign policy and say, well, yeah, because who cares about what happens outside of our borders? And like, that's true now because, you know, I don't support the liberal world order. Like, I don't support what we're doing now for specific ideological reasons. But for those same ideological reasons, I don't know. It's something I go back and forth on. Right. But like, genuinely, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not coming out 100% in favor of saying like, well, Vietnam was justified, Korea was justified, Grenada was justified. You know, we should have got involved in every proxy revolution going on. Like, I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is I think it's more complicated. I think it's much more complicated than maybe some modern paleocons make it sound. Right, we'll make it sound because they'll just draw the comparisons between Vietnam and Afghanistan or Iraq because that's our only vision of American foreign policy is just stupid interventions in the name of liberal democracy, which I obviously oppose. I obviously disagree with. But like, you go back in history, are we really going to compare like intervening in Vietnam to stop communism and North Korea to stop the spread of our mortal enemy ideology around the world versus like going into Iraq, who's doing nothing to us, to like topple a dictatorship that's actually holding the country together and keeping it stable, and toppling it with some unstable liberalized democracy? Are we really to say that they're the same thing? Right? Are we really to say that they're the same thing? And it's like, look at something like domino theory. Of course, domino theory is something that's kind of taught poorly in American schools. At least it was for me. And it's like, domino theory was literally true. Right? The idea that was Eisenhower that came up with domino theory, right? The idea that, well, if you let the communists take over this, they're going to take over that, that, and that. Like, that's literally true. In fact, that's like foundational to communism. The idea of a worldwide revolution, I'm going to keep reiterating this, is foundational to communism. It's literally like rooted in Marx's writings. Like, it's literally part of what they believe. Okay. And sure, you might have had people like Stalin and even like Mao to an extent come around who weren't as big on this sort of like worldwide revolution thing, but understand like Trotsky and kind of like the more foundational original Marxism, right? It is ultimately at its core like foundational to their ideology. And you could argue you're, in a way, when it comes to cultural Marxism, observing domino theory in a different sense in American culture today, right? Because what do? They topple one domino and then they keep toppling the next domino after that. After that, there's a slippery slope. It's like in the same way that happens in American culture today. You could argue, well, how would people in the 1950s and 1960s have viewed it any differently when it came to these countries around the world? You know, and it's like honest question. Ask yourself, what was, like I said, I'm going to ask this question again. Was what as an America firster, do you think that what America should have done is, like I said, allow the worldwide revolution to take over every corner of the earth and just sit in our little bubble and say like, oh, well, it's not our business? Like, I'm not saying we should have intervened in every conflict, from 1950 to 1990. But what I'm saying is that I think it's complicated. I think there's nuance. I think we should give a lot more credit to those arguments than we do maybe the arguments of like neoconservatism today. And I think it's important to point out that like people like Pat Buchanan was a Cold Warrior, right? And I'm pretty sure so were people like, like Gottfried and like Russell Kirk, and kind of like the people our modern ideas come from. These were all people who generally were more sympathetic to like our Cold War foreign policy than our post-Cold War foreign policy. I think it's important to point that out. The people we revere and got to get our ideas from today were the Cold Warriors back then too, because they kind of saw it in that way. So maybe I think it deserves to give some credit to. So I don't know. I know I've been talking. I haven't even been saying what chat's been saying about this. So let's actually see. Let's actually take a look what people are saying. I scrolled too far up. My bad. It's seen as unpopular because America didn't win. I mean, this is so true. This is so true. That's part of the reason we screwed it up. We did this like police action, and it was just kind of destined to fail. This morale is always going to be poor in that stupid jungle. You know, it wasn't the best. We really didn't set ourselves up the best for a morale victory, and hence that's why the war grew so unpopular. And also, it's largely because of the press. You know, the press went in there and they just did all these like sensationalist stories, and because it was like the advent of modern TV and stuff like that, you know, and we let it happen. You know, something should be said. We really should have just kept the press out of South Vietnam. You know, don't let them be reporting on this. But that's the other thing too, is like the people who turn public opinion against the you know, it's funny, some things never change, but the people who turned public opinion against the war were literally like a bunch of like liberal journalists and stuff who went over there and like sensationalized it. And because it was the first time people were seeing TV, there's no concept of like, well, fake news, CNN lying to me. You know, it was all just like, oh, so-and-so, what's his name? Walter Cronkite is saying it, who, by the way, was a huge liberal, but like Walter Cronkite, oh, well, he said the Vietnam War was bad. It's my first time holding a TV. That must be true. You know, kind of people trusted authority more back then. And that's really how it went down. You know? So our soldiers fought with honor and valor. We were not worthy of their service. I agree 100%. You know, the people that literally spit on them when they came home too, which was real. My grandfather actually, he didn't get spit on, but he watched friends get spit on. Okay. My grandpa would never have taken that personally, but like he literally witnessed that happen. Fought in Vietnam, by the way, my Italian grandpa. And this is true. And my grandfather has the same take, and I think a lot of people do. So Vietnam veterans gave me my take. It's so true. Vince, we should have went in to win or stayed the heck out. I agree with that 100%. I definitely agree. Our strategy in Vietnam was always like destined to fail. It was just stupid, you know. But even so, you know, even when you recognize all of the failures of it, we still would have at least held off the North, so long as, even with our withdrawal, so long as Congress didn't stop funding what really happened is Congress stopped funding the South Vietnamese, and then just all we gave up on them basically in the mid 1970s, and then Saigon gets toppled in like 2 days, you know. So South Vietnam was run by crooks. They were disgraced. I mean, there was a lot of corruption, but I also think that arguably a lot of the DM was honestly pretty good. Okay. Now, a lot of the people around him, people after him, because I think he I don't actually know the whole history there. Didn't he get like ousted? Right? Let me see. He didn't last, until 1963, right? So yeah, he was assassinated. Okay. You know, I think, definitely the South Vietnamese government that came after him was very corrupt and had a lot of problems. At the same time, though, you could argue they're probably exaggerated a little bit to you know, because of the pro-Northern propaganda, but I think that's true, though. Those Democrats are the descendants of the people who spit on our troops. This is true. You know, 100%. When Vietnam fell, they all fell. Domino theory. You know, it's funny because, like, I remember being taught in school that domino theory was kind of like this paranoid, like McCarthyist idea. Like I wasn't taught that way, but it was kind of implied that way. And it's like, no, it's like the slippery slope. Okay, like this is so funny. It's so funny. I can imagine Hunter Avallone in the 1960s getting out here if he was around and saying, domino theory is literally a logical fallacy. It's a slippery slope. And it's literally like one of the most vindicated things in history. Like, you let one thing go, another thing goes with it, you know? So, real. We should have been more bullish in China to support Chiang Kai-shek. Yeah, I agree with that. Neoconservatism was a psyop to discredit military strength and power. I agree with that. Yeah, so true. Yeah, because we half tried the Vietnam War. 100%. Good comparison, Vince. I'm backwards in chat. I don't know where I even am at this point. So, Korea is forgotten, but it was far more intense than Vietnam. Yeah, literally. It was like, It was basically like slightly more modern World War II going on and stuff like that, and it was like full on warfare. And it's crazy how it just gets forgotten, Some of those dogfights in the skies of Korea too, they must have been so intense. Like the F-86 versus the MiG-15, still some of like my favorite dogfight lore in history, basically, So. Walter Cronkite. Oh, it's Cronkite, right? Did I say it wrong? In the 1970s, a quarter of the world was under communist control, I believe. So domino theory was right. Yeah, I don't think anyone would think domino theory is wrong. I guess the question as like a paleocon, as the old right, as like a, America First conservative, it's like, what should be done about that, Just be realistic about it for a second, It's just like, should we really have let domino theory take over 50% of the world, 75%? At what point does it stop? And at what point do you know what I mean? I think it's complicated. I don't think it's really straightforward, like, well, don't intervene, Like, I think now the modern interventions for the liberal world order, I 100% oppose that, but it's largely because I oppose the liberal world order, right? Am I really to say that I like literally, like, ask yourself that, my bad. Ask yourself that question honestly. Should we have let the communists literally execute the worldwide revolution all around us and we did nothing? We didn't fund anything. We didn't fight anything. I just don't think that's accurate, So, what was Nixon's take on the Vietnam War? It ended with him. Well, Nixon he wanted to end it, but he wanted to get us out, but he wanted to like end it effectively. He wanted to like try to win before we could get out. And that's why he like ramped up the bombing of North Vietnam. He actually ramped up the scale of the combat a lot to like just, and he stopped doing. He really reversed a lot of LBJ's like diplomacy policies where the communists would just retreat into Cambodia and we couldn't chase them. Very familiar actually with Trump and Pakistan and ISIS versus the Taliban, I should say, and Nixon there, but so he wanted to finish it, but he wanted to win, right? And so that's why he started going to Cambodia, started bombing Cambodia, started ramping up the bombing on North Vietnam, stuff like that. But part of the problem is the timeline didn't work out for him because he had to basically get out before the 1972 election, and they didn't really finish the job there, right? They didn't really finish the job there on time. The election screwed with that. And but really, it probably still would have been fine had Congress not stopped funding and arming the South Vietnamese. Like that was the big problem of it too. We basically starved them out to dry there. So. Real. Okay, anyways, that's the Vietnam War discussion. Let me see if anyone else is saying stuff about it. I think the CIA killed him. Real. At least Saigon held on longer than Kabul. This is so true. This is so true. My ancestors, my heritage, they no longer claim the biggest like just letdown in world history, right? Now it belongs to Afghanistan. This is real. It was either the leader of North Vietnam or top military that admitted the U.S. Army obliterated the North's fighting ability. Yeah, I mean the kill ratio in Vietnam was insane. What was it, like 27-1 or something? I mean, it was like this was true, but we just had a stupid approach to it. We didn't really fight to win. There's a lot of problems. I love the Korean War. My grandpa fought in Korea. I don't think I have any relatives. I have relatives in World War II and Vietnam. There's a gap in Korea. I don't think we had any in those. Maybe an uncle or something that I don't know about, but so. The whole point of stopping the dominoes from falling is to avoid even more foreign entanglements in the future. Unlike the Nazis, communism posed an ideological threat to America. I think that really gets into the third thing to talk about. This is my third, you could say, hot take on American history. And I kind of mentioned this in the World War II video, but I didn't really go into it in detail because it wasn't really the point I was trying to make. But is basically the point that, I've talked extensively about why I don't think Nazism is conservative. I'm not a fan of Nazism, right? I don't know what else needs to be said on that front. But with that said, in World War II, you have basically two bad ideologies. You have communism and you have Nazism, at its core, right? Those kind of like the two. If you give me the choice of two, okay, you're going to wipe one of these ideologies from the face of the earth through World War II. You're going to look me in the eye as a right winger, as a conservative, etc., and say that we would not be better off if we took out communism over Nazism, right? Like, Nazism has problems. I'm not saying as a result of that, make America Nazi or something, I think Nazism is evil. I think it's godless at its core. But I mean, really realistically, look at overall, like the fallout of World War II. Okay. And you could talk about the fallout of World War I as well. What happened as a result of World War II? Really, the end consequence. Okay. Nazism is defeated. Okay. Yippee. Right. But at the same time, Western Europe, right, the old traditional Western Europe, by that time was totally obliterated, right? The British Empire grew too weak to defend itself or preserve itself. So did the French Empire, and you could even argue really the same thing with just even like Germany as a whole. I'm not advocating to keep Nazi Germany, but just German civilization predating that basically wiped out from the face of the earth by both world wars, basically, right? So kind of like the historic traditional European civilizations that are like the sister civilizations of America are greatly weakened, basically wiped out, basically destroyed. And as a result of that, as a result of just that weakness, that no longer, what you really saw from Europe post World War I, post World War II is kind of all that fighting basically gave up their will to fight or defend their civilization. This is why you see, and we'll talk about America in a second, but this is why you see, the Western world ever since the World War is basically descending into hedonism, into nihilism, into liberalism. You could trace a lot of that back to just the mass destruction and the mass carnage and the mass destruction of the old order of things as a result of World War I and as a result of World War II. Okay. So overall, the West, you could say, takes an L in the end, right? Because we fought this extreme costly war and it really just left us in shambles, you could argue. Okay. On the other hand, the Soviet Union, right? The communists go from communism goes from controlling one nation on earth that was a backwater nation that was not respected, whose industrialization was a mess, okay, who was largely predicted to be unstable, probably is going to collapse. Well, as a result of World War II, they now control a huge, basically half of Europe, right? As a result of the Eastern Front. Now they conquer like half of Europe. Okay. And the Soviet Union evolves from like this backwater, joke of a country in a lot of ways to a lot of the world to being a world superpower. Okay. And as a result of that, like the fallout of that, you start to see the communists, basically spread around the world as a result of the Soviet Union being legitimized. And you take a look at this and you really have to ask the question, like, did we really get the best case scenario as a result of World War II? Did we really end out the best way? Okay. The communists took over half the world. I mean, they were basically as a result of like the Soviets also winning in World War II. And sure, the West held on. You still have the West, you still have NATO, but largely the old order of the West, right? The British Empire, the French Empire, you could talk about World War I, even like the German Empire, they're all destroyed. They're all too weak to really take on the communists, you know? And okay, let's talk about America for a second, you could even say, right? Now, America, sure, we didn't face the full carnage of World War I or II, and that's part of why we kind of had a brief golden age as a result of those wars, as a result of them destroying Europe. But I'd argue really like the fallout of that ultimately came back to hurt us in the end too, right? You see what I'm saying? Like the fact that our sort of sister civilizations, our mother civilizations got destroyed, you know, that kind of bled over to us as well in the end, right? The same ideas would eventually bleed over. But even so, you could more so say even that really it is a result of that Soviet ideology, that old ancient serpent rebranded as a hammer and sickle, right? As a result of that being allowed to take power as a result of the world wars, both World War I and World War II, ultimately, that's what caused it to seep into America. I mean, really, you could really view it that way. That's actually basically true, you know? Let's take the First World War, for instance. I mean, I think the First World War arguably is a greater example of this than the Second World War. So you have the great, mighty, historic, traditional, conservative, Christian civilizations of the Europe of old. You have the monarchy in Russia. You have the monarchy in Germany. You have the monarchy in England, right? And you kind of have the old republic, right? The pre-Wilsonian whatever republic of America. Okay, so as a result of, let's just say, the First World War, the German Empire destroyed, gone, replaced with, you know, this degenerate, horrible Weimar Republic that, you know, we know the crap that happened afterward. And none of that had to happen. None of that had to happen if the German Empire stays intact. And honestly, like, I don't really care about the Ottoman Empire. I don't consider it to be, you know, it's like this, that's the Eastern world, that's the Muslim world. I don't care as much, but you could even lump in the Ottoman Empire with this if you want. Okay, I'm not going to really mention it a lot because I don't think it's a relevant part of this discussion. Okay, we're going to mainly focus on Europe because I think that's the more relevant. So you have, you know, let's take Russia, because that's the most glaring example. Let's start with them, actually. So the Russian Empire, a Orthodox Christian, traditional right-wing monarchy, conservative monarchy, as a result of the fighting of World War I and just the problems there, literally got toppled and replaced with communism, right? We know the story there. We know the Bolsheviks. We know what happens next, okay? Only made possible by the mess that is World War I. So one of the great historic Western civilizations literally gets toppled in favor of Marxism, okay? Which, by the way, vindicated Marxism like worldwide. And that's basically like, had Russia, had that first Soviet revolution, the first, you know, October Revolution never occurred, who knows if Marxism ever makes it out of the pages of books, right? Like realistically, you know, it probably would be a dead ideology, never really allowed to take power, never really allowed to exist. But the Tsar screws up World War I. You have all these problems, and, you know, that's what happens on that front, okay? So, and you know, I would argue that's ultimately what, you want to talk about like cultural Marxism in America. Had the Soviets never been allowed to take over one country, maybe they would have never been able to even be infiltrating and taking over our country today and our country for the last century or so. I mean, let's be realistic about that fact, okay? So that's one of the great four Western civilizations toppled in favor of Marxism. Okay, the German monarchy, right, the old Kaiser, okay, also gone, replaced with the Weimar Republic, and, you know, you have Hitler, who just, you know, is a bad guy or whatever, okay? Like I said, none of that had to happen, okay? Britain, admittedly, managed to stay intact, kind of, but not really, because it was so weakened by World War I that it really didn't have the power to maintain its colonies that much, right? Kind of the might and strength of the British Empire, and World War II fully finished that off. Okay, fully finished that off. Now, America, admittedly, kind of stayed intact more so, you could say, right? Didn't have to face the mass destruction, but you could even more so argue that, like, the influence of Wilsonianism or whatever, and you know, whatever, ended up kind of really like moving America toward the progressive direction. You could kind of say that. I really fundamentally, I'd argue it's more so a consequence long-term of like that Soviet ideology, that Eastern ideology ultimately infiltrating our own country, right, through the process of a lot of complicated things. But I'd more so attribute to that, but still, you could even make that argument. And it's like, what good came out of that war? It was avoidable. It was unnecessary. Nobody even really knew why it was happening or why people were fighting it other than these stupid defense alliances. And what happens is these great historical Christian and conservative European civilizations all got toppled in favor of things universally that were terrible and were far worse. Okay. And Russia obviously is the greatest example of it, but it's not the only example. It's not the only example. And it's like, who in their right minds can look at that and say, actually, the Western civilization is better because of that? No, it's worse because of that. It's far worse because of that. It destroyed Western civilization, okay? And World War II, you could really say the same thing. You could really say the same thing, okay? You know, because it's like, again, I'm not sympathetic to Hitler. I'm not sympathetic to Nazism, okay? I'm not. You know, like I said, I've talked many times about how I don't think it's conservative. I don't think it's Christian, etc. I think it's godless. But, I mean, look at the end result of the war that it took to take it out. Britain was done for. France done for. The Soviets, the Reds, got to expand their influence around the world. You know, how are we better off because of that? You know what I mean? It really is a tragedy. I mean, both world wars are the tragedies that toppled what were once great and mighty civilizations, and this is objectively true. You know? And I just will say this realistically, I think we'd be better off if we fought the Reds instead of the Nazis. Or maybe you could fight both. I don't know. I mean, I know Patton wanted to go to war with the Soviets right after World War II. I don't know how realistic that is, okay? But, like, the world would be, I don't care how it happens. I don't care. I don't know, Trotsky takes power and that kind of incites World War II a little earlier or whatever, and it ends up, I don't know. However it happens, had we gotten the chance to finish the Soviet Union at some point, or never let it take power because we never fight World War I don't know. The West never fights World War I. The world would be much better off today. Okay. But as a result of all of that, you know, what the Reds rise, the satanic, godless ideology that is Marxism rises around the world. And because of all that fighting, all that carnage, that destruction of the Western civilization of old, Western civilization grew too weak to fend it off. That is the fallout of World War II and World War I, you could argue. We'll just say the world wars. That's the end consequence. Okay. You know, and it's like, I'm not saying we should downplay the triumph of like our civilization, of great stories of our civilization like D-Day or whatever. You know, I think those can be legitimate moments of American pride, of American heritage. You know, it is part of our national story. We ought to tell it. We ought to tell it in a patriotic way, you know. But like realistically, you take a look at this, you analyze this honestly. I mean, overall, what it really is a great tragedy. You know, far from being the final triumph over evil, the final triumph in history or something like that. I mean, really more so what the world wars are, both the world wars are just tragic carnage that ultimately, in the end, caused more bad than good, right? Because it like I said, it grew the influence of our great mortal enemy. Both world wars made communism stronger, right? Before World War I, you don't have a single communist nation on earth. Okay, it's still kind of an ideology reserved to books and a few radical intellectuals here and there. All right, well, now you got the first communist nation on earth, the first Soviet Union on earth. And then you see what happens now. It becomes a thing in China and all these other places. It starts to gain this popularity. It starts to infiltrate Western institutions, you know, et cetera, et cetera. And then World War II. That new Soviet Union that, again, still has a chance to be finished off once and for good. You know, Mao hasn't taken over China yet, okay? The Soviet Union doesn't control the whole Warsaw Pact yet. And, you know, they're really technologically backwards in a lot of ways. You know, but instead, what, you know, it's allowed to conquer. And then as a result of both those world wars, like I said, the Western nations, the Western allies are too weak to fend off communism anymore. We're so beat up. We're so demoralized. We're so, you know, weakened by all this that the Reds find it much easier, number one, to infiltrate our institutions, like infiltrate us domestically and like take over spheres of the world, you know, because they grew stronger and we grew weaker as a result of it. It's a tragedy. It really is. You know, it really is. And even like, I actually learned this the other day. Apparently, sometime in like 1943, I guess. I actually learned this at the World War II Museum. When I was at the World War II Museum in New Orleans, I never actually knew this. But circa about like 1943, 1944-ish, the Allies had, one of their many conferences. I forgot which conference it is. But obviously you have Stalin, Churchill, and Roosevelt all meet together. Okay. And this is like pre-D-Day, I'm pretty sure. And so they're basically discussing, okay, what should be the next move against Germany? Okay. And I just learned this recently. So what Churchill wanted to do was actually intervene on the Eastern Front, right? He actually wanted to send American and British troops to fight on the Eastern Front, to fight the Germans on that front. Why did he want to do that? Well, he wanted to do that so that way the Soviets would not have a monopoly on Eastern Europe. Because you see what's happening here. Once they beat back the Germans on the Eastern Front, they're going to control like half of Europe here. And they're going to control all of Eastern Europe here. Like, you see what's going on there, right? Okay. And what Churchill wanted to do implicitly by saying, hey, we'll go help you Stalin on the Eastern Front, which is he wanted to break that Soviet monopoly on Eastern Europe. But guess who says no? Roosevelt. Common Roosevelt L. He was like, no, let's let Stalin take over all of Eastern Europe, and then we'll just focus on France or whatever. Okay. So I mean, it really isn't like, imagine like Churchill should have been more assertive. That's like a total Churchill W, honestly, over cringe Roosevelt. And we'd frankly be much better off as a result of that. We really would have. So. Let me see. This was a comment I was looking for. I don't think communism necessarily spread from east to west, but it developed due to a number of factors simultaneously in different regions of the world. Consumerism, secularism, and ailing tradition. Well, I think it's like both, right? In some ways, you have the more conventional way it's understood where it literally just spread by conquest, but understand and this is talked about in Marx's writing, it's a worldwide revolution. So it's as much of like the spiritual warfare of ideas infiltrating and spreading than it is like physical combat in terms of invasions and uprisings and whatever it is. The Bible somewhat predicts this. This is actually true. Remember this, the book of Revelation, it was meant to be a book for Christians of all time, right? Of all times, not just of the people who literally live in the end of it. So remember that when you read the book of Revelation. This is so true. So, true, we should have landed in Greece and moved north to stop the Soviets. Well, 100%. But, Roosevelt is like, well, Stalin, let Stalin take everything over. That was real smart. Real smart. Where was Vincedao? Italian grandfather in World War II. The Western Front. He fought mainly in the Battle of the Ardennes, commonly known as the Battle of the Bulge. Yeah. Man has some stories. You know what I like about my Italian relatives, my Italian great-grandfathers and grandfather? They actually saw combat. They actually saw a lot of combat. Like, they're actually like combat veterans. A lot of people, they say they're veterans, but they never, no, both of my great grandpas passed now, but my great grandpa and my grandpa both, they have some stories to tell. And honestly, sadly, I will never know all of them, because sometimes occasionally they just come out when they won't even want to talk about it or whatever. Like, I know my great grandpa, he faced them. He literally faced MG42s before, and he had to, rush the bunker or whatever and throw the grenade in those machine gun bunkers, and literally says he saw like German bodies just like plastered against the wall. Like, he has stories like that. My grandpa probably has more stories, even more so, because he was a patrol boat captain. Okay, so he really saw it. He really saw it. Which side was your great grandpa on? American. Okay, let me make that clear. My great grandpa did not fight for Mussolini. Okay, he was an American citizen. He was Italian American. Okay, he fought for us. Okay, he fought for us in the war. How far does the communist infiltration go back? The 20s, the 60s? The 20s. 100%. It really was going on since the 20s. And you kind of see it start to take root in some academic circles in the 20s. Now, in the late 30s, early 40s, early 50s, it accelerates because of the Frankfurt School, right? They were basically a school of, and that Frankfurt School is basically where the concept of cultural Marxism comes from, right? That sort of like cultural infiltration approach to Marxism that precedes like the worldwide revolution or whatever, or really that just, it's kind of an unconventional approach to the revolution, right? It's more so you seize the top and you do revolution from top down instead of from the bottom up, right? They actually came to America from Germany, right? They were fleeing not the Nazi regime, and they ended up here. Just another unfortunate consequence, honestly, of World War II, that those people ended up in our country and they accelerated it. But, we have this common thinking it's only after World War II. It's actually been going on since the 20s. It's just that the Frankfurt School, who came over here, greatly accelerated it, right? But it does predate World War II, absolutely. So, did you ever meet your great grandfather? Yeah, I met him a few times. Frankfurt School is a liberal approach to Marxism, which we call tankies don't even consider communism. Yeah, true. In fact, I actually relates to something. I tweeted this out the other day. Let me go to the Twitter here. I mean, this Twitter account, I meant to say, tweeted this out the other day. Yeah, by the way, guys, you still have time. Use the promo code 714 for our event in Tampa, real, next Friday. That's my phone, by the way. I will talk about that in a little bit, but I said this, whereas Marxists in the 20th century aim to take power through bottom-up revolutions by workers and peasants. It's simplified for the tweet. I mean, it's still kind of led by elites, but they're sort of like outsider elites, more like intellectuals, but not really people that held power, right? That's more so what I meant. But that's the driving base, right? The Marxism of the 21st century seems to seize power at the top and then impose it down, right? You see what I'm saying? Like before, it used to be like, yes, some like smart intellectual like weaponizes them, but it seems primarily to be like this revolution of the farmers and the peasants and the workers against the current rulers or whatever, right? The Marxism of today is more so like the current rulers against the people, like your average working class American hates this stuff and despises them, but it's like, like I said, it's a revolution from the top down instead of from the bottom up. And I said, this is why it's like the people, like the populace, the workers especially, like we are like the right-wingers, we are the nationalists, we are the conservatives, the traditionalists, and the Marxists, right, the kind of the enemy is like the World Economic Forum, the billionaires, the ruling class, the political elites, the political class, the cultural elites, et cetera, et cetera. And you can kind of see this in like, you look at what happened in Canada, you look at what's going on right now in the Netherlands, right? There's like this worldwide revolution, but it's a worldwide revolution like, you see, like, I don't know, you could also mention like Viktor Orban in Hungary and kind of these movements, these different movements that you've seen, right? There's a worldwide revolution, but it's not like it's against the elites, but it's like it's against the Marxist elites. It's a worldwide revolution in favor of like tradition and nation and nationalism. And you know what I'm saying? And I said Marxism is the credo of the elite. Traditionalism is the credo of the working people. Kind of an interesting dichotomy, total inverse of what we've seen in the 20th century, And I said, you look at something like the Great Reset, and the Great Reset is just Marxist at its core, And I know that's like cliche to say. I probably sound like some like generic boomer, just it's communism, but it literally is, right? And it's more so, it's much more like original communism, right? It's more so akin to like real Marxist doctrine than it is like how Stalin or whoever implemented it, right? You'll own nothing, no borders or whatever, that's really more foundationally what communism fundamentally is. It really is like global communism, which in many ways just is communism. But then it's like, you look at who's pushing the Great Reset. Normal people don't support the Great Reset. The peasants aren't the ones. It's literally the world's richest people and the elites against the will of the proletariat, not some communist intellectual mobilizing farmers and workers. And I think that's kind of the product of cultural Marxism, the product of like Frankfurt Marxism, right? Their goal was kind of to like infiltrate the top first. Instead of saying we're going to rise up from the bottom and take over the top by force, we're going to slowly infiltrate the top. And then once we have the top, we're going to impose Marxism from the top down onto these unsuspecting, regular people or whatever, And he even said this, and this is true. Even look at the support base of the Marxists today, which is to say, like, look at your average Antifa, look at your average Communist Party USA worker. It's not a factory worker. It's not your farmer. It's not your truck driver or whatever. Some people who Marx would have initially envisioned to like want, I should be zooming in on this. My bad. It's very small, actually. Okay. But you look at the support base of the Marxists today, it's not the farmers, poor people, or blue-collar workers. It's like college-educated, spoiled kids and like technocrats. It's like the Silicon Valley types. It's really, you could argue, the elites of society, right? You usually won't say a college kid is elite, but in a way they are elite, right? Because they kind of have the sense of like privilege and more higher socioeconomic standards than a lot of other people, right? It's a revolution by the elite, not a revolution against the elite. And that's reflective in the fact that your average Antifa, like I said, is not some like union worker. It's literally like a college. It's like a college educated, spoiled child. That's what it really is. Like I said, what is it? It's a revolution by the elite, not a revolution against the elite, which I think is an interesting way that kind of shows how the modern enemy of Marxism, the modern Marxism we face today, which you could argue is a lot, in some ways, it's actually more original, but whatever. This is kind of the true Marxist threat we face today, right? So it's not so much like, the Bolsheviks are going to take over and it's going to be the Soviet Union. It's more so like this type of Marxism is really what it is. You can call it neo-Marxism. I just call it cultural Marxism. It's like Frankfurt Marxism, because I think there are aspects of it that are more original, right? They are more like originally, foundationally Marxist, but, RJ the Best says, where is the link to the event? It's on my community tab. Just search up State of the Movement by American Virtue, okay? On Eventbrite. You'll find it. Again, use the promo code 714 before midnight Pacific time. I gave everyone in different time zones the time, but again, Tampa, Florida, next Friday. If you're going to be in the area, if you're going to be at SAS, it's going to be a great event. Pull out. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good time, all right? Okay. Stalin and Mao really embody the scrappy nationalist communism. Today we have the Trotsky. Yeah, this is so true. Like the communism we see today is way more Trotskyist, and you'd argue way more originalist, right? It's more so akin to what Marx really envisioned, right? And people need to understand this. And the problem is, because our understanding of Marxism is just like a dictatorship, just evil dictatorship that just kills a bunch of people, we don't really understand what it believes at its core. And we don't really understand that, like, and I'm not, obviously the whole, that's not real communism is stupid. That whole talking point is, it's dumb. It's a cope by like communists saying that, but like still, the communism of like Stalin and Mao, yes, admittedly is like not really as akin to what Marx envisioned. And honestly, the enemy we face today, you could argue, is a lot more similar to what Marx actually wanted in mind. There are some variations, don't get me wrong, like the changing of what the proletariat is and the changing of how the revolution is approached. That's true. But still. So. Also, many of these movements like feminism and BLM sprang out of cultural Marxism. 100%. 100%. Yes, Rami has a discount code too if you want to use his. So, the spoiled suburbanites are the new Marxists. Yeah, well, again, what does that reflect? That literally reflects like the changing constituency, the changing like support base, or as Vladimir Lenin would call them, the useful idiots of Marxism. The useful idiots are not the blue collar workers. They're the elites. Why? Because it's a revolution from the top down, not the bottom up, right? Marxism is the theory that you'll own nothing and you'll be happy about it. No, literally the case. Like literally the case. Like, yes, the Great Reset is communist. It is. It's literally just Marxism. And it's hard to explain that without just sounding like you're just being a generic normie conservative, but it's actually true. It literally is. I think, and honestly, I think we talk about the horseshoe theory of intelligence sometimes. I mean, truly it is, because the low IQ take, you don't have the whole idea that like the low IQ agrees with the high IQ. The low IQ take is what? It's like, these damn communist rigs taking over everything. We got America's under communist occupation. And then you have the middle IQ, the whole, how overused. That's so cliche, bro. You know, the real enemy is globalism, okay? Stop talking about communism and socialism and all these things. The enemy is globalism. The enemy is neoliberalism. And then you have the high IQ take that recognizes that actually the low IQ is right, because globalism at its core is communism, right? The Great Reset, all this stuff, this is Marxist at its core. Our enemy is still Marxism, right? And the origins for the ideas we hate, we dislike, right? The ideas that we do hate, the feminism, sexual liberation, racial liberation, all these things, right? They literally are Marxist ideas, right? You see how like it comes full circle. So again, that middle IQ take, the take that is wrong, is this whole take of like, dude, it's not the Cold War anymore. Like, no, it's not the Cold War anymore. But our enemy is still communism. Our enemy is still Marxism. The difference is the Marxism now is at home, right? The domino theory should be seen with American culture, right? That's really what the new domino theory is. The American culture, American institutions. It's like, well, if you let the communists take over one thing, then they're going to keep taking over everything. Domino theory still applies. The Cold War, I'd argue, is still happening. Okay, it really is still happening. It's just not a matter of like the United States versus China. It's not a matter of governments fighting governments. It's really a matter of like the battle for our culture and kind of the spiritual warfare going on, for the core of our civilization. Like, that's what's going on today, and especially when you understand that communism at its core, it is this philosophy of a worldwide revolution, a global revolution, then you understand it's not just a matter of like workers in these countries overthrowing governments. It really is a worldwide revolution in the sense it transcends borders. It is without borders. That, so it's inevitably going to be a greater battle than just our government against China or the Soviet Union or whatever. Like, foundationally, it's going to be cultural warfare and spiritual warfare, within and abroad, for like just the soul of civilization, So in that sense, I'd argue the Cold War has not ended. And we're still at and we should maintain this Cold Warrior mentality. I think we just need to apply it correctly, understand it correctly, turn the Cold War mentality to the culture war of today, because that's where the Cold War is happening. The Cold War is happening in the culture war. That's what's going on here, and it still is a Cold War in the sense that it's not a literal revolution. It's not a literal civil war. So it's still a Cold War, but it's a war nonetheless, right? It's the culture war. The culture war is the new Cold War. That's my take. That's a take I just invented now, and it's a very good take. It's a very good way to frame it, I would argue, and never ended. It just has shifted. So it's not shifted to China necessarily, the battle with China. It's shifted to the culture war within America. That is such a good take. I'm proud of that take. Okay. This is so real. This is so real. So wait, it's all communism? No, literally it is. It is. And then you realize the communism is literally just all Satanism. And this is so true. This is so true. So this is real. So I can't wait for the 2024 Red Eagle election night stream. And then the next guy says, don't skip the 2022 midterms election stream first. So true. The election streams, they're going to be big stuff, big numbers, some of the biggest we've ever seen. So real. The enemy is not Russia or China, but within America, Canada, and much of the West. This is the correct take. This is the correct take. Election night stream drinking game. Take a shot every time Vince says so true. Well, you're going to be drunk. You're going to be drunk off your rear end. I mean, this is so true. American prediction says, Vince, can you do a Senate prediction? Please, please. Okay, the problem is I don't really know enough about electoral politics to do this accurately. I don't really know. So I'm not an elections guy. I don't know why people... And I understand you guys come from election YouTube and election Twitter, but like, inherently, I don't really have expertise in this field. Okay. So let's see. Senate election prediction map. I know 270 to wins does this, but I think I remember. There being like a funnier one where you, what's the one where you can actually change the political parties? Because I kind of want to do a little bit of trolling, if I'm being honest. Whatever, we'll just do 270. I guess. All right. So okay. All right, Arizona. I guess it goes light red. I guess. Nevada. We're gonna pull for Laxalt. Let's go. New Mexico probably goes to the. Oh wait, no, it's not. I was stupid. My bad. I thought it was Georgia. Light red. My bad. North Carolina. Yeah, that leans R. That's about right. Likely R in Florida. True. Ohio could almost be declared safe. Missouri is safe red. Can we stop pretending otherwise? That's the case. And, I'll give Oz the slight victory here. New Hampshire, they're saying lean blue. I think that's about right. So 53-47, is that my prediction? I don't know. That seems about right to me. Let's see. Anything I'm missing? I mean, you could say New Hampshire goes red. I don't know. Doesn't really matter because aren't we going to get a rhino in there anyway if it does? I don't know. There you go. Is that adequate? Is that adequate? You guys okay with this? Utah is safe. I agree with that. We could change the margins, I guess. But that seems about right? Am I missing something? Delaware and Jersey are blue. Yeah, I mean, that's the prediction there. So. Supposedly Fetterman is slurring his speech and can't campaign. I mean, I don't celebrate that, obviously, but I mean, if you want to analyze this honestly, yeah, that's just going to make it easier for Oz, I kind of wish it were the other way around. I mean, if I'm being honest, I wish it was Fetterman. And I'm not just saying this because of the stroke. I just feel like it would be an easier election overall if it was Fetterman versus Mastriano, and I don't know, Josh Shapiro can go take on Oz. Like, I don't even care, because Oz is just whatever. We need Mastriano. I mean, we need him. So Vince, unironically more accurate than half of election Twitter. So true. I like. Do you see how I filled it out too? I was like, Arizona. Yeah, it's probably like lean red. Nevada, I guess. You know what I mean? I was just like, okay. And this is so true. And I predict my instincts will be very close to this. The real race will probably be close to this. So, Wrong. The bloated fraud is losing in Ohio. You're talking about J.D. Vance? J.D. Vance is not losing in Ohio. That's not happening. Ohio is a Republican state at this point. I mean, really. It goes like R+8 now, doesn't it? So. California goes red. So true. I wish we could make like a third party that'd be. I was gonna do like, the Vincedao Nationalist Party gonna win every seat, but we can't do it. Because it's on 270. Ohio's gone for the Dems. I agree. Okay, we're now on hour 4, ladies and gentlemen. 3 hours to go until I admit the truth about 714. What a stream this has been so far. Truly, what a stream this has been so far. Okay. And I figured since we did it last night and it was fun, let's play Oregon Trail again, because why not? What else are we going to play? I'm on a Mac. We can't play anything. But this time, let's actually... Oh, my bad. I zoomed in too much. Let's actually play it right. I think if you press... Let's go. I think if you press this thing right here, it'll stop doing that browser problem we had yesterday where it kept like clicking out. You know what I mean? Here. All right. Share screen. Let's go. The people love Oregon Trail. What can I say? It was very popular. It was a very popular segment the other night. We have 3 hours left to kill. Let's play a game of Oregon Trail. Let's do it. So true. Can I get the full screen view? Are we having the same problems? Maybe I didn't fix it after all. I thought I was so smart for doing it. Let me just refresh this. Okay. So launch the game. There we go. There we go. Let's go. We're so back. We're so back. And we can play it full screen tonight, so it'll be much easier to see. Let's go. Let's go. Vance is sending me emails admitting to being down 4. I mean, it's a fundraising tactic because they want to make you freak out. But it's also like early polling. Like I know polling at this part of the stage usually favors like Democrats, and then it'll probably end up being fine. Like wasn't Trump like supposed to lose Ohio in the polls, in 2020? Like, V says, did you see Carrie Lake's Instagram post saying she was an inclusive populist? I'm pretty sure she said she was a conservative populist, not an inclusive populist. Will Rep Carlson and Doyle and Badan return for revenge? Real. Okay. Let's travel the trail. All right. What if tonight, I don't know, what do you guys think? We could do the same gang as last night. We could do the boys. Or we could do like Vince's family. We could do Vince's family, okay? We'll have me, my wife, and my children. But then I'm going to murder my children in this time instead of murder the boys. I don't know. Well, let's just say we'll be a carpenter from Ohio again. I thought that was a good balance game. The name of the wagon leader is VinceDao, also known as Conqueror Dao, which is real. What does Dao mean in Vietnamese? I think it's a Chinese word. It might even have a Vietnamese leaning. Dao means knife. Dao means knife in Vietnamese. Yo, the conqueror with the knife. Literally my name. This is incredible. This is incredible, guys. I literally have the base name. Let's see what it means in Chinese, though, because I know it's like a Chinese word, isn't it? Chinese. It means arrive. What, the conqueror has arrived? No, we're sticking with the Vietnamese one. That's actually cool. I'm the conquering knife. It's literally my name. This is true. If you will take this into account. Now I wonder what my full last name means. Oh, wait. I think my Italian family name is just from a town. Like there's a town named after it, and that's where I think that's all it is. Nothing cool there. Well, I could be the conqueror of the town of Elosio. Huh. Interesting. Okay, anyways. So, all right. Real, let's go. VinceDao, a.k.a., as we know, the conquering knife. Literally my name. That's literally my name. Wow. In fact, I wonder if my dad responded. Let me see if he responded to that text. Yes, I knew. Oh, apparently they did. They never told me this growing up. Yes, I knew. I always liked that name and looked it up before I chose it. That was my first choice. Luckily, your mother liked it too. Whenever you hear the name Vince, you think of a strong and bad mother effer. Lol. That's what he said, his words. My dad's name. Oh, that's cool. My dad's name means protector and defender. So I'm the conqueror and he's the defender. That's actually a cool contrast. That's cool. All right. Who should our party be? I don't know. What should we do? What should we do? Mine means Squidward Tentacles said mine means face powder. What's your name? Who is this? Party should be people in the comments. Possibility. Possibility. All right. You know, do we want to do that? We could do that. We could do that. Okay. I'm going to pick a few people from the comments. I should be 2 since I've been on the stream tonight. Okay, that's fair. Red Eagle. All right, let's see what else we got. We got Andrew M. Stacey Abrams. People are saying Stacey Abrams. Caesar has returned to Rome. Let's go. I've been here since Watergate. So Andrew M is a member, so we definitely got to give him. See, who else should we do? Who else do we do? Do we do Jennifer for the diversity pick? Is that what we're going to do? TV N64. We'll do GB. Caesar GB, I should say. Caesar GB. The stream better stay up. Yeah, it's staying up. It's between TV N64 and Jennifer. I don't know. Hollywood is not going to premiere this movie if we don't have a woman in it. This is like the Donner. This is literally the Donner Party movie, except we're not going to eat each other. Not yet, at least. Got to have a cook. Get Jennifer in. That's a good take. That's a good take. That's a good take. You convinced me. All right. All right. Let's go. It is 1848. Your jumping off place for Oregon is Independence, Missouri. You must decide which month to leave Independence. Okay. We did May last time. Let's do May again. Buy whatever you need at Matt's General Store. Matt Heilman's General Store. We got the whole channel in here. Wow. 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 This is incredible. This is incredible. People are booing. It's a good take. We need that's she's the camp cook. Okay. The Red Dead gang, the Dutch Vanderland gang, they carry around women for that purpose basically too in the game as well. Okay. So this is a good take. Hello, I'm Matt. So you're going to Oregon. The Matt Heilman here. Look at, you know, he's ripping me off for oxen. This guy is charging me like $40 for a yoke of oxen. And it's not surprising. It's not surprising that Matt Heilman, you know, the North Dakota state legislator who apparently also has a store, always trolling me in chat. This is so true. You know, look at this guy. He's smoking his pipe. You know, he thinks he can get away with just completely scamming them. This is so true. Okay. So, I mean, you just take a look at this. All right. You're trying to buy oxen. There are 2 oxen and a yoke. He charges $40 a yoke. Really? Really, Matt Heilman? Ripping me off. He doesn't even get me a discount code. You know, we helped him get elected in North Dakota. He doesn't even give us a discount code. Okay? No promo code. No, hey, use AV Chad for, you know, 10%. No, none of that. None of that. I get charged $40 a yoke. Okay. James K. The Polk Brandon inflation. Okay. The James K. Polk Brandon inflation out of control. And he doesn't even do anything to stop it. The other state of this. Wow, Vince, this is a long stream, bro. We're going 7 hours, 14 minutes. Because it's 7:14. It's titled a mega stream. This is real. Okay, so he recommends at least 3 yoke. Yeah, fine. Well, you know what? Let's go for 5 yoke. Let's go for 5 yoke. You know why? We're gonna eat the oxen. We're gonna be so starving because Matt Heilman ripped us off. We're gonna have to eat the oxen, and this is true. This is real. Okay. So, you know, after that, we're not gonna have any money to spend on food because Matt Heilman was like, I charge $40 a yoke, and this is just so true. You know. So anyways, we want 714 pounds of food. Good take. That's just so true. All right, people are going to be like, you're going to run out of food. All right. Well, we can't carry anymore because Matt Heilman is ripping us off. He won't give me a discount code. He won't do anything. All right. And this is so true. This is the worst price I've ever seen. This is literally, these are 1984 tier prices, okay? All right. So clothing. Let's see. Each set is $10 a person. Somehow the clothes are suspiciously cheap. What is this, Ross? What is this, H&M? I think he's selling us used clothes is what it is. He's taking the clothes off of homeless guys and just giving it to us. And Matt Heilman thinks this is okay. All right. So we'll do 10 sets of clothes, I guess. Ammunition. We're going to need a lot of ammunition, okay? Because as you learned on stream last night, I can't shoot in this game. Just got to spray and pray. So let's get 714 boxes of ammunition. We can't get 714 boxes of ammunition. Wow. Wow. Okay. Then is 7 enough? Maybe we need 47. Realistically, I think we need about 47 boxes of bullets. Real. Okay. Spare parts. We don't need spare parts because we're not going to let Jennifer drive the wagon. Although if she does, we're going to need a lot of spare parts. Okay. 2 wagon wheels, 2 axles, 2 tongues. All right, let's go. We're going to Oregon. We're going to Oregon. He says, good luck. Screw you. You know, if we die, it's going to be because of you. It's literally going to be because of Matt Heilman right here. If we die, and this is true. And because we're probably going to be like, you know, our wagon's gonna be broken. We're not gonna have any money because this guy ripped us off for $40 a yoke on, you know, the oxen. I mean, this is real. This is real. The blood is on your hands. The blood is on your hands. It really is. It really is. Okay. Like, this is true. So real. All right, let's go. We're going to Oregon. We're going to Oregon. So true. That's Jennifer. That's who do we have in the party again? That's Andrew M. That's me. That's Red Eagle. This is real. Let's go. We're going to Oregon. Okay, weather cool, health good, pace steady, rations filling. I don't know. Do we really need a steady pace if we're being realistic? Why do we need a steady pace? Why do we need a steady pace? You know, we're going fast pace. All right, it's got to be realistic. All right, I ain't no slow driver. Okay, I drive the speed limit, of course, but I never drive under the speed limit. Of course, we know this. Okay, we know this. So this is true. Under the guise of inflation. So true. Matt Heilman be like, it's not my fault. It's President Polk's fault. No, it is your fault. It is your fault. Let's go. He's literally like helping Polk do the first reset. Okay, that's what's going on here. All right. Change pace. We're going fast. We're going strenuous. Let's go. 714 pounds of food. That's enough to last us about 5 years, in my opinion. Let's get out of here. Let's go. We are loaded up in trucking. We are eastbound and down. We're westbound and down, actually. This is so true. Get your kicks on Route 66. Take my highway. That's the best. It's so true. We're not the Kansas River crossing. Yes, I would like to look around. All right, let's go. You know, we should have taken Matt Heilman with us. We really should have, because when Bigfoot raids us or if the Indians are trying to scalp us, you know, he's gonna really. We could have had the chance to like really reap what we sow, you know, back at the general store, but instead it's just like, you know, he's gonna sit back and laugh at us as we're dying on the Oregon Trail, and he's gonna be like, "Haha, I got $40 a yoke for these oxen." So true, so true. All right. 4.5 feet deep. So yesterday we drowned in this river. But I feel like we should actually ford the river again because it'll be epic. Okay. Turn the game volume down. I can't. That's the thing. I literally can't. Like it's literally down and it just plays loud on the browser. Please, Vince, don't drown me and Jennifer. I don't know. Don't wade the river. Remember what happened last time. I kind of want to do it again. We're going to trust the plan this time, all right? What if we just trusted the plan this time? You know? I don't know. All right, fine. We're going to float it across. Let's go. Go. Real. All right, let's go. We've made it. We had no trouble. So true. That's my driving, by the way. My driving. You guys are welcome. You guys are welcome. We lost the trail. That was Jennifer's driving. All right, I let her take the wheel. That was my L. So true. You're not the Big Blue River crossing. Would you like to look around? Incredible. It's a Big Blue River. What a name for a river. Truly. You must cross the river to continue. It's currently 235 feet. 3 feet deep. We can ford that. Let's go. Across the river we go, boys. Oh, 3 feet deep. We lost 50 pounds. It was 3 feet deep. Look out. How do you drown in 3 foot water? This is incredible. This is I blame Jennifer. I blame Jennifer. I really do. Every time. Every time the wagon has problems, we're gonna blame Jennifer. Okay, I think that's the policy here. Wow. At least no one died though. You know, yesterday David Carlson and Red Eagle literally died at the Kansas River, the first river in the game. Yeah, and at least we didn't lose ammo this time. Yeah, 3 feet, more like 3 years, real. 3 yards. Vince must be destroyed. Vince 3 feet is very tall. No, it's not. All right, here we go. We're at Fort Kearny. Let's take a look at Fort Kearny. Incredible. You want to talk to people? Let's talk to people. Fort Kearny Scout tells you the game is still plentiful around here, but getting harder to find. With so many overlanders, I don't expect it to last more than a few years. Folks shoot the game for a sport, take a small price, and let the list rot in the sun. Wow. Incredible. True American, legacy American right here, folks. Girl, Union boys. Literally the case. Andrew M has exhaustion. Oh no. Oh no. Sad. Caesar GB has collar. Oh no. American Caesar, okay. Didn't Caesar Augustus die of something like that? This is not good. This is not good. All right. We're in poor health. We probably have to stop to rest. Let's stop to rest. Rest for 2 days. All right, here we go. Continue on the trail. Probably shouldn't be going at a strenuous pace. I don't understand like the utility of that, but I think it's funny. All right, let's talk to people. Aunt Rebecca Sims tell you, I hear terrible stories about whacking parties, running out of food before Oregon. The whole party starving to death. We must check our supplies often. We might not get there as soon as we think. I was planning for the worst, I say. A true foghorn, leghorn conservative, Aunt Rebecca Sims. We love Aunt Rebecca Sims. Truly. Literally like Aunt Jemima, but like better. So true. You're not Fort Laramie. All right, let's take a look at Fort Laramie. I'm just turning the sound down because it's too loud. It's too loud. Okay, fine. Wow. Incredible. Look at the foreign relations with these Indians. We're doing a good job. I'm white-pilled on where this is going. The Sioux Braves tells you, the Pawnee are mortal enemies of the Sioux. I would not hesitate to kill any Pawnee I met, but I have never killed a white man. All I ask is from white men, leave me alone and leave my buffalo alone. Wow. Incredible. Fort Laramie is 190 miles to Independence Rock. All right. We're going to be rocking it up at Independence Rock. We're going to be rocking in the USA, rocking in the free world. Let's go. Very little water. Very sad. Jennifer, where's the water? Wow. Bad water. Now it's bad water. We found wild fruit. Let's go. Let's go. Good job, Jennifer. Big stuff. We haven't had a single party member die yet. Fingers crossed. You're not Independence Rock. Would you like to look around? All right, let's take a look around. Wow. I don't see the rock. I just see a river. Shouldn't it be called Independence River? Real. All right, let's talk to people. Let's see. It's Rebecca Sims again. Is she just following us? Is this an agent of Matt Heilman, literally just following us, stealing our supplies in the night, making the 3-foot river higher so that way we freaking just lose a wagon axle in it and we lose 50 pounds of food? Is that what she is? I think she's a double agent working for Matt Heilman, truly. Okay. Here we go. We need to chill the pace. Silence. Silence, Jennifer. We're going fast. We're going fast. Fine, we'll stop to rest. We'll stop to rest is what we'll do, okay? Actually, let's just hunt for food. We need some food. Okay. All right. Let me move the microphone so we can actually kind of play the game here. All right. Yep. Wait, how do you shoot? Oh, it's space. I forgot the controls. That was bad. That was my fault. That was my fault. There we go. There we go. Oh. Get him. What are you doing? There we go. We're so back. Boom. We're not going to be able to take all of it back to the wagon anyway, so that's all good. Although I don't understand why you can't just make multiple trips. We got 1,000 pounds of meat. Just make several trips. Seriously. All right, let's go hunting again. Why not? Someone's going to come out of here. I predict it. This is literally the camping version, but an Oregon Trail. We're just camping. This literally is camping, and it's based. Inherently right-wing right here, what we're doing. Come on. Wow. Incredible. Wow. Unproductive. There we go. Right in our sights. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that ambush. I'm from the trees. I'm the Viet Cong. This is real. Look at that. This is in my blood. If you recognize that. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. The trees are my cover. Boom. Unsuspecting. Unsuspecting. So true. So true. Wow. What a champion. 2,000 pounds, but we can only carry 19 back to the wagon. Let's go hunting one more time. I want to like stack up on food here. Look at this rabbit. Stuck behind the rocks. Look at that. See if we can get this deer. Ah, the stupid tree. No, my ally has become my foe. This is not good. All right. I think it doesn't really let you get a lot if you keep trying to hunt. We got 1 pound of meat. We're going to be eating for 14 years. This is real. So true. Severe thunderstorm. Who said you can't go in a thunderstorm? I mean, who said that? Literally, who said that? It's fine. Just go. South Pass. Guy's about to shoot him or say hi. I don't know what the deal is there. All right. Let's rest for like 2 days. We have the food. We have the food to do it. Who says this? My father is very sick and we are resting here until he gets better. We've been pushing too hard and our health has suffered. My father is able to travel again. We go at a slower pace. So what you're saying is I should change the pace right now from strenuous, which is the second fastest, to grueling, which is the fastest. I think that's what she's saying. I don't know. I could be wrong. So I don't know. This is like 2,000 pounds. It is real. So I think what she's saying is we should go faster. I don't know. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I misinterpreted that a little bit, but that's about what I got. We went to Green River last time. Let's go to Fort Bridger. Caesar GB has a fever. He's fine. It's just a fever. Just walk it off. Just take some ibuprofen or something. Wild fruit. Good job, Jennifer. Found wild fruit again. Let's go. Big numbers, big stuff. And we are running out of food fast. I think it's because we still have all of our party members. No one has died yet. All right, we're going to need to go hunting again. Good thing I bought 74 boxes of ammo. I think it's really coming into good use right now. Look at that. Big stuff. Big numbers. Big. Huge. Incredible. Some of the biggest we've seen, truly. Look at that. Look at that. Not even a challenge. Not even a challenge. I'm him. I'm him. This is true. All right, let's hunt again. When I win streak here. Okay. Okay. I spoke too soon. This is why humility is very important. No, not today. I'm the best shot in the whole West. This is true. Look at that. Look at that. They call me Machine Gun Dow. Machine Gun Dow. This is true. Me and my M16 from the 1800s. Real. Wow. Wow. Look at that. There we go. All right, let's go hunting one more time. I want about 300 pounds. It won't let me move. It wouldn't let me move. It actually like stopped. All right, come on. Dang it. Okay. Oh, get him. Get. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. 65 pounds. Good enough. Continue on the trail. Let's go. Wild fruit. Look at that. All because we went to Fort Bridger. So true. July 4th, 1888. Let's go. Dun, 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 dun. So true. All right. Okay. Let's talk to some people. Tired-looking woman tells you, one child drowned in a small warm creek outside Fort Laramie. My husband died of typhoid near Independence Rock. Now I travel along with my 5 children. The eldest, Caleb, is 11. I fear he'll be a man before we reach Oregon. That's sad. That's sad. I feel bad for him. 07s. 07s for the tired old woman. Real. All right, let's stop to rest for like 2 days. Okay, back on the trail. Here we go. We're going to Soda Springs. So true. So true. This is Bang Energy. I usually don't drink this, but I was like 7-hour stream. We're going to need it. We're going to need it. Okay. It did not come with a stripper, though, which was very interesting. You know, you open Bang Energy. They advertise the moment you open it, you're just going to have like a stripper just pop out of the can. Apparently, that's what they say. It's probably a good thing that didn't happen. But then I was going to be like, well, you know, that's one American stripper you could encourage to find God and find her father. But instead it was just a drink, which was interesting. You know, this is real. Vince, you're hurting my Southern gentleman ear. How? What am I doing? Jennifer has cholera. Oh, no. Oh, no. You are now at Soda Springs. Would you like to look around? Yes. Wow, look at that. I keep clicking look around even though we looked at all these things yesterday. But she's a modest. She's showing too much leg. Arguably, she is too. This is true. This is a modest. Not trad, not based. Wow. Wow, look at how much that is. She might as well be naked at that point. That's insane. Okay. Where did the standards go? I mean, I remember back in the 1820s, you could have never gotten away with it. And now 1848, it's like, oh, all the suffragists are like, the suffragettes are all like, oh, it's 1848, you know? Free the ankle. And it's like, no, you're cringe. You're anti-trad. You're really not. Okay. All right, let's go. From Soda Springs, it is 57 miles to Fort Hall. All right. Red Eagle has a broken arm. He was, I think it was by sabotage. I think it was Joseph Cotto or Rufus broke his arm. I think we should request a lawsuit. Why are people saying it's so loud? I literally turned off the audio. Okay, I'm just going to mute the screen audio because you guys won't stop complaining about it. Wrong trail, lose one day. All right, Fort Hall. Okay. Real 7 days after 7/14. Very interesting. Okay. I'm surprised you're still alive. Not a single person has died yet. It's probably because of my strenuous pace. You know, people didn't trust the plan. All these people are like, that's too fast. No, actually, we're doing fine. We're doing fine. I appreciate your concern, but we're fine. All right. Apparently, we need food. See if we can buy. Oh, my bad. Let's see if we can buy some food. We can buy 7. How much would be about 50 pounds of food? Okay. And then we'll hunt for some more. Inadequate grass. You're in inadequate grass. Bad water. Just boil the water. You don't know how to make a fire? Oh, we're out of food again. All right, time to hunt. All right, there we got a bear. Come here, you deer. Really? Wow. There we go. You do not trust the plan. You're like, oh, Vince is going to miss. No. Okay, Vince is actually going to miss this one. Or not. Patriots in control. Few recognize this. Incredible. I'm literally like Cabela's Dangerous Hunts, the game. I am the Cabela's Dangerous Hunt. I'm him. I'm literally him. So true. All right, here we go. Come on. Oh. Incredible. No animals. Wow. I probably could have got him, but I was trying to see if he'd come out more. Fun. Wait, didn't I get one? I thought I... Oh, wait, no. Am I being stupid? I guess I didn't get any that round. There we go. Come here. Oh. Really? He just came up and freaking gave me a wet willy. This is true. All right. That's probably 100 pounds anyway, so I consider it a success. All right, let's go hunting one more time. Let's get another 100 pounds and we should be good. There we go. Look at that. Look at what a start. We're starting fast. Look at that. I am literally the Oregon Ducks of 2014. I'm Marcus Mariota, if you recognize this. Look at that. The deer conqueror, the deer whisperer. Incredible. I'm him. I'm literally him. People don't get this. If you will take this into account. Let's go hunting one more time. We're on a good roll. Ah. Come on. Is anyone going to come out here? There we go. Look at that. Oh, wow. You know what? I don't even care. We got 100 pounds of food. That's enough. Everything else now we're just killing for sport, literally. All for sport. All right. Back on the trail. Eastbound and down. Loaded up in oxen from our overpriced yoke from Matt Heilman. Let's go. Impassable trail. Wow. Okay. The Oregon Ducks 2010. Same thing. Stacey Abrams is never going to want to eat deer again after this. So true. King. You pass a gravesite. Realize Jiffer. Wow. Incredible. All right, let's go. Snake River Crossing. Here you have the neo-Nazi again hailing Hitler. Not good optics. 1,002 feet across, 3 feet deep in the middle. You know, I feel like we should ford this river, but I feel like Jennifer is going to complain about that, so we'll cock it across, I guess. Or should we just hire an Indian to help? No, we're cocking it across. Why not? Let's go. Let's go. We're going to make it. Patriots in control. Are you going to trust the plan? Ah! Jennifer drowned. No. No. This is so sad. This is so sad. Rest in peace for Jennifer. Truly. You know, she served the party well. She really did. This is a sad day for the party. We're not going to have any food anymore. This is big stuff. Real. I know. Everyone's like LMAO based. It's not based. We're literally going to starve. We're literally going to starve because of this, okay? Wow. All right, let's go. Back on the trail. Doesn't matter. You stay focused. Focus on the plan. Eyes on the prize. Let's go, boys. Wow. Jennifer has already been replaced. We're taking her. We're taking her, okay? Real. Fort Boise. We're almost there. All right. We're still in fair health, surprisingly. I really haven't had to stop to rest for at all. This has been one of the easier games, in my opinion, overall. One of the oxen is injured. The good thing we bought like 4 yolks or something. Wild fruit. Let's go. Let's go. I'm going to have to rely on Stacey Abrams cooking. It's so over. We're going to die. All right, time to hunt for food. Let's go. Let's go. Back in the game. Great return. We will return. Here we go. Look at that. Look at that. Big. 300 pounds. All right, one more time. Get about 200 pounds. That should be food security for us. You know, the world, people are like, well, you should probably just buy food. No, but buy the World Economic Forum's synthetic meat sold to us by third-party Matt Heilman. Like, I think I'll pass. I think this is the right way to do it. I mean, if we're going to be realistic about this. So, 100 pounds. Let's go one more time. Why not? Let's get 300 pounds. That's the goal. Target. Oh. There we go. It's 300 pounds right there. That should be very close to adequate. I think that's about 199. 299, I mean. Oh, wow. There, look at that diagonal shot. Look at that. Look at that bank shot right there. Off the crossboard. Real. Look at that. Look at that. Let's go. Let's go. It's over. It's over for the globalists, obviously, because we're going to make it. We're going to make it. Okay. Let's go. We got CJ in chat. What's up, CJ? Big stuff. Blue Mountains. All right, let's talk to people. Tired Overlander tells you, since crossing the Snake at Fort Boise, it's been just mountains and desert, dust deeper every day. 6 inches at times, no tracks, just clouds of dust. Many cattle choked in dust after swimming the river and bled and died. What are you carrying around like special ed oxen, like special ed cattle? I mean, how do they choke on dust? I mean, who does that? Who chokes on dust? All right, even the dumbest of cows. I mean, what kind of cows? What kind of cattle is this guy carrying? Literally. What is this? Okay. All right, let's continue on the trail. We went for Walla Walla last time, so let's go for the Dallies this time. Dallies! Let's go. Good health. We're literally so back. People said the strenuous pace. You're going to die. You're going to die. No. Real. Broken wagon. Yes, we can fix it. I can fix everything. Look, look at that. Look at that. Real. Wow. Look at that. Look at that. Vince would have helped make the bison near extinct in the 1800s. So true. I'm just too good of a shot. Really just too good of a shot. Caesar GP has measles. He's fine. He's fine. That's just an everyday sickness, you know? It's like a cold. Oh, got measles again. Better take some Tylenol. Real. Literally. This is true. All right, let's talk to people. Let's see what we got at the... Amy Witherspoon tells you, my cousin Lydia engaged down passage down the Columbia with Indians. A canoe with 17 people and luggage. The wind blew so heavy they had to lie by. Near dark, high waves came and up over their heads. Finally, they made it to the shore safely. Okay. Dark, and I don't think it's very culturally sensitive to refer to Indians as dark, high waves, but, you know, you do you. Float down the Columbia River, take the Barlow Toll Road. We're floating down the Columbia River again. That was fun last time. I don't even care. I don't even care. All right, here we go. Here we go, boys. Real. Wow. We're not going to kill Nathaniel Abbott this time because I have figured out how to do this correctly and make the arrow keys actually engage. So let's go. Let's go. Well, almost at the side. Let's go. We're doing this. This is just too easy. Like, this is the amateur stuff. Like, make the game a little harder. Jeez. Look at that. Look at that. This is just like toddler stuff. It really is. Incredible. You know, I do this every day. I do this in my sleep. This is what I dream of. I dream of floating down the Columbia River. Wow. Wow. If only Jennifer were alive to see this. You know. Only she were. Look at that. It's not even hard. It's no challenge. It's no challenge. Incredible. Incredible. Look at that. Look at that. I can have a close call with death. I don't care. I don't care. This is easy stuff. Easy money. This is just too easy. This is just too easy. You know, people are always like, I could never make it to Oregon. You just suck at the game is what it is. Look at this. Look at this. Wow. Wow. We're literally about to... Oh, there's the landing. There's the landing. Get to the shore. Get to the shore. Boom, look at that. Look at that. Let's freaking go. So true. We made it to Oregon. Look at that. Look at that. Only one person died, and it was Jennifer. And she only died because I didn't want to ask the Indians for help. So true. Should have done it. Should have done it. Look at that. How do you know where to land? Because you can see the thing. I learned that from last time. Let's see how many points you received. 1766 points. Points are doubled. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Look at that. We made the leaderboard. Let's go. We have made the top 10, boys. We are writing this down in U.S. history. VinceDao. King VinceDao. Real. Real. That's my actual full name. True. Okay. Look at that. Someone screenshot that. Someone screenshot that. Let's go. Vince could have kept Jennifer alive. So sad. I could have. I had to get cocky. I was like, let's caulk down the river. Let's go. Look at this David Hastings. What a peasant. Imagine not getting 3,000 points on the Oregon Trail. So true. So true. No. It's perfect the way it is. Perfect the way it is. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. That was so easy. If we had Jennifer, we would have failed at the end with a navigation. This is true. This is true. And we wouldn't have set the record. We wouldn't have set the record. 3 more hours. I feel young. People may think I'm going slightly delirious because of the way I'm acting. I'm fine. I'm a fully stable genius. Let's freaking go. The Knife Conqueror wins the Oregon Trail. So true. So real. So real. So. Stephen McIntyre, thank you for the $7.14. He says you should listen to Overturned by Bryson Gray and DC Capital. Is that a Roe v. Wade song? It sounds like it is. Okay, yeah, we can listen to it. I know his election songs are allowed on YouTube, but I'm always a little skeptical about actually playing them because I don't know if they're going to apply it differently because it's like a reaction, not music. I don't know. All right. Thank you for the $7.14, by the way. Appreciate the super chat. Let's see. Overturned. All right, let's go. I have to turn on the audio. That's probably be a smart idea.
You want to make a song supporting the Supreme Court taking away women's rights? Yeah.
Based.
Pretty much. Hurry up.
That's what them libertarians sound like when they hit the ground. Huh? Oh, they mad. Oh, they mad. Oh, they.
Vince, how much money do you have so far? I don't know, but it's not $714. So
mad. Oh, they mad.
Pump those numbers up.
Oh, they mad. Oh, they mad, huh? Planned Parenthood about to
Let's
lose
go.
that bag,
Thank you, Reddy.
Planned Parenthood about to lose that bag, huh? They overturn Roe v. Wade. It's a celebration. Liberals mad because they can't sacrifice up or kiss to Satan. Make it illegal in 50 states. Why you waiting? Planned Parenthood be selling baby
So true.
pause,
Make it illegal in 50 states while you waiting. So true. See, Bryson understands this. He understands it's not states' rights. No, make it illegal. So true.
Keep your legs
true.
closed, Doc. Keep your legs closed. That baby not gonna grow up poor just cause you said so. Hold on, wait, let me explain. So you don't get misled, I'm pro-choice. Cause you made that choice when you in bed. I'm like, huh? I thought a baby killer said something. They clip the arms first, next you know the legs coming. Planned Parenthood do that when they got a check coming. Give aborted fetal cells to who keep that bread coming. Hey, but anyway. Hey, it's a celebration, and I know they playing. What they want is depopulation. Black people, 13%, been that way for generations. Every time I bring that up, they try to switch the conversation. Oh, they mad. 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 Oh, they mad, huh? Planned Parenthood about to lose that bag, huh?
So true. So true. So true.
They overturn Roe v. Wade. It's a celebration. Liberals mad because they can't sacrifice up or kiss the Satan.
If you don't listen to Bryson Gray, you're unironically racist. Many are saying this. My African American. Look at my African American over
Bro, I
there.
got
Is he
this
the
pro-life
greatest?
song, but I'm missing something. I need you to spice it up for me.
All right, about Roe v. Wade?
Yes, you know it got overturned, so we got to celebrate. You feel me?
All right, let's get banned, bro.
Let's get it.
Thank you, James O'Keefe, and thank you, Donald Trump. Hey, and thank you, Clarence Thomas, because we saved them baby lumps. I want doctors and
Real.
them cuffs,
So
savage
true.
mamas and them cuffs. Daddy bear arms if you murder baby cubs. Hey, they pull them out with prongs. They no different than
I grew up on West Coast rap. I have to stay loyal to that. I'm not even the biggest rap fan, but I'm sorry. West Coast rap all the
how pro-choice is feeling wrong. They see the pictures and they keep on thumbing
So
on,
true.
thumbing,
So true.
thumbing on.
West Coast
One day
rap
she
the
got
whole
lump, and the
way.
next
all
day her
right?
stomach gone. Hit her with
West
them
Side
like a Muslim
nationalism,
in
real. Let's
Lebanon.
go.
This will get us banned before Bryson can end the song. Hey.
Oh, they mad, 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 huh? Planned Parenthood about to lose that bag, huh? Planned Parenthood about to lose that bag, huh? They overturned Roe v. Wade. It's a celebration. Liberals mad cause they can't sacrifice up or against Satan. Ay, make it illegal in 50 states. Why you waiting? Planned Parenthood be selling baby parts, but who paying?
Let's go. Real. I've technically listened to Bryson Gray there from a black person expert. I like Bryson Gray. I like Bryson Gray. Disagree with his theology on a lot of things, but I think you know, political ideas, he's on point, and his music is fire, and he's a friendly guy. So truly, gotta disagree. Notorious B.I.G. all the way. Traitorous. Listen. All right. I agree, but like, does that really outdo like Tupac, all the NWA guys? I feel like LA overall has like the West Coast, I should say, overall has like the best classic rappers out there. Not that I'm a big rap fan. I just was when I was like, you know, younger. You know. So truly, I think the case for West Coast rap being superior. I mean, East Coast rap is just a bunch of like angry. I feel like a lot of it, not Biggie obviously, but like a lot of like DMV rap and whatnot. It's just a bunch of like battle music or whatever. You know, you kind of have that angry East Coast personality to it. I feel like West Coast rap generally historically has been something you can really vibe more to. It's more like fun. It's more rounded. You know, so anyways, all right. We're nearing 5 hours, so Jackson, if you want to like come in and we can co-host, because I promised him, I probably could do this the last 2 hours on my own, but I promise I let Jackson co-host part of the stream. So let's pull up. West Coast rappers and just marijuana too much. Is that an exclusively West Coast thing though? I feel just rap people in general are consumers of the marijuana. So you must go for 2 more hours. We are going for 2 more hours. What's your view on Messianic Jews? Well, it depends. It depends what their view of exactly is of like the Trinity and the divinity of Christ or whatever, you know. So I think it's kind of diverse on that front. So I don't have a set view on them. It's really more so, you know, a matter of kind of what they believe specifically, you know. Oh shoot. All right, that was literally 7:14 right there. Just trying to grab the mic. And the webcam came down. Truly. You know, something had to happen. We had to have some type of technical problem. Would it truly be 7:14 without it? No, it wouldn't. Let me see if I can even get these to sync. Hold on. Jackson, give me a second. Let me see if he's... Oh, wait, I have to, like... Hold on. Hopefully the... Where's the sync button on this thing? Can you guys hear me, by the way? Because sometimes when the mic reconnects, it's bad. I could literally be destroying their ears right now, and we wouldn't even know. Where's the sync thing on this? Is there a button? Maybe you just hold it. Trying to set up the mic. Okay, we can. There is sound then. This way then. Can you guys hear me on the natural mic? Because this whole dual mic thing is just not gonna work. Oh wait, maybe it will. Maybe it will. Land trusters vindicated massively. Wait. Oh, wait, no. Why is it only going? I need both at the same time. What are you doing? Wait. Are we on 2 mics? Is it working now? I don't know if this is gonna work.
Just try to mute one.
What? They're unidirectional. That's the problem.
So you can't mute it.
What do you mean?
Like mute the one you have and then test the other.
No, I can tell if it's online. Like there's this, it's the light, but it's not online. That's the problem. Audio is fine. Okay, we're just going natural sound then. We're going the traditional way.
We're going bare bones.
Yeah, bare bones, natural sound. Let's go. We hear you. I get it. I was trying to make the 2 mic thing work. Okay. We hear you. I know you hear me. Oh gosh, I know you hear me. Continuing the tradition of 714, safe space. Okay, I should probably introduce him because yeah, this is my This is my Jackson. That's so gay. This is my roommate Jackson. He's the new apartment we moved into. Real.
What is up, people? Where's it's right here.
Yeah, so they're right there.
All right, it's a little tight. Glad to be here. It's so hype. Living with Vince. Had a lot of adventures already. Went in New York. That was pretty fun. Yeah, pretty much glad to be here. Glad to come on the stream. It's been a lifelong goal of mine, truly. But
yeah, since he was conceived, he's been.
Yeah, really. I was born not too far from 714, August 4th, which truly I feel like God put that prophecy down that something would happen on a day 20 or so days before my birthday. But yeah, now we're here. It's truly a prophetic day. It's actually not even 714 anymore. It's 715. So that's one more cent you guys can add to your donations.
Real.
We gotta check the donation count.
I'm not spending the time counting this thing.
It doesn't just say.
No, it doesn't. Continuing the tradition of 714, Safe Space is the song Bryson got banned with Patriot J. Is it even still on YouTube? I would strongly assume that it's like not. If I can type, it is still on YouTube. This is impressive. I don't know how. I'm not like it's a good thing, but I don't know how some of his music stays on YouTube. Truthfully, because it gets banned from Spotify for hate speech, but YouTube, who's incredibly strict, all of a sudden. I remember this song. I wonder whatever happened. Is Patriot J still making music? Because I remember he was a friend back in the day, and I haven't talked to him in a long time. I think he's like reporting for Breitbart now or something. He dropped like one album, which was epic, and then he just stopped doing it. I don't know whatever happened. I mean, the thing is like, this is genuinely not worse than literal like rap songs about killing people and stuff like that. But it's just, we know why it gets banned from Spotify.
It's that one song by. It's a song. It's like a 12-minute song, but it's about dude, I'm totally blanking right now, but it's just like actually terrible. Like it's about like this dude like like get into a gang and like doing, it's like satanic. Like he it's like messing, he like does something to his mom, but like he doesn't know, and like he finds out and then kills himself. Like it's like so bad. But that's everywhere. Like that's out there, and you can't, you know.
I promise they don't help if I saw.
It's like, hey. Dancing with the devil. That's.
Did any of y'all follow the beef between Loza Alexander and Bryson? Yeah, I don't really know everything that happened there, but I will say, like, from my experience of knowing Bryson personally, you know, he tends to be actually pretty agreeable guy. He tends to be pretty down to like help out people, you know, and he's very easy to work with. He honestly has a lot of friends in the movement. People don't realize this. He can be friends with a lot of different people. And it's like, you know, I look at how Loza behaved, and honestly, to me, all it really came down to is it looks like, from my perspective, Loza is just starting beef for the sake of having drama and attention and clout and publicity. Like that was my take on the situation. I don't know the whole story. I didn't really care to know it, but you know, even his "Let's Go Brandon" song. I mean, he almost does seem kind of like grifty what he's doing. Now, he could very well be an actual Trump supporter. I'm not saying he's like a closet Democrat, but there definitely is an inherent grift to like the way Loza approaches it. You know, it's just, I mean, the song itself, it really didn't say anything. It's just like, you know what they saying, who? And then it's like, F Joe Biden, let's go Brandon. Like, it was just very like basic. It was very like, you know, I understand Bryson's take that Loza is basically just a grifter when you see how he behaves. You know, I could understand that.
I'm in the street. If I treated everything it's first, but I will get up there and you will address it on first. They want every man to
I think it's Patriot Jay's Twitter. I don't really see him on Twitter. I don't know if he got there. He's still there, but he did. Yeah. Dude, his tweets back is Let me see. Well, I miss my Twitter too.
We need music on this for me. Like, we need music that's not like serially good. We need everything. You know, rap music and stuff.
You know what I like about people like Bryce and like Patriot J though is that, you know, they're pretty far right. Like they're solid on most of the issues and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. But the demographic who listens to this music is very oftentimes very like kind of, well, very diverse, you would say. Like there are some people who are 100% ideological lockstep. There's also just a lot of like normal boomer Republicans and stuff like that that listen to this music unironically and then like jam to it. But it's actually very good because music is arguably one of the most effective modes of, and I'm saying this in a good way. I'm saying this in a good way, but it's one of the most effective modes of propaganda that there literally is like in existence, if not the most effective. So you know, you can literally listen to a song and admittedly, like this just happens to people and it probably happens to, you know, you guys too. You listen to a song, if it sounds good, you'll literally just internalize the words that the song says like very deeply in your brain. Like it is literally in a very effective form of, you could call it, and I don't think propaganda inherently is a bad thing. You know, it's like propaganda is a tool. It's a matter of whether you use it effectively for good things or bad things. Like that's how I view propaganda. Like it's a neutral. It's not good or bad. But it's cool that like this MAGA rap stuff, say what you will about it, but it's a good thing that like people who are very hard right, like Bryson and Patriot J, are like the most popular people in the sphere because, you know, they say things like this. You know, you listen to the lyrics of the song, and then it's like your average, just normie conservative that's like jamming to it. They're internalizing this stuff. You know, they really are. So, props to
Hey, I'm in the street yard, mostly in the street.
All right. That's why we listen to Bryson. No, I like Bryson. I like Bryson. Bryson is a friend of mine. Big stuff. At least we aren't getting patriotic porn because of conservative porn stars. That would be cringe and disastrous. You know, you probably are, and we just don't know. Like I don't know what Brandy Love is making or these other people are making.
Don't look it up either.
Yeah, don't look it up either. But it's probably happening. I mean, let's be honest, it probably is. I don't know. All right, let's see what else we got going on in chat here. I had ancestors. Do you have ancestors who fought for the CSA?
I don't. Not to my knowledge, but probably, right?
Yeah. Do you like? Can you like trace back your like?
Honestly, my grandma's like super big into like those like ancestry things. So I could probably ask her about it. She honestly probably like she would know. I'll have to do that. I could do a thing on that or something.
Not gonna lie, I might buy Bryson Gray's merch. It says porn is cringe. Does he really have that? That's cool. That's cool.
We're gonna ban porn. We're gonna do it. You know, I mean, don't. To all you porn watchers out there, you better get it out of the way now because we are gonna ban porn. Internet porn first, like destroying our generation. Really.
This is true.
So many come forward. It's like, yeah, I used to do this, and then like their lives just elevate after they break that addiction. Like
you will like quite literally feel better about yourself. Like literally. Vince's grandfather served Mussolini. This is just such a psyop. This is such a psyop. It's not true. I need to clarify that. I should just call him my white grandfather because I always say my Italian grandfather fought in World War II, and people are like, "Yo, you had a grandfather fight for Mussolini?" Like, no, he had an M1 Garand, not a stupid Italian bolt thing that like doesn't work. You know, this is true. This is true. Can we work on fentanyl first? It's called we do several things at once. You know. We're fighting a multi-front war. We really are, and this is very true. This is very true.
I can confirm to the chat, Vince Dow is not gay, not to my knowledge at least. He is a hit amongst the college women down here at the University of Florida. They all love him. They can't get him though. He's smart. He doesn't want to get locked into any hoes, any traps, you know. So
literally the case.
No,
literally the case.
You know, he's a strong. He's waiting till marriage. They hate this. They see. They can't get the Dow, but you know, he attracts them nonetheless.
Unironically, yeah, it's true. It's true. Besides, there isn't much motivation to watch it when there's a girl I want to meet. This is true. This is like
so true.
I think the vast majority of like the incels out there, and you can kind of tell in a lot of ways, they are unironic porn addicts, you know, because and that's part of how they rationalize to themselves, you know, because it's a very unhealthy approach to like attraction and sexuality, like, and that's part of why they end up just leaving that whole phase completely mentally ill. It's because it's like they like pervert like our own like, you know, ideas to something that's like totally unnatural and totally just like messed up in the head. And you know, that's how you see many such cases of incels actually turning out to be like the biggest coomers on the planet. And it's like basically what ends up happening is they just substitute porn for like, you know, any actual attraction to actual women, you know, instead it's like the screens. Like, this is true.
I mean, like, God forbid they actually somehow get into a relationship. Not God forbid, the opposite of that. Like, thank God for that. But They do. They're turning that relationship into something like very sexual and very, you know, non-godly because they're so conditioned. And that's like such like a big anti-porn talking point, but it's so true. Like it's so true. Like if you are truly a porn addict, like you're gonna try to seep that into your own life and like experience that in the same way, because nothing will be as good as what you see and what you're addicted to on that screen. It's very sad.
Real. I once saw an incel forum saying that femboys are better than real women.
Jeez.
Yeah, many such cases. Many such cases.
That's what they believe, you know, according to from the top. You know.
Yep, 100%. I believe you too. I believe that too. And you know they're gonna say it's ironic, but it's never ironic. And honestly, if you say something ironic enough, it's funny. On one hand, they're like, "Oh, well, we use irony to conceal actual messaging." On the other hand, they're like, "Oh, it's the cat boy or femboy thing is just that irony." Okay, interesting parallelism there. Isn't Mussolini's granddaughter in the Italian parliament? She is, or something like that. I think she's the mayor of Rome, or she ran for the mayor of Rome at least, like something like that. So you guys, we'll do, this is just like Q&A now. So you guys can literally ask any questions. I'm out of content, I believe, unless, I guess we do have, let's see, Libertarian Party rebrand, if we want to react to that. Me and Jackson watched that video like the other day.
It was so fun.
It's from like, it's like Reason TV, like the new Mises Caucus Libertarian Party. And it's like, and people keep saying the Mises Caucus, they're so good. They're actually still cringe. Okay, like I appreciate that they're pro-life and they're like, you know, a little better, I guess. But they're like, if you look at it, it's still a Reddit tier party full of like overgrown children, like unironically,
mole people, like this, like the one guy, the one like leader of it, like looks like a rat, looks like a capybara. Like you will see this, y'all will see this.
The CEO, be quiet, Lionos. We should actually watch this. Real.
We're obviously at a crossroads right now.
If I'm not a real libertarian, or if Mises is not a real libertarian, we've got problems.
We have an incredible opportunity.
I think what happened was it became, frankly, somewhat intolerable. The people who were running the National Libertarian Party were such an embarrassment that something had to be.
The idea of becoming a smaller, harder, more angry Republican Party is not a good one.
I think that we're way too internally divided.
It just says all that needs to be said about the Libertarian Party.
Congratulations.
It's funny. This is the LNC, right? This is the Libertarian National Convention or whatever, and it's like it literally looks like Comic-Con.
Yeah, guys wearing garbage bags.
But libertarians gets, I tweet things about libertarians and the Libertarian Party a lot. I'm just like, they're just. I mean, really what they are, fundamentally, libertarianism is a childish ideology, and all adult libertarians are literally just overgrown children. And this is true because the vast majority of, basically every conservative goes through their libertarian phase when they're about 15 years old, 16 years old, at the latest, maybe 18, 19 if you're exposed to politics a little bit later. But like, basically by the time any politically engaged right-wing person turns 25, everyone drops the libertarian LARP and just adapts to something, if it's not our ideology, just something a little bit more workable, a little bit more, not so devoid of reality. But the only people who stay are like unironically overgrown children. And you literally, like, you can literally see this from just the content, and you'll see in many such cases of the people who do this, they're overgrown children. This is Comic-Con for them. This is some like Reddit tier LARP. And it really tells you a lot about how serious also libertarians actually approach American politics, because they present themselves as these wise intellectuals who read a bunch of books and everything. But it's like, who actually takes politics seriously? Because we're literally in, like spiritual warfare for the soul of the United States. And these libertarians, again, serious political party, by the way, serious political ideas. The political ideas that Reason TV says are going to win the culture war. These people show up dressed like they're going to Comic-Con or like an anime convention.
So true.
Becoming chair. Says a lot. I mean, look at this. Look at this woman. This is your party's national convention. Again, look, I'm not just saying that. Libertarian National Convention.
I think the drivers of the division were the people who stood to lose, and now they have lost.
The Libertarian Party is under new management, tweeted Angela McArdle shortly after she became the National Committee's new chair at its 2022 annual convention in Reno, which was attended by more than 1,000 delegates from around the country.
And I hate making promises like a scumbag politician, but I will move heaven and earth to make this thing functional and not embarrassing. We are going to change the country.
People are saying it's echoing. Well, yeah, because you guys were like, the audio's fine. See, I was trying to set up the mic so that it was like, correct. And then it was like, dude, the audio's fine. And then guess what's happening? Yeah, the mic echoes because that's what happens. That's what happens. Vince fixed. Is the echo really that bad? It must be. All right, hold on. Let's try this. Maybe we can
7:15.
We can please the angry masses this way.
Just more content.
That is true.
Every mistake he makes, he can just make a video about it and blow it up.
This is a mistake the audience made. It's unironically their fault that the audio's echoing. They don't understand this. Though. All right, let's try to. I don't know. Maybe this will work. For real. It's the video. Everything is slow. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. You guys are just coping. I think you guys are just coping. The mic is fine. It's the video. So people were saying it's the echo, and now it's saying. Okay. Let's just refresh this. All right, I'm gonna refresh this then. All right, let's try this. Let's try this now. Everyone's freaking out. You don't trust the plan. All right. Here we go. Can't have a cope without a seed. Literally the fan base right now.
McArdle is part of the Mises caucus, which swept all the leadership roles and is now in complete control of the nation's third largest political party. Mises caucus supporters say they want to make the Libertarian Party libertarian.
Dudes be like, no, the Libertarian Party before was the cringe one. Now we're based. now we're the cool party.
Look at this thing.
Again, and that it should no longer be concerned about offending progressives or Beltway establishment types, and shouldn't be afraid to reach out to the coalition that elected Donald Trump. Despite the group's name, they're most heavily influenced not by Austrian economist Ludwig von Mises, but by his student, Murray Rothbard, who, like Mises, was a radical capitalist, but unlike his mentor, favored the complete abolition of the state. Rothbard also advocated forming strategic
this is workable.
Political alliances with the New Left in the 1960s, and then with paleoconservative figures like Pat Buchanan in the early 90s.
We stand for repealing the entire progressive era. That's what our movement is about.
Literally, the reason why Buchanan allied with them is because, it was mainly based on the no new taxes thing, right? George Bush claims he's going to do no new taxes. And cut down the budget and stuff, and instead he does the opposite of that. And so Buchanan runs as the fiscal conservative to run to the right of George Bush, who was literally promised we're not going to tax anymore, and then he taxes. And so that's the reason. That's part of the reason why, right? Buchanan socially was totally the polar opposite of these people. Buchanan favored a state. Buchanan would probably disagree with these people on immigration and trade too. I don't know what their stances are on this, but
it's open. It's open immigration.
Useful idiots for us. They literally were useful idiots for us in 1992.
Every inch of that.
Emphasis on the
Comedian Dave Smith is host of the popular podcast Part of the Problem. one of the most high-profile and vocal backers of the Mises Caucus, and a contender to become the Libertarian Party's 2024 presidential candidate.
The priorities of the Mises Caucus have always been basically the priorities of the Ron Paul revolution, which were being anti-war, being sound Austrian economics, which right now, particularly with inflation raging, I think is a really good time to be sound on that. And then, of course, throughout the last 2 years, just completely opposing the rise of the COVID regime and all of the insanity that's ruined so tens of millions of Americans' lives and many more people around the world.
This is the beginning of the death of the Libertarian Party. I think it's going to become the lesser of three evils.
Critics say they're shitposting edgelords who make controversial statements just to attract attention and that they have no real interest in running viable candidates for office.
If Angela McArdle becomes chair of the Libertarian National Committee and makes the party welcoming to bigots, the national committee that she is in charge of will shrivel and die.
They point to the Mises Caucus's deletion of an explicit longstanding commitment to abortion rights, revisiting the party's traditional open border stance, and stripping out language denouncing bigotry as irrational and repugnant, which delegates voted to replace with a commitment to uphold and defend the rights of every person.
See, this stuff is good. This is the improvement that's being discussed. But you'll see they still attract vast majority of just the still...
Regardless of their identity. Along with the emphasis on bold social media messaging, these changes, critics say, would amount to a Trumpification of the LP and send a welcome message to alt-right adjacent elements.
Without guardrails, a movement is doomed. And this was National Review in Buckley with the Birchers, which were kind of a predecessor and fellow traveler of the Ron Paul Revolution.
Welcome to the Reno
You don't
Reset.
get to claim the Birchers. The Birchers
They think that we need to come back to being truth tellers.
McArdle, a paralegal based in Southern California, won the race for Libertarian National Committee chair with a resounding 70% of the vote. She says that the party face-planted during the pandemic by failing to take a strong stance against lockdowns and vaccine mandates, and that its messaging is far too tame and conventional to counter the power of the
literally
authoritarian.
like the one issue that the Libertarian Party could take a W on. they failed.
State.
If anything like a lockdown or a vaccine mandate happens again, we don't whiff the ball and humiliate ourselves and alienate everyone out there.
Congressman Paul, I believe you are the only man on the stage who opposes the war in Iraq, who would bring the troops home as quickly as almost immediately.
They attack us because we've been over there. We've been bombing Iraq for 10 years.
When I talk about bold messaging, I'm thinking about two instances in particular that almost all libertarians can relate to.
It's like the problem with the Mises Caucus or whatever. It's because they're not anti-racist and pro-choice enough. You know, like their problem is not that they literally like subscribe to an anarchist. It's like no, but they don't want an abortion.
Ron Paul's Giuliani moment.
I don't think I've ever heard that before. And I've heard some pretty absurd explanations for September 11th.
They don't come here to attack us because we're rich and we're free. They come and they attack us because we're over there.
And the other moment that I point to was when Ron Paul was on the debate stage and people asked him about drugs.
How many people here would use heroin if it was legal? I bet nobody would put to him, oh yeah, I need the government to take care of me. I don't want to use heroin, so I need these laws.
The Mises Caucus has branded its effort as the Ron Paul Revolution 2.0.
That's what it is. These are the kids who came up, in 2008 and 2012, inspired by Ron Paul. Now they've been to college, they've grown up, they got their own lives and families and things, and they're ready to.
They haven't grown up. If they grew up and if they grew up and they had their own lives and families, they wouldn't be still doing this Reddit tier political stuff. But instead, what are they? They're overgrown children, and you can kind of
to move in and take the next step.
Tell that they're overgrown children.
It's not the first time that critics of the LP have looked to Paul to breathe new energy into the party. The former Republican congressman from Texas ran for president on the Libertarian ticket in 1988.
It's time we as the American people woke up, led the charge, tell the American people that there is an alternative, there is another option. The option is voting for liberty. To vote for liberty this year is to vote for the Libertarian Party. Thank you very much.
At the time, Murray Rothbard wrote that the LP had become increasingly flaky, libertine, and culturally leftist. He saw Paul's campaign as a last desperate attempt to save the party, but it ultimately failed, in his view, leaving the LP spiraling downward into oblivion. Paul ran for the presidential nomination again in 2008 and 2012 on the Republican ticket, generating huge crowds and interest in libertarianism, especially with regard to ending foreign wars and the Federal Reserve. Paul himself was on hand in Reno, headlining a Mises Caucus event the night before McArdle took control of the party.
I think bolder messaging is important, but we don't need edgelording. We don't need posting stuff just to troll people or saying outrageous statements just to get attention.
Justin Amash was a Republican congressman from Michigan, once described by Politico as the new Ron Paul in Congress because of his willingness to buck party line votes on principle. He switched his affiliation to the LP in his final term, making him the party's highest office holder since its founding in 1971. He explored a run for the Libertarian Party presidential nomination in 2020 before changing his mind, paving the way for a run by longtime Libertarian Party member Joe Jorgensen.
There are some people within this party who think that if you just say the most outrageous thing possible and you get a lot of attention for it, that that's a positive thing. Like, it's almost like any news is good news for you. It doesn't matter.
Any publicity is good
any publicity is good publicity. And I don't agree with that.
On Martin Luther King Day this year, the New Hampshire Libertarian Party, whose leadership are members of the Mises Caucus, tweeted, "Black people in America get special access to essential drugs, receive special funding due to race, and are first in line for every college and every job. America isn't in debt to Black people. If anything, it's the other way around." The tweet was later deleted. Jeremy Kauffman, who's running for U.S. Senate, helps to run that Twitter account.
I think anyone who knows me or has spoken to me, like, I'm not a hateful person. I've got a bit of a wit, and sometimes I'm trying to make jokes or whatever.
This guy seems like he actually
used the N-word
kind of
on
funny, but like, you know, this is like the image of like our new, serious, refreshed Libertarian Party. See, now, before, we were like a bunch of Redditors, but now, like, we're getting serious with like people like this.
And why,
you know?
as a Senate candidate,
Occasion, you applauded the death of John McCain, in an official capacity. Is that the kind of messaging you want to see the national party kind of take on?
Not necessarily. So I do think they should be stronger in their messaging, and some of that stuff, even what said the N-word. I never called anyone an N-word, and I think the idea that that like there's going to be just one word that's tabooed that you're not allowed to say, I think that's a ridiculous idea.
So here's a tweet that you did: if 1,000 trans people were murdered every year, but there were no taxes, we'd live in a substantially more moral world.
Sure. And that's because the state is much more evil than without. And so I don't think I got the wording perfect on that, but I would stand by that statement if you put Jews or whatever.
Who are you trying to reach with that kind of formulation?
I was not trying to reach anyone with that. That was a reply to someone. She deleted it, so you can't see it. But that was a reply to a member of the Libertarian Party who said that trans issues are a bigger issue than taxes. And I was trying to make an example of how there not that many trans people murdered in a year. It is not some epidemic.
As a result of this organization, I've had plenty of threats.
Brianna Coyle, who quit
that does work,
radical liberal and Georgist. Isn't Georgism like a syndicalist ideology or something? Like how's that even libertarian? Let me make sure.
Does anyone know what that means?
Distribution of economic rent caused by land ownership, natural monopolies. I guess I was wrong. I guess it's the exact opposite of that. What is Georgism in simple terms? Okay, never mind. Disavow, retraction, but.
The party after the Mises Caucus takeover was the author of the transgender-related tweet that Kauffman was responding to.
They've used me to fundraise before because obviously I'm a communist or a child groomer because I don't want queer kids to be abused.
Obviously, a lot of people read that the wrong way. So empirically, I'm not going to defend. If people are misreading what you tried to say, then you got to accept that and say, I didn't say that the right way. I think this notion, of like appealing to the middle and this kind of stuff, and we can never say anything offensive. That'd be a great strategy if we were at 30 or 40%. If we were closing the gap and we were closing for the middle, we're 2%. We've got to be something that's motivating.
McCardle says she negotiated behind the scenes for the New Hampshire Libertarian Party to take down its Martin Luther King Day tweet, and told Reason that the National Party won't be emulating its inflammatory style. But like Kaufman, McCardle and the leadership of the Mises Caucus see the LP's approach of trying to appeal to the political center as a colossal error.
You know what's funny about this? So Reason TV is literally like a propaganda wing of the Libertarian Party. Like it's literally like you could say the Fox News of the Libertarian Party, and they're portraying their own party like a joke. Like you watch this, like they're making it funny. Like they're making themselves look like an L. You know, like literally someone said in chat, like, "Is this a joke?" It really comes off like that, does it not? But this is not like us trying to make like a documentary memeing the Libertarian Party or something.
It's like The Office, but it's just the Libertarian National Convention.
It literally is. This is true.
What they've tried to do is play it safe, appeal to the middle, and say, I'm fiscally conservative and socially liberal. I'm the best parts of this, of the liberals over here with my social stances, and I'm the best parts of the conservatives. When we're not, we're our own thing. We're our own paradigm that we need to push forward. We need to push forward our own culture, our own vision, our own language, our own narrative.
Michael Heiss is the founder of the Mises Caucus, which he started after the 2016 presidential campaign of Gary Johnson.
I guess I'm having an Aleppo moment. We were fiscally
the great political
conservative. We were socially liberal.
No drugs legalized outside of marijuana.
I used to bake the cake for the Nazi wedding.
That would be my contention. Yes,
I think
he looks crazy. He looks like
no matter what you might think of various
I've always
economic
thought this guy
policies is
he has to be on Adderall at least, if not something.
Very well qualified to be president of the United States. I would not say the same of Mr. Trump, with all respect.
What many members of the Mises Caucus found particularly disappointing was Johnson's selection of former Massachusetts Governor Bill Weld to join his ticket in the 2016 campaign.
They say I have some purity test. I think the Libertarian nominee should be a Libertarian. That's my purity test. I don't think they should be a war hawk. By the way, Bill Weld was a fucking lobbyist for Raytheon. Didn't you guys know that? Yeah, Bill Weld, a lobbyist for a weapons company. Yeah, I know it's a purity test. I don't think we should put that guy up.
Who are the Supreme Court picks you're going to make?
Well, I'm gonna turn this over to Bill.
Merrick Garland, I think, would have been very
Merrick Garland, the shining face of like liberty and of civil liberties, as we know. Merrick Garland, the person who's literally like using the Justice Department and whatnot to crack down on political dissidents, and Merrick Garland, guys, a shining face of like libertarianism. He's
nominated by Obama. I'm here vouching for Mrs. Clinton, and I think it's high time somebody did.
Johnson served 2 terms as a Republican governor of New Mexico and got 3.3% of the national vote when running on the Libertarian ticket.
Gary Johnson, 4.3 million votes, highest vote total ever. No lasting movement, no return on investment on those votes. They didn't stay because they weren't what you might call true believers. They didn't feel it in their bones. It didn't have that same animation to it that the Ron
most serious libertarians.
Paul thing. Why is there no cultural Rand Paul movement that lasts? Why is there no cultural Gary Johnson movement that is lasts? But there is a Ron Paul revolution that lasts to this day. I think we need to learn from that and learn what the implication from that is.
Heiss says his strategy is working, pointing to the 37 state party affiliates that the Mises Caucus had taken control of prior to the convention.
We have a joke that we talk about amongst the board here in the caucus, and that is that every state that we have fucked ends up loving this dick.
What do you mean by that?
Well, it means that, you're espousing the narrative of people who have opposed us and saying that we're this or that and we're helping Trump or we're Republicans or this or that. And that's the counter narrative to try to stop us. We're the people who are getting the signatures in these states. We're the people who are showing up and doing the work and creating new counties and all of this stuff, injecting money through the membership. We are doing those things. So when reasonable people see that, who maybe we're not Mises, they end up thanking me later.
Is it a good idea for the leader, the thought leader? You are now the eminence gris of the Libertarian Party to be using rape.
If he imagine the ones who are like not even showing up to the convention. Like they must be a million times more LARPy than
Great
this.
metaphor, but I think it's funny.
Okay.
And I think they think it's funny. And I think I think the party's been very humorless for a long time, and that's part of the problem of the negative culture that we're trying to fix.
The convention was buzzing over an article that had just been published by the Southern Poverty Law Center titled Mises Caucus. Could it sway the Libertarian Party to the hard right? And McCardle gave out a mock Failed Grifter of the Year award to the SPLC at a Mises Caucus event.
The Southern Poverty Law Center, or the Soviet Poverty Lie Center, as Tomi Lahren calls it, is the Southern Poverty Law Center is the ideological enforcement arm of the regime. And I would want to repel anybody who is clueless enough to treat it as a source worthy of a moment's attention.
To kick off the convention, the Mises Caucus booked as a speaker the writer and historian Tom Woods, who is the host of his own immensely popular podcast.
Prepare to set fire to the index card of allowable opinion.
What is
Your daily dose of liberty education starts here. The Tom Woods Show.
Former party chair Nicholas Sarwark counter-programmed Woods by booking Edward Snowden to speak in a different room at the same time.
I came to the conclusion that there is no magic combination of words I can ever utter that will take somebody who, for example, who would put Snowden against me and suddenly make him say, oh, I've been wrong about you my whole life. That's just, unfortunately, it won't happen. And you just have to get over that.
What is the biggest misconception about you floating out there?
The thing that most bothers me, probably, because it's the one that sounds the most plausible, is this claim going all the way back to the League of the South days from 1994. Because look, the League of the South these days is not an organization I or anybody I know would join. And it changed.
In 1994, Woods attended the founding meeting of the League of the South, a group that he maintains only later became a neo-Confederate white separatist organization involved in the Charlottesville Unite the Right rally. Woods says that in 1994, it was a group of, quote, nerdy academics, unquote, like him, and that he had no idea what the League of the South would later turn.
I don't understand why Reason TV is like making their own party look like that. Like they're literally airing like, and I gotta understand. I don't think he was involved in Charlottesville or something. But I don't understand why they even would like include that in the documentary. Like if you're trying to, show the best that your party has to offer. Again, Reason TV is like state TV for the Libertarian Party. Like it literally is. Like this is why they cover all this stuff. You'd think, you'd want to like highlight the more serious stuff. Be like, hey, dude, go put on a suit or something. Like don't look stupid, But instead, they're like, oh, here's like. Libtards say this guy was involved in like Charlottesville and he's part of the League of the South or whatever.
Turn into.
I've never apologized for it.
Yeah, it's just like
the easiest thing in the world for me would be to say, I'm so sorry I joined an organization, or I was at the founding meeting of an organization that is outside the allowable range of opinion. I'm not sorry because I didn't do anything wrong. Yeah, it was edgy to be in that group, but we never meant any harm to anybody.
There is a tendency for outsider groups to attract other outsiders. That's the nature of entryism into political movements and the reason for the open letter against fascism in 2017 after the Charlottesville massacre. The only way to stop entryism is to put up clear signs that say no bigots allowed.
Well, if it does need to be said, here's the truth, and I speak for everybody in the Mises Caucus when I say this. We reject racism. It's collectivist, toxic garbage.
That's what Dave Smith told a Mises Caucus audience in May 2021. But some party delegates were alarmed that at the convention, the caucus wanted to strike a sentence from the LP's party platform condemning bigotry as irrational and repugnant.
Why is that something that should be taken out of the Libertarian Party platform?
What is a bigot? No one can agree. People think I'm a bigot because I have certain friends they don't like.
I think bigot is probably somebody who talks about Martin Luther King Day, says blacks have nothing to complain about.
But no one agrees.
Right?
All it leads to is everybody in the party pointing fingers and calling each other a bigot. I believe in freedom of speech. I prefer when people don't say horribly racist.
Bro, what are you talking about? Why are you categorizing them as blacks? That's like collectivists, bro. Bro, they're individuals. Don't you know this? The problem is not racism against blacks by the police. It's just state violence against individuals. Like literally the contradictions in this.
Offensive things. I think that it's not well met, that it's pointless, it's senseless. It's not a good position to take regardless of your political affiliation.
But there's room for that in the Mises Caucus Libertarian Party.
They should disband.
Can you explain what you mean when you say there's room?
Is the Mises Caucus position that you can be a bigot and be a member of the Libertarian Party?
Yeah, I think that is absolutely the position. Because we don't agree on what being a bigot means.
I suspect that what they're driving at here is that this is more of an attempt to sort of curry favor with people who are never going to like us anyway. I mean, if you look at the key issues the libertarian movement has focused on, the way I see it, they all disproportionately benefit non-whites. The drug war, which we can't shut up about. We talk about that constantly.
Libertarianism isn't about wrongthink. It's about non-aggression, self-ownership, and property rights.
Heiss believes that the platform's previous anti-bigotry condemnation fed what he calls a...
I shouldn't be saying this because I don't want to help them, but like realistically, the best constituency for the Libertarian Party would be like Tea Party Republicans, right? Like just go to like the 2A people to be like, this is how, if I were a libertarian, this is how I would do it. If you want to win votes, I'd be like, well, look, the Republicans say they're pro-Second Amendment, but look at them voting for red flag laws and all this stuff. Or look at all the gun control they cave on. Well, they say they're going to cut your taxes, but your taxes are still high. Like I would like wedge between like Republican voters instead. But we're very lucky that they're not doing that. Instead, what they're doing is being like, hey, inner city America, actually, the drug war is like hurting you. And, that's why you didn't vote for us instead. It truly is wonderful because they're totally
controlled opposition.
They literally are. Like they don't have a clue. They don't have a clue what they're doing.
Because really, like as the right gets more, populist or authoritarian, really, like they could start chunking away at that voter base, like the really strongly, liberty-leaning ones, the ones that don't really know what to think or believe, quite frankly. I mean, because those people, if you're gonna leave the party to vote for the mole people over here, like what are you? But let's be glad that they're too stupid to realize that.
Woke or cultural Marxist agenda.
What is happening nowadays with the wokeism is people are using language as dialectics along cultural lines to push for collectivist ends. So back in the day when you had cultural...
That's what it's really about. Cultural Marxism, it's really just about, just the fact that they're eroding the individual. That's all
divide us.
That's all they're really is.
I believe in Joe Brandon libertarianism. That's
revolution, the Marxist revolutions. They had the dialectics of the rich versus the poor and the owner versus the worker, and they were pushing towards collectivist ends. It's the same ideology that's happening now, but they're pitting, cis versus, straight, and male versus female, and trans versus whatever.
I don't think it makes sense to get...
That's just wrong. Okay, what they're trying to do is they're actually trying to individualize people away from their natural and like God-given loyalties and duties.
So true.
What do? They say religion is a sham because you don't need religion. You got yourself, you got your brain, you got your soul. You don't need the church. You don't need fellowship. They say you don't need nation, because that's just stupid. That's just arbitrary. It's made up lines. You don't need families, right? They want I would argue, I don't believe in the whole individualism, collectivism. I think it's like a false dichotomy, but it's really not that simple of like, well, the cultural Marxists just want to turn people into groups. It's like it's more so that they want to wedge you away from the group kind of mindsets that work and that form natural societies and that are like naturally ordained, and hand them over to things like, to the regime, to the state, to the cause or whatever. But the answer is not like make everyone these individuals living in these bubbles, because that actually makes them the easiest to draw into the regime or whatever you want to call it. The answer is to preserve the collections, the collectives, the hierarchies that are actually good. That is the church, that is the family, that is the community, that is the nation state, right? But instead it's like, it's really just a war against individualism. No, it's not. It's actually a war against certain types of collectives that historically and traditionally make human society work. That's what it's about.
So true.
Get rid of denouncing racism and bigotry. Is it an essential element in any party platform? It's not necessarily a position on legislative policy, for example, or governmental policy. On the other hand, removing it makes some kind of statement about what your values are, and I don't think there's any benefit to removing that, and I think it will probably hurt us with a lot of people who might otherwise say this is a party that endorses that.
The line condemning bigotry was ultimately removed, but on the initiative of former Libertarian Party vice presidential candidate Spike Cohen, a new line was added, stating that the party would uphold and defend the rights of every person, regardless of their race, ethnicity, or any other aspect of their identity.
Most of the people within the Mises Caucus are young activist types, and I don't think they're coming here because they're nationalists or
What did this guy ever do? He literally was like a Republican for most of his life, and then he just decided to vote for impeachment for reasons which, by the way, were not principally libertarian at all. Was fairly ridiculous. Nothing like principled or constitutionalist about it. But then he literally got like booted out of. He didn't even try running for re-election because he knew he was going to lose. Okay, like what has Justin Amash realistically done as an operator in American politics as a libertarian that was effective? He made his entire political career off of being a Republican and appealing to Republicans. And the moment he went libertarian, he literally got ran out of the House of Representatives. You know,
bigoted or any of that stuff. That's not to say that there aren't people within the Libertarian Party, just as there are within the Democratic Party and Republican Party and throughout the whole world, who are bigoted and racist. There are people like that. And I think we should call out people like that, and we should denounce those kinds of statements. But do I think that the caucus as a whole is like that? I don't think so.
During his speech at the convention, Amash read from a book on the subject of political liberalism.
Anarchism misunderstands the real nature of man. It would be practical only in a world of angels and saints. Libertarianism is not anarchism.
It's still wrong because in the world, who do the angels and saints serve? They literally serve God. They literally serve the Lord. Like, I guess it's just
that's a good anarchism. Never like
anarchism doesn't even exist in heaven.
It can't exist anywhere.
Like
there is no, and the really big thing is that's what the left wants, is they want this like sexual hedonism, anarchism, where there is no shame or anything because God is removed from everything, you know. And like they'll do so. Really, if they want true hedonist anarchism where nobody cares what you do, if you can be a gay man smoking weed with all your guns and stuff, then I mean, well, I guess you can't do that because the left will take your guns. So I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Nor has it anything whatsoever to do with anarchism. All right, I'll read you some more quotes. Every single one of those quotes is from Mises, one of my heroes. In this book, Liberalism. That's just one book.
Amash says he read the excerpts not because he agrees with every word or to criticize anarchists, but to point out that to compete on the national stage, the Libertarian Party needs to appeal to more than just purist libertarians.
If Ludwig von Mises or Justin Amash.
See, again, I laid out what would the actual strategy to be to go after not like the non-totally purist libertarians. Like you just go after like the Tea Party Republicans on saying, well, the GOP is not adequately pro-Second Amendment or not adequately low tax or fiscally responsible or whatever. But we're again, we are in luck because instead they're like, no, we're going to go after like Black Lives Matter supporters and like the LGBT Pride coalition, and that's how we're going to build like the Libertarian Caucus, you know. And in the process of doing that, probably turning off any Tea Party Republican that, you know, might have been on board, but like, you know, they still maintain this degree of social conservatism, and they probably think you sound like a leftist. They probably think you sound like a liberal just hearing you talk like this, which you are. But regardless, it's you know what, it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Or pretty much anyone in this room is not libertarian enough for you. It's not going to work.
At the end of his speech, Amash received a standing ovation.
It's literally so true, but it's like, now obviously they don't actually understand our religion because they don't practice our religion, and that says a lot about them.
I just wanted people to see that, hey, we're too quick to jump on each other. Here's a guy we hold up as a hero within our philosophy, and yet if he were here today, he might be called a woke leftist or ridiculed or rejected, or they might call him blue-pilled.
The Mises Caucus did succeed in removing the party's pro-choice plank.
People feel that they are at a crossroads now where it's an irreconcilable difference and we should remove it and have no comment on it as a national party, because there are members on both sides of the issue who are arguing in good faith. We tend to push out people who are a little bit more socially conservative. And I think that there's
so true. They said they admitted it.
Room in the party for people who are libertine and socially conservative, and I would like them to feel that way.
The Mises Caucus leadership also says it's a mistake for the Libertarian Party to take an unequivocally open borders stance on immigration.
When you put open borders plus pro-abortion in there, again, it kind of forms a cultural hegemony for one side that might not be indicative of the wider libertarian movement.
Along with Rothbard, one of the biggest influences on prominent members of the Mises Caucus is the political theorist Hans Hermann Hoppe, who disagreed with the pro-immigration views of Ludwig von Mises.
Hoppe was he's like the one libertarian.
He wrote that politicians have a perverse incentive to let in unproductive parasites, bums, and criminals, and that the power to admit or exclude should be stripped from the hands of the central government and reassigned to the states, provinces, cities, towns, villages, residential districts, and ultimately to private property owners and their voluntary associations. Hoppe advocates for the...
See, I think they should work in conjunction, but I don't think it's entirely a bad concept. Like, the idea that you have to go through a federal immigration system to live in like Arizona without any real like consent or proof that you're even connected to, like, let's just say you live in Arizona, like the community wherever you live or whatever, all you have to do is just fill out a few forms. Like that's I think it should be a partnership, really. I think it should go through both if there's to be like a big legal immigration system. But like I think it's an interesting concept, and it does have weight to it, because especially a country as big as the United States, if you're going to immigrate here, really it should be of relevance to the actual community you immigrate to, whether or not that community believes you belong there. So,
the Swiss model, where local assemblies, not the central government, determine who can and cannot become a Swiss citizen.
I don't think that anybody inherently has a right to go to an area that they don't own or are not invited to. And so I think that probably my ideal situation under the current paradigm would be something like a sponsorship system, an invitee system, where you basically have to get an American citizen to vouch for you and financially kind of, like back you in order to come into the country.
Hoppe has also suggested that Democrats...
It's actually probably more hawkish on immigration than the GOP. Like, literally.
Democrats and communists will have to be physically separated and expelled from a libertarian society.
Yeah. Open borders and private borders are not
sponsor a Haitian immigrant.
Not the same thing, but they're both libertarian canon. So again, by taking a side on this, we're representing one side and basically pushing out another side, or making them feel not represented.
And my proposed solution is I'm looking for the smallest libertarian thing possible. I don't want to take your socialism away from you. A lot of people are earnest socialists, and so but
that's
yeah,
what Vermont is for.
Yes.
Like what you're saying is you can be in New Hampshire, you can be in Vermont.
Yeah, right. And so but yes, I think if you're going to have if you're going to have a democracy, and you're going to have a libertarian society, people who are going to come and use democracy to take away liberty, right. I don't want those people as neighbors. I'm not calling for anything specifically, and I would like to enforce that belief through libertarian principles. But yes, I do not want socialists in my neighborhood. I do not want communists in my neighborhood.
But he will never.
Like the Mises Caucus, Amash often talks about the decentralization of political power, but he's also insistent upon the central importance of...
See, Hoppe understood it exactly. It's so true. He understood it. He's like, yeah, well, You know, in order to have freedom, you have to have people who respect freedom, and the ones who don't, you know.
Liberalism, or the protection of individual rights, even at the hyper-local level of government. He says this idea is foundational to the United States and should be one of the Libertarian Party's core messages.
I think that the emphasis should be on getting us back to our roots as a country. What do we believe in as a basic set of principles? And really what this country is about is liberalism in the classical sense. The idea that people should be able to be free to make their own decisions about their lives, and government, to the extent possible, should just stay out of it.
On the first day of the convention, guest speaker Edward Snowden made a similar point.
Freedom from permission. That is what liberty is. It is the ability to act without asking, to speak and to write, to do and to be yourself without getting a paper stamped, without submitting yourself and the completed form alongside it to some central authority.
While Mises Caucus endorsed candidates swept all other leadership positions that were up for grabs, there remains a discontented minority within the party. And McCardle says that about 40 members quit after the Mises Caucus took power.
Can you explain why you resigned from the party?
What is she gonna do?
Yeah, I saw the numbers. I've been thinking about this for a while. You know, the party has been an embarrassment to libertarians for a very long time. I think, quite frankly, it's going to be even worse than it used to be. This is the paleo strategy happening yet again within the LB. This is, you know, people like Lou Rockwell behind this. And, you know, it's a shame to see. There's a lot of bad actors that are, you know, not condemned.
Others are taking a wait-and-see approach.
I think it's going to be interesting. I welcome new membership. I welcome change. I think that change is good. I think progress is good. I think right now there's a lot of complicated feelings from a lot of delegates, and I'm hoping that the people who get elected are willing to work with everyone. And if they are, I think that there could be good things.
We'll see what happens. If they do take over, either they're going to be a smashing success and we'll all be able to cheer for the victories that we're getting, or it will fail and we'll learn from that, or it'll be somewhere in between. We'll maximize on successes and learn from the failures.
It's been
Amash, who is sticking around and is a rumored 2024 presidential candidate, says that he hopes the energy from the Mises Caucus can be channeled in a positive direction that grows the party. He says it should prioritize supporting candidates committed to protecting individual rights.
Do you feel comfortable in the Libertarian Party as the Mises Caucus takes over?
Yeah, I do. We have to see how things go. I don't think they were going great under the previous administration or previous ones before that.
Yeah.
We have a lot of work to do as a party. That's not to say I don't respect and appreciate a lot of the work that's put into it. But we have a lot more work to do. And it's not going to be easy to get this party on track. So it's an uphill battle. Yeah. I want to give them the opportunity. They know there's something wrong with the way this country is being managed at the governmental level. They don't like what's going on in the Republican Party or the Democratic Party, and they're here because they want to bring that energy to something. It's about channeling that energy in the right direction. We should be happy about the fact, as a party at least, that everything does seem to be revolving around Donald Trump, because
it literally is.
I think he alienates so much of the country that is a real opening for us. And the Democrats have such a weak team that's an opening for us. I think we need to be pulling from the right and the left. I mean, I don't view libertarianism as a right or left philosophy. It can pull from both of those sides. We're a full spectrum philosophy, and I'd like us to bring in people right now.
They're not a full spectrum philosophy. They're no spectrum philosophy, because at least the real left has a view of how society ought to be, as bad as it is. The real right has a view of society, how society ought to be, right? You ask them, like, what do you want things to look like? What do you want things to be like? Both sides of the political spectrum have an answer. The libertarians have no answer to this, right?
But that is their answer. Their answer is no society, just people.
Yeah.
And like no banners, no flags like that. It is outrageous.
The Libertarian parties for the poli-sci weebs who see... No, it's not the poli-sci weebs. It's the econ major weebs specifically. bro, I majored in economics. I read they're either like Keynesian LARPers or like Austrian LARPers. One of the two.
All these pseudo intellectuals online that think they're so.
Well, you know, it really is like they take AP Econ and then they think they know how everything works. Anyways, see themselves as intellectuals, but in reality, it's so true. It's so true.
And we have that opportunity. This is maybe the chance of a lifetime over the next couple of years to bring people into the party.
Angela McArdle won with 70% of the vote or something like that. But 300 people out of the 1,000 or so who talked or who voted against her. What's your message to those people?
Buy our fruits, you'll know us.
That boy for $20, $19.99 actually.
Go.
He says, react to the LTE video and Joey Gilbert, please. Okay, we'll do that in a second after this. But it's not going to grow. Okay, here's the thing. Is that I think realistically, as sad as it is to say, it's true that like I said, the primary reachable voting demographic when it comes to the Libertarian Party is like disaffected Republicans. The issue is I think that's only shrinking because when you look at the issues that are now popular among the Republican base, it's not necessarily taxes or healthcare or even guns. I'm not saying these issues don't matter to voters because of course they do, but really look at what's like galvanizing and driving Republicans right now. It's the culture war issues. Like people are tired of these Marxist corporations. They're tired of what's going on in the education system. They're tired of just cultural liberalism just marching down their throats, and the libertarians present no answer to this. In fact, they say it's a good thing. They're like, well, that's American freedom, bro, freedom of expression. And they take this socially liberal stance on every single issue, the very issues that conservatives right now and Republicans right now are the most angry about. You look at why Ron DeSantis is popular, why Donald Trump is popular, even why someone like Glenn Youngkin is popular, right? They're like the culture war and culture warrior issues is what is driving the Republican base at the current moment. And libertarians, far from being the answer to this, they're actually the counter answer to this. They literally side with the liberals. They side with the people that their reachable base doesn't like. So, I think over the next decade, you'll probably see the Libertarian Party arguably be the smallest it's ever been because, the issues that currently matter to the people they could reach, they're totally on the wrong side of. Which is good, which is epic, because we don't need these subversive clowns, doing anything more than that. Other than being a meme to make fun of. And really, you could almost argue like a caricature of how not to be as a conservative, you know what I mean?
And somehow the Libertarian Party is controlled opposition by both sides. Like
literally, no, that's actually the case.
It's crazy. They managed to like go after the wrong voting base and like actually steal from the left when it comes to like the pride individuals or like inner city youth or whatnot. But then also are just if they ever were to hold power or take voters away from us, like they do nothing. Like they do nothing, and they will never hold power, so it's not a problem. But talk is talk. Like just saying anything, and looking official, I guess, is official to some. It's dangerous.
Let's talk elections. Joey Gilbert. I don't even really know what's going on in this whole thing, if I'm being honest. Republican, is it this one? Or is it this one?
Probably that one.
Hey guys, welcome back to today's video. Today is Tuesday, June 28th, 2022, and today we're going to be talking about the state of Nevada and their gubernatorial race between a Democrat and a Republican, but actually taking a step back and looking at the Republican side first. Because one thing that we probably can expect for the 2022 midterm elections is that there will be allegations of voter fraud and voter misconduct. And that's exactly what we're seeing happening on the Republican side in the state of Nevada. Now, last Tuesday, there was an election, a Republican primary in the state that would determine who actually would be the Republican nominee for governor. And the results were very clear. Joe Lombardo ended up winning with 38% of the vote to his next contender, Joey Gilbert, at 28%. Now, the reason why that is significant is because this margin is not exactly inconsequential. This margin is not insignificant by any means. Joe Lombardo very clearly won this primary and did so by a very large margin. But as you might have been able to tell from the headline that I showed you as we introduced this video, we see that Joey Gilbert, the runner-up in this Republican primary, has vowed to contest the election and has refused to concede in this race.
I don't know if we can really. I mean, I know you want us to react to it, and I appreciate the 20. I don't know if we can really actually
because
react to
this puts the GOP in a tricky position. The Nevada Republican Party has already congratulated Joe Lombardo on his victory within the state. But if you have about 1 in 4 Nevada Republican primary voters being told that their primary was rigged, it gets difficult to see how many people will begin to back the top contender here, Joe Lombardo, in the general election. Now, this isn't to say that Democrats are automatically going to win this race simply because a runner-up in a Republican primary refuses to concede. It's sort of similar to what we saw with Dr. Oz and Dave McCormick back in the Pennsylvania Senate GOP primary. But then again, we did see some damage to Dr. Oz's name and recognition as a result of this continued and prolonged primary, well beyond when the primary had actually occurred. The Nevada Republican primary, as I mentioned previously, was very clear, and people knew who was going to be the nominee practically from the very beginning. If you take a look at the political betting market in this state, for the entirety of the past 3 months, we have known who was going to win. It was a near certainty for a good reason, because voters were very clear about who they wanted in the preliminary polling data. They
I don't
were
understand
very
how this
clear
thing's a
about who they
16-minute
wanted
video.
during
Like, the guy
the
just doesn't want to
entirety of
concede.
the
Okay,
campaign
like
season.
that.
And
It,
noisy
it
videos
actually
like that.
happens.
I'm
Like people do
rising
that.
up so I can actually stand
Never
up
concede
front of you guys,
races. I'm pretty sure it's
a
happened
little
on
bit
both
easier for me to
sides
do
of
it that way.
things. Like,
But the point being that we knew
guy
who was
like
going to win from
Illinois
the
got
beginning.
like
The
8%
results
of
were
the
very
vote.
clear, and
Yeah.
yet now
Hasn't
somehow
conceded
there
yet.
are allegations of voter fraud and voter misconduct that puts Republicans in a position where they now need to sort of prove to their own constituents, prove to about a fourth of their voting electorate that Republicans didn't cheat in this election to get Joe Lombardo elected. And voters might not necessarily believe them. The point is that in contentious primaries, you might find those who are just so upset about whoever wins the nomination that they may not vote.
VinceDao is the based Asian, where LTE is the cringe Asian.
LTE is
I think,
Asian?
yeah, I think we're both Vietnamese. I think he's the
He's,
anti. He's literally a anti
He's
Vince.
North. He's
the
North
anti
Vietnamese.
Vince. I think he's mixed too. He has to be mixed. Like if you've seen him, I don't know.
LTE paints his nails. So true.
Vote in the general.
No, he actually does. Like he actually does. Like
Oh.
like that wasn't a joke. Like he's actually had like acrylics before. No, he's not paint. He has acrylics. Yes.
Oh my.
Election. I don't think that will be the case with Joe
Like
Lombardo
Kim
to a point
Tia
where
is,
he
like,
would automatically
showed up with
lose
black
the general election.
nails.
I think he has a
Dude, I
very
thought he
good
was
shot at
respectable.
winning this November. What I do think,
Shows up
though,
with black
is that
nails one
should
day.
this margin come down to less than a percentage point, had Joey Gilbert
LT is half
immediately
Filipino. I
chosen
thought he was
to
Vietnamese. I don't know why.
concede the race, it might have made a difference. Because voters here aren't going to be as trusting in the nominee that they might think unfairly won. Joey Gilbert asserts that he won the most votes and that he is willing to go after it, go to court over it, and make his case heard. It's something that we saw happen in Nevada back during the 2020 presidential election when Joe Biden won the state by a margin of about 2.4%. It was a margin that was very similar to what Hillary Clinton's was, but obviously there were many more allegations of voter fraud in 2020 rather than 2016, at least from Republicans.
You know, I literally have a theory that like my political willingness or like, you know, ability to speak. Yo, we got $20 super chat.
Let's go.
Eric July's anarchism and the establishment of the Rippaverse is the libertarian solution that libertarians wish they could take credit for. I'm honestly not that familiar with that work. Well, since you sent the super chat, we will Google it. Nice. Christian anarchist? What the?
That's an oxymoron.
Yeah. I wasn't trying to watch our video on this.
Rip those raps.
Okay, Reason Magazine. There we go. Oh, I think I've seen this guy.
Libertarian Bryson Gray.
No, literally. Starts with a typical music video. This is culture here, rapping about how taxes are theft. The libertarian rage against the machine. Statism. Wow.
How can they be pro founding father and believe that taxation is theft? Like that is the most backwards thing possible.
Well, they're not pro founding father.
That's true. That's true.
You know, they sometimes will like. I mean, I think every group tries to ostensibly use the founding fathers to justify whatever. Like that makes sense, right? It's kind of like a good appeal to authority, but they're not pro founding fathers. As a matter of fact, real. Also, Kirk has a very good essay on this, which was written back in like the 1980s or something like that. Which is, I believe this is called a dispassionate assessment of libertarians. Now, I will say I don't agree with everything necessarily in this article, mainly because I think that, and I'm a big fan of Russell Kirk, but I honestly, if I'm going to make a genuine criticism of him, I think that in many ways he was too sympathetic, arguably, to like the Enlightenment and classical liberalism, right? I think in this arguably contains too much apologetics for it, I would argue. But still, regardless, I think it does make a very good point. You know, he says the term libertarianism is distasteful to people who talk seriously about politics. So true. So true. But it makes a very good point actually about the Constitution, okay, which is descendants of classical liberals. See, this is the problem. I don't view American conservatives as descendants of the classical liberals, at least not the more, at least definitely not people like Locke, Paine, Jefferson. I don't see conservatives as the descendants of those. If anything, I see the liberals as the descendants of those. I think conservatives are the descendants of, Hamilton, Adams, Burke, a large part of Washington, right? That's who I kind of see. But regardless, okay. Anyways, I'm kind of just poking at this. I mean, I think it overall is very good for. It says, if a man believes in enduring moral order, the Constitution of the United States, established American way of life, and a free economy, why actually he's a conservative, even if he labors under an imperfect understanding of the general terms of politics. Okay. And it actually makes a great point about the Constitution in here, if I can find it. They rejoice in the radicalism of Thomas Paine, even if they applaud. And they even applaud those 17th century radicals. So again, I like I said, I think that Russell Kirk gets this. I just don't like the framing, even that we are the classical liberals. Like, if anything, I think we are the classical conservatives.
So true.
But let me see if I can find it. It basically points out that the Constitution is not, in itself, was not an exercise of libertarianism. If anything, it was the opposite. It was an exercise of an increased amount of order and authority as compared to what existed before, which was, the libertarian paradise of the Articles of Confederation that just didn't work. I don't know if I can find it, but anyways, if people always ask, well, reading materials, I think this is a good read. Published in 1988, 17-minute read. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but like I said, I disagree with some minor things in it, like descendants of classical liberals, but overall, I think it's a very well done. It's very good essay. Anyways, back to this. Let's see. I think Kirk was based, his only mishap was his support for classical liberalism, though he may have criticized John Locke. I think in his defense, you could argue maybe the connotations of those have changed a little bit over the decades, right? Because you look at, he's a Burke fan, et cetera. I think and even in like the conservative mind, he points out how it was Hamilton and Adams who are the fans of Burke. So, I think it's really just the connotation thing, and again, several decades old, writing. So you might get stuff like that, So anyways, there was something I wanted to talk about, and I actually forgot. What was it? Anyways, you supported Rand Paul a while back. He famously got flack for criticizing the Civil Rights Act. Wow. Who nailed Jesus to the cross? This state. Okay, we can argue that
Which state?
the people who feared Jesus used the state to get him killed. We're taught how Satan, the devil, went up on a mountaintop with Jesus and said, "All this is mine." He was talking about all the kingdoms. I would argue this earthly government is the last thing I should be supporting as a Christian. Literally, the book of Romans literally pretty clearly repudiates like this entire paragraph. But anyways.
I mean, if you decide to let, you know, your own government be controlled by Satanists, then I mean, I don't think that's very, very cool. You know, we need to be taken over. Christian nationalism, is that going to get you banned saying that? I don't think so.
I don't think so. That is not what Satan meant. Worst biblical take. It's literally not. It's like, oh, Satan meant like government. Dude, government is literally the
Satan is actually a Marxist.
The concept of order and hierarchy in government actually predates and actually my friend Luca Cacciatore on Twitter actually had a very good take on this. Literally, government predates the fall of Adam and Eve. Like literally. Like so because people think, well, government is just, there's this kind of misunderstanding. Well, government is just we need government as men because man is fallen and we're imperfect, and that's why we need order and hierarchy, and that's just not true. Like government literally predates, you know, the serpent. It predates the fall of Adam and Eve, right? Because even before you know that all happened, there, you know, sure you could argue it was looser or whatever. I don't even know. I don't think that's inaccurate. That's an accurate statement, but you know. God was Lord in the garden, right? And even in heaven, there is government. There is government. God is in charge in heaven. The angels serve God. They do the work of God, and so do the saints in heaven, right? And you know, when creation is redeemed, it's still the same thing. No, like again, the concept of rulers and of government predates, you know, the fall, and it also goes onward. It continues even after creation is redeemed. It's not just this necessary. People say government is a necessary evil. It's necessary evil. Yeah, manly governments are necessary. I don't say they're necessarily evil, but they necessarily will have some degree of evil in them because man inherently has some degree of evil in him. But the concept of the government itself, you know, what do you think is going to happen when Jesus returns? What do you think has happened since the beginning of time, you know? And it's like, and by the way, the same thing is true with the angels, right? With Satan and his demons that literally stemmed from what? Rebellion against the law and order of God, you know? So that's just a ridiculous take, you know? Like, Satan is a libertarian. No, literally, like literally the case. Literally the case. You know, I'm going to disobey, you know, God's hierarchy, God's order. You know, it literally is true. So,
serpent is an anarchist.
He will establish his kingdom of which there will be no end. Yeah, again, and it's his kingdom. It's not like, he's going to establish, you know, Ancapistan. Like he is Lord. He's going to be Lord. You know. So this is true.
It also explains why Satan can never like truly be in power either. So he really is a libertarian. Always failing.
Literally. Lucifer rebelled against God and his orders. Correct. Demons hate people because if they sin, they have the ability to revive grace. Yes, which the demons don't. This is true. This is true. And literally, like the story of the Bible is the story of what in the end, you know, straight, you know, you draw the line. What it ultimately is when you hit the book of Revelation is the story of the redemption, the fall of man, and then eventually the redemption of not just of man but of creation, right? And what it essentially is yeah, man has fallen, the world is in a fallen state, but in the end, eventually, God is going to redeem that to what? To a higher state of order, to a more ordered state than, you know, the chaos that it is now, you know. So this is true. This is true. Vince, go for 714 hours instead of 7 hours. Real.
It'll be about a month. 30 days. You can do it. We missed the event though. Sorry, David. We're on stream.
Real. Anyways, there was something.
714 commission.
I guess we could react to that. There's something I was going to talk about, but I forgot. So, anyways. Well, actually, it was what were we talking about before I got that chat? Do you remember this chat right here? I was talking about something and then I interrupted it.
LTE or something.
Oh yeah. No, I was talking about the fact that I feel like my political outgoingness or whatever you want to call it comes from my Italian side. Like truly, I feel that I believe that in my heart, because. The funny thing is the few Asian friends I had growing up always were like, you're a half blood or a quarter blood or whatever. And I was like, that's why I'm based and you're not. Okay. No, because like most, it's kind of true that like most of the young Asian dudes I knew growing up were conservative. Like they agreed with me on everything. But they were all like very awkward and shy, and they were all like my secret supporters. Like I had like this secret army of like Asian boys who were all in like STEM and stuff growing up, but they were always so scared, and they were always like, no, I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to like lose letters of rec or lose friends or piss off colleges or whatever. And I was always the one who was like, I don't care. Like, I'm like, no, like, yeah, I'm gonna speak. Like you got the style. It's like this is true. I feel like if I was a pure blood Asian, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. Like I wouldn't be here because I'd be like just on my grind, my STEM grind, my stem cell grind. Just trying to be doctor, and this is true. Sadly, Asians vote 70-30 Dem because they desperately wanted to be loved by the GAE for some reason.
They love authoritarianism and control. Like,
Asians are just Asian culture is just very submissive to like whatever establishment is in power. Like inherently, like they're very like submissive people. And like I said, I feel like the reason I deviate from that is literally because I like, have a part in me that comes from the Italians. Like this is real.
Can we change?
Not yeah. I am Sicilian. I'm like most of my Italian heritage. I'm pretty sure comes from Sicily.
We need to change the fan base name to the Vincedao Mafia.
The Vincedao Mafia, the Dao
family.
The Dao Mafia.
So true.
I actually had an great uncle Vinny, who was in the mafia.
Great uncle Vinny, yeah.
I would assume that's probably partially where I get like my name from.
It's the AV family. We're really a crime syndicate. We're
so true.
Taking it over.
This is so true.
I'll get it out there before anyone else does. I'm actually 1% Congolese. It's kind of crazy. I don't know if that gives me any privileges to say any certain words, but I'll just I'll pass. I'll go without it for now. But it is true. It is true. I mean, they say the one drop theory. That you could like you could be like a certain mixed race, like only like one generation, and you get like treated indifferently, or like you're like completely part of that group. Well, I mean, by that definition, then I am I'm black.
Yeah.
I will say it, like, quote me. I'm African American.
The Dow crime family. This is true. This is real. So, most Asians are far right socially, but the ones who vote for Dems.
Why aren't they voting?
Well, because they don't vote because like they just don't. A lot of them just don't care. But yeah. Although I don't know, I'm also like part Vietnamese and like I am Vietnamese, part Vietnamese, but like the Vietnamese maintain that they're the most politically based Asian group in America. I think that's statistically true. It's like the Vietnamese and the Filipinos, which is interesting because we're also like, I don't know, maybe it's not all from my Italian side because I feel like Vietnamese and Filipinos are like the most social Asians too, like the loudest, most like outgoing ones, like Koreans, man, those kids are so quiet, Right.
Yes. It's true. Vince is actually like 34. You can't tell because he's
Well, yeah, I was literally at the 1992 RNC back then. Remember that?
Yeah. I'm actually, they named me Jackson Abrams Rowell after mom. It's very true. Very true.
Right, why aren't you doctor?
Why ain't you doctor?
You're Middle Eastern, Rami. It's not much better for you. Aren't you like an engineer or something? Actually, no, you're an economics major. No, you're good. It's an E, so therefore it must be true. Real. Korean men are feminine. Well, yeah, I mean, you look at K. I know like V-pop is a thing, so I don't know if we can really speak on that, but like it's not as prominent, it's just really not.
Good.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want that.
I've talked to Chinese immigrants, and the only ones who change their citizenship are the GAE supporters. Yeah, I mean, realistically, the GOP will never be able to rely on Asians because Asians are just like they just don't care enough. Like honestly, they just don't care enough. It's hard to get them to care because politics is too confrontational for like most Asian Americans. It's just like, oh, that's just, you know what I mean?
The only the best pandering we could ever do is to your pro-family average American, white working class. Like without, I know you talked about this earlier on stream, like the Pat Buchanan stuff. Like without him, we would be so screwed right now because even Trump, it was already there, like that thinking, but he got to piggyback off of that.
Bro, Vince looked like 35 when he was 11.
I know what we can react to. I know you're speaking about West Coast rap.
Well, we've reacted to it on stream before, but we couldn't.
Oh, the quadratic formula video.
Yeah.
The best. That's truly West Coast rap.
Top West Coast rap, like peak West Coast rap.
It's so true.
Love. I don't remember how it was spelled.
This is suppression.
Yeah, getting deboosted by the algorithms, 1984. 9th grade student, filmmaker, aspiring journalist. Wow.
Look at how we've grown. Dude, you got so many.
Wow,
what was the water cycle project?
It was a 6th grade project.
Let's
Day
go.
one, let's go.
West Side.
Quadratic for new love.
This is real. My 7th grade math project.
Ernest
Seahawks fan Vince was the best Vince. Dude, Red Eagle thinks I look older like here than I do now, which is kind of funny.
You look more Vietnamese.
I do. With equations in good old standard form.
It's true, I have the same face.
These equations confuse us.
Which I don't know a lot of 7th graders.
We keep on solving. We keep on solving.
Now let me teach everyone how to find the roots of x. So the formula that will help you get out of this mess would be plus or minus the square root of a mess. That's b minus 4ac. You see, all divided by 2a.
I think I've explained this whole thing on stream already, but like we didn't know how to rap, okay? And when I say we didn't know how to rap, like we didn't even consider like flow or really making it rhyme or anything. We just kind of like wrote words that we thought would kind of work. Which in our defense, it really wasn't that easy because it was one of those things where it's like you can't just make a song about math. Like you have to teach the quadratic formula through the song. So you're really like limited with like what words you can do and how creative you can get. So that doesn't help our case really at all. So
that's what it's gonna be. Discriminate is B minus 4 AC, which tells what the nature is gonna be. Finding the roots like a machine since the 7th century. Discriminate and stuff under the radical, you see. So we get A, B, and C from standard form. If the discriminant is negative, then you got 2 complex roots. If it's 0, then you got 1 real peer root. But if it's more than 0, then it's 2 real roots.
teaching the
You
whole
can jump from B squared minus 4AC. If it's real or complex for the Lawrence Mag NET.
Ernest Lawrence knows how to find roots. Ernest Lawrence knows how to find roots. With equations in factor form. With equations in good old standard form. These equations confuse us. But we keep on solving. We keep on solving.
Math is absolute.
Just solve it, baby. Just solve it, baby. Solve it. Solve it, Lawrence. Solve it, baby. Solve it, baby. Find it.
With 2 real roots, twice it shoots through the axis. Without a root, it never scooches right into it. If you have one root and that's all, then the vertex, the only thing that touches the X line. Only with parabolas do we have this dual of X and Y. With A, we be telling if it's a mountain or a valley. If it's positive and it got pluses, and here's what it do. It's smiling because its happiness be shining through. A negative A be frowning when it's thin or wide, looking sad like it in geography or jazz band. We working and solving like
the inside joke is that, like, in my magnet school in middle school, geography and jazz band were like the 2 like the least favorite places. Like geography class, like the geography elective was like horrible, and like every kid who was in jazz band hated it. And so that's like where that comes from.
Madman, having pride because you know the swarmy love will lie down and no man. So solve how you solve, but give me those bomb variables. Let me find the roots of parabolas. Face up and face down. First quadrants and then down. Lawrence is where the right answer's down with the swarmy law.
Ernest Lawrence knows how to find roots. Ernest Lawrence knows how to find roots. With equations in factor form. With equations in good old standard form. These equations confuse us. But we keep on solving. We keep on solving.
I don't know if I took it with me to Florida. It might be at home. I don't know.
You gotta bring it. You go back.
I know this hat is definitely at home. I didn't take any of those like hats with me. Those old 5950. It's not the hypebeast hats. It's like the Cholo hats. Like that. Like this is like I just wanted to be Hispanic. Like one of those like.
Just solve it, baby. Solve it, baby. Solve it, Lawrence. Solve it, baby. Find it.
True. You studied and imitated.
Yeah. Quadratics in the class. Yeah. Ernest Lawrence definitely.
My fashion was an interesting fusion, actually. It was fusionist fashion. It was like if you take like the Hispanic like wannabe gangster kid of like 2015 and you combine that with like the 6th grade like traveling basketball player kid, like the athlete kid with like the neon socks and like the neon colors, and you like just fuse the two, you have like VinceDao, like middle school VinceDao. Like I literally was like both at the same time.
Mexican highlighter Vince.
Yeah, I was literally a Mexican highlighter. Like this is real. I wear the same stuff as Vince. Bad. If you're wearing like neon, I don't know, how old are you, sir? Bro? Like, you know, in middle school, it's okay. You know, you pull up with neon socks in high school and beyond. You know, you might run into some problems there. I can't believe, this. I feel like, is there anyone who's actually been on the stream for all 7 hours? Like, I feel like there are people who have been. I was just the antisocial Mexican in the back. Let's go. That was me in high school. I was admittedly me in high school because I was, I decided I want to be controversial, which was epic. I was like a small guy, but I filled the role of the big guy because I was just stronger than everyone else in middle school. Real.
Strength
Wants
is
to
a
call
virtue.
himself a cholo, but doesn't even have any Raiders gear. SMH. Well, that was a thing. I was a Seahawks cholo. Like that's what I was. I was a Seahawks USC cholo. Like this is real.
What is your NFL team?
I guess it's still technically the Seahawks, but I haven't really cared about the NFL in a long time. Like I don't know, what am I supposed to do? Drop my childhood team?
Were you in 2014?
I mean, I kind of like I slightly bandwagon for Tampa Bay just because they're close to here, but like I don't really care.
Tampa Bay is inherently right wing.
Yeah,
like Tom Brady and I love Tom Brady. Tom Brady's like my ex-girlfriend. Like, I'm a big Patriots guy, by the way. I hate on it. Got family in Massachusetts. I claim that.
Makes joke
Got
about me being
grandfathered
gay
in.
in the video. Says Tom Brady is his ex-girlfriend.
Wow.
Real.
Hey.
This is first time on stream, just being sussy. Tom Brady's inherently right wing.
Sussy with the bros, some legends would say that.
Should have ran the ball. You don't have to.
They should have, but they should have, could have, would have. They didn't. I remember I was like 11 years old when that happened, like 10 or 11.
Dude, my eyes were in such a disbelief when that happened that I actually thought we scored. Like I remember, my eyes were like deceiving me, and because this just happened fast, and I was like, "Yo, we scored!" I was like, "Wait, what? It got picked!" Like I couldn't even see it. That was funny.
I was the same way, but I thought they scored and like fell to the ground, and
Yeah.
I was very emotional. I was like an emotional child fan of the New England Patriots, and I get up and realize what had happened. Hear the announcer, and they're like, "Intercepted, Malcolm!" I like ran around my room, or not room, my house. Didn't watch the game in my own room, but ran around the house like screaming, like it was such a glorious day.
They ran the ball on first down. I don't think that was Zach. Well, didn't Marshawn be like 4 or 5 yards? Like they should have just done it again.
Yeah,
Emily
so
Sturge
true.
says, "Y'all make me lose brain cells." Emily, you're literally blonde. You're literally blonde. You're literally blonde. For real.
We make fun of Emily. It's okay.
Thoughts on Mr.
Silly
Z's
woman.
Confederates and conservatives video? I thought it was. I thought it was pretty good.
I haven't watched all of it.
I think that I have very like, this is being nuanced is cringe, but I actually do have pretty like nuanced views on the Civil War, because I think that there are like rational conservative arguments that could basically be made like in both for an argument of both sides, right? Because Mr. Z basically makes the argument that like, the Confederates were kind of fighting to preserve a way of life, but then you could also make the counter argument for the North that I'm not of the belief that it was the Civil War was just a fight to end slavery. Like that's ridiculous. But at the same time, you could make a case for the North almost being like these like authoritarian right like type of guys. You know what I mean? Like honestly, for a while, that's actually how I saw it. And now I'm kind of in the middle of it. But for a while, I kind of had this view that like the South were just dumb libertarians who just wanted to leave and were coping. And like when Lincoln comes in, he's like, censors the press. Like, you're not leaving the Union. What do you think you're doing? Like seditionists? Like, so I don't know. And
just
like
arrest everybody.
Yeah, like
what a king.
So honestly, I think most fundamentally my take is I think it is just a very tragic brother war between Americans. It's a tragedy. It didn't need to happen.
So true.
And I think that there are. I mean, truthfully, I think there are conservative arguments that can be made for both sides. And that's all to say that it's just
very fine people on both sides.
Real, like no, literally, but like and that's I think really ultimately it should almost be a matter of whatever part of the country you live in, just LARP at that as part of your heritage. I mean, honestly, like that's my honest take on the Civil War, because I think it's such a complicated conflict with so many layers that like I said, there's a conservative case you can make for both sides. So why not just pick the side you think has better aesthetics or something? I don't know. Like it really does come down to that, It was not. It didn't start as a war to end slavery at all. It was, all Lincoln cared about up until all the Union really cared about up until 1863, 1864. Besides a very small minority of radical Republicans, was literally just preserving the Union. Now, I'm not saying that's a bad thing necessarily, because, like I said, I feel like there's something actually kind of like epic about that. It's just like, you know what I mean? Like, and that's why for a while I was like, the South was just like libertarians, but like, at the same time, I think that, Mr. Z's type of arguments are true too. And for a while, I've basically just been like kind of fairly neutral on it. Like I said, it was just bad that it had to happen. Harold says, I support the Union because I'm from PA. No, literally, you should literally just like, my take in the community is you just pick the side that, you live in or you're from, and just ride with it, honestly. Just ride with it.
I think that, like, there's a conservative argument to be made from both sides. And at the end of the day, like, they're all Americans, and they're Americans in the mid 1800s. Like, you think any of the like people, liberals love to LARP and say like, oh, like the Union, they were so like pro-liberal, pro-democracy, and like they were like, you really think that Ulysses S. Grant or Lincoln wouldn't be absolutely appalled and vomit out of their eyes if they didn't see what was going on today? Like, that is the take. Like all of those people, like, they were God-fearing conservatives back then, and they're all good people. Like, not all, obviously, you can't say everybody's a good person, but they were strong Americans at a time, in just a terrible time.
I don't know who to support, LNL, from both the North and the South. It really, I think, though, inherently, now understanding this, I think that no one's coming after Lincoln, no one's coming after the Union. It's always a move to cancel Robert E. Lee, the rebel flag,
American
Confederate
history.
heritage. And so ultimately, in our battle, we're always going to fall on the side of like defending that, because that's what's under attack. But overall, like I said, honest take, I think there are fine people on both sides. Like, truly, there are people on both sides of this debate. Why does Jackson sound like Chris from Mr. Beast?
What does he sound like?
I don't know. He probably just has a southern accent. Jackson needs to like narrate videos.
It is coming. It's coming. It's coming. I'll narrate this.
I'm making him start a YouTube channel.
No, it's happening. The video will be released soon. I'm working on it. It's gonna be about basically the South not voting for rhinos and everything, being a rhino stronghold, how it happened, why we're here, how we can get out of it.
Libtards were irrelevant until post-World War II. I'd say really post-World War I mostly, but yeah, like, true. Lincoln would probably suspend habeas corpus for liberals, if we're being honest, I think that was just the America, North and South, of back then,
It's so different now, like, because it's no longer a geological divide. It is if you kind of look at like urban settlements versus like rural America, like landowning America.
Well, I'd really say it's the middle of the country plus the Southeast versus the coast. That's really like what it is.
It's true.
So you can really just say the heartland against the coastland.
Yeah.
That's really what it is.
We're surrounded. I don't know, but look at this. Isn't this great unity? Look at us right here. This southern hick, this honky, and my Vietnamese Italian friend from Los Angeles.
Your multiracial friend from Los Angeles.
Who's actually made me way more base in the time that I've known him.
No, this is true. He was like a libertarian.
I was never a libertarian. Okay, I happen to be a part of the libertarian hype house on TikTok. So it's very cringe and I hate it, but I was very conservative. I was, at my worst, I was probably a conservatarian that was very still dissident from those tards. Like, they're not, it's so bad. Like, those people I used to,
Same thing could be said about what libertarians say about the Confederacy. Yeah, and I mean, this is true. Like, the Confederates would have hated the libertarians, and the Union would have hated the liberals. I mean, that's just the honest case, which is tragic, because you had, frankly, two traditional conservative Americas had to go to this tragic brother war with each other, But I guess there's almost something noble about it at the same time, instead of this just. Nice. I'm not just gonna stop talking.
Conservatarians are cringe. Yeah, I believe that as well. Getting that out there.
So
follow me on Twitter. You'll see what I believe. Father and son bonding moment.
One of my ancestors fought for the Union for 3 weeks and then went AWOL. So kind of posting an L there, but I need to watch Mr. Z's video. My view has been that I support the Union's policy in conserving the Union and later the anti-slavery part, but I admire some Confederates, Robert E. Lee especially.
You guys want to really LARP? Listen to "Bury Me in Dixie" by Riley Green. It's a
great song.
It's a good Southern song. It's a Ballad of a Southern Man by Whiskey Myers, another good one.
Robbie says my ancestors fought in a Civil War. Which Civil War?
Oh man,
real.
There's like 20 a day.
Yeah, probably in several Civil Wars should be the answer. So, Robert E. Lee fought for the South because he didn't want to invade his homeland. I mean, truthfully, I think that's what the vast majority of Southerners ultimately were fighting for. Was homeland, heritage.
Yeah, they act like every Southerner, every fighter owned slaves too. Like that was the wealthy. That was the very wealthy. That was like the elitist people. Like, and you make it all about, like, it was a war for geography. It was a war for your homeland, exactly. Like,
they used to have a country of men brave enough to go stand in lines and shoot at each other. Now we have men who are too afraid to just hold a conversation. So true. That's a great take. That's a great take.
DeSantis fans shoot their shot, and they get married and have wonderful children.
This is true. This is true.
American virtue, Chads. It's how it is.
Totally the case.
No, and like think about Southern culture now. Like, it's still very distinct from like the Beltway or like the North or like your coastal types, and it's without slavery, and it's been without slavery for years and years.
Well,
so like it's never about, like, I don't think it's about slavery. I think the elites probably funded the war and fought for it in their own capacity and had their people fight for it for slavery, of course. But when it comes to, like, you're being attacked in your culture and your way of life and your total civilization, your families, where you reside, where you live, that's being attacked, you're going to stand up and fight for that. Just like if somebody was invading here, whether you're in Ohio, Pennsylvania, anywhere like that.
Yeah. What I find interesting is I think there's definitely a
Southern exceptionalism. So true.
For real. Like
Dixieland.
There's like a Dixieland Rust Belt alliance now forming in conservatism, which is it's kind of cool when you think about it, because that's like literally like people from Pennsylvania and people from Tennessee were shooting at each other in 1865 and have always had something of a rivalry on those fronts, right? And then now we're teaming up against the global libtard menace. It's kind of cool.
The coastal libtard menace.
Yeah, the coastal libtard menace.
It's so real. The Midway, the Rust Belt, the Midwest, the Heartland, and Dixieland. The Heartland and Dixieland. That's America. That's real America. And if you do live on the coast, I hope you only do that for political or like job reasons or something, or that's just where you were raised. But I don't associate with it. Not with the elite class there, anyway.
It is an epic alliance when you think about it. Like, literally, imagine like the ancestors of like someone, let's just say, like I brought up, like someone from Tennessee and someone from Pennsylvania who literally killed each other at Gettysburg, and then like imagine showing them now that like their descendants respectively are like teaming up against like the literal Satanists. It's kind of beautiful. It's kind of based, actually. It really is. It's not the Rust Belt versus Dixie. It's the Heartland versus cringe coastal elites. No, literally so true. So true. So I hate how the North is trying to take the culture and make hipster and liberalize it without understanding it. Yeah.
It's like I don't know, or like Nashville, like country music in Nashville though, like the record labels and stuff like that. Like all of those people, like the elite record labels, they're ran by these coastal people, these Beltway people we're talking about, the ones that you know, the elites, they control they're globalists, they own everything, they own these record labels, and they make people dress up in pink cowboy hats and use trap drums on their country music track. Like, what? There's nothing country about that. You know, it's outrageous. Like, there's no culture in that. There's no South in that. There's no Americana in that. It's
Well,
like,
I think the
Nashville is, yeah, exactly. Nashville is very gay.
The cool thing, though, that it is the cool thing.
Unironically, it is very gay. Like, it's a gay city.
Yeah, but the cool thing that I think country music does have going is that the rebellion against Nashville is like very, very mainstream. You know what I mean? Like it's really the only music industry where because every mainstream of every music industry in America is like libtarded, obviously. But you have people who are like in very open rebellion to Nashville, and it's mainstream, and it's big, and big people.
Like
exactly.
Chris Stapleton made a whole song about it. Chris Stapleton is like, it's probably the best voice in the genre.
Yeah, it's true.
Nashville has become Southern Denver. That's very true.
Good take. Well, it's also just like Southern Hollywood in a lot of ways. It's true.
Everything, like even Tennessee too. Tennessee's so beautiful, and I don't know, you're stuck with that, and that's like Nashville's the capital, right? But then
you're stuck with that, and then you're stuck with University of Tennessee fans. People,
so true.
You know,
so true.
When Tennessee sends its people, they're not sending their best. You know,
well, they send their volunteers like we're supposed to. You know, we're supposed to rejoice. I guess they were good in Texas.
We love Tennessee.
We love the volunteers. Georgia too. Georgia is the stain of the South, and I say that as somebody who probably will run for office in Georgia one day, because we need to clean it. We really do. It's so terrible. The Atlanta technocrats, enabled by Brian Kemp, you know, basically the Doug Ducey of the South. They all move in and they change the state, and then it votes. You know, votes. I can't say too much for Joe Biden, and it's just terrible. It's so terrible. Atlanta, like the Atlanta traffic and everything. Like, Georgia is so pretty. Georgia is one of the prettiest states in the nation. It's everywhere, like southern, southeast, up to like Appalachia. It's the most beautiful part of the country. I really mean that.
Yeah.
And like, we saw it even just driving up as fast as we could have I-95. Like, you still notice it. You know, it's not like as mountainous as you could see, like, you know, actually driving through like the real area, but it's still a beautiful country.
You know, it's part of just the demoralization process. Like, they take everything that is like nice and everything that was like symbol of ours and just make it left wing or gay or whatever. Like, you know, the same way they say things like, I don't know, the D-Day soldiers were Antifa or whatever. I guess that's one example. You know, they take the icons of, you know, what makes life in America great and turn it. And then, you know, like Georgia, you know, I don't know if there's one state that's like pinnacle considered like Southern, but it really, you know, it really is in a lot of ways. Like, it used to for a while. It's just like the hub of supposed to be like Southern culture. You know, it's usually like historically when people thought of like, you know, those conservative Southern Baptists and stuff, it's always like Georgia's the first state that kind of came to mind when it came to like leading the Bible Belt and stuff like that. You know, a lot of country music talks about Georgia. Dukes of Hazzard is in Georgia. Like all like the kind of like stereotypical Southern culture, a lot of it comes out of Georgia. And what do? They just like hijack the state. Like, they just take like, you know,
Atlanta.
Yeah.
Atlanta is universally hated by real Georgians, and that is like a fact. Everybody hates Atlanta. You know, I'm not even really from Georgia. I'm from the border. I'm from literally grew up on the North Florida, South Georgia border, right there on the river. But, you know, just talking to people that we do know, my dad works in Georgia. Like, everybody hates Atlanta. It's terrible. DeKalb County. That's my favorite. Like, my favorite part of Mike Collins' campaign, if y'all followed that. Like, send Vernon Jones back to DeKalb. That was the best. The grifter.
The Cobb County Democrat. Never created a job in his life. So, almost at 7 hours. I Can't believe we did this.
So
I
true.
literally
This is
could
crazy.
I literally feel like I could go for like another 7, which is funny. Which we won't. But all right. You want to hop off? I'll close.
All right. Well, it's been great, Vince.
Yeah,
Thanks for the invite. It's been fun talking to y'all. Follow the channel. It's just Jackson Rowell.
I'm gonna put his channel's not like just stay tuned. I'll post it on the community tab. It's not showing up in the algorithms because it's like he doesn't have a video on it yet.
The video will be posted soon. It'll happen. It's gonna happen.
Imminent.
Imminent before the event for sure.
Not John Doyle imminent.
Yeah. Well, it was good talking to y'all. God bless.
Real.
Happy 7/14, our national holiday.
Real. All right. The final 14 minutes. What will we do? If you had 14 minutes left on the 7/14 stream, what would you do? Nobody knows. Thoughts on Brett Cooper? She's tall. I swear, that woman is like 6 feet tall. Literally an Amazon woman. So yeah. I feel like I'm not the most if I'm gonna honestly assess myself, from an objective standpoint. I don't know if I'm the most talented commentator. I don't know if I'm the most articulate or the smartest. I don't think I'm any of those things. But I do have to say, I personally feel like my stamina is quite impressive. The art of just talking for this long. I am low-key losing the voice a little bit, but it's fine. I feel like truly it is good stuff. It is big stuff. So tell us what happened on the original 7/14. We will at the 14th minute of the stream. All right, it's happening. 12 minutes left. Tell us the truth about 7. I'm telling you, at the 14th minute, we're gonna do it. We're only at the 2nd minute right now. We have 12 minutes to kill. All right. We have 12 minutes to kill. Sing for us. I can't sing. Jackson should be the one to do it. He's literally in a band. Which I don't think many people know that about him. Rashekar Sarkar. Vince will reveal his black son at the end of the stream. It's so true. It's, the face reveal, the face docs of my black son. My real black son is coming. Let's go. Anyways, what is your view on Charlie Kirk? I think he's gotten a lot. I mean, honestly, you look at the timeline, it's really not that far behind my timeline of ideological evolution. So I don't know if I can really judge it that much. I mean, I'm younger than him, but still, he's a young guy. He's not that much older than us. But I think his ideological transformation from what he was in 2019 to now is great. I think it's a good thing for the Overton window. That really one of the top most influential conservative voices, frankly, in America, basically had a total ideological transformation from just generic Rand Paul libertarianism to basically our side, really our side. I think he actually gets it pretty well on a lot of issues. So I think it's good. I think it's a good thing for the Overton window. I really see it as a cultural victory whenever a mainstream conservative flips to our side or grows closer to our side to varying degrees. It should almost be seen flipping a state almost, or what's another analogy? I don't know, island hopping in World War II or something. It's we're getting there to pushing the Overton window. So, I really don't have bad things to say about him. I think that, what he's doing for the Overton window is important, and I appreciate it, especially where he kind of came out of. I think it's a great thing that he's, shifting, or he has shifted, I should say, I didn't hear any of these commentators until they were based. So I'm always confused when people, you must be young in politics then, and then really witness the whole days of the America's an idea debate or whatever. But it's people change. I mean, honestly, they do. People always say, well, Charlie Kirk is grifting, and it's how he's just making up the ideas, he's just saying things he doesn't believe. I don't really think that makes a lot of sense, truthfully, because I feel why would he be grifting? Like, ask that question to yourself. Why would Charlie Kirk be like grifting off of our ideas? Because in my opinion, I don't think he has a lot to gain off of it, right? Like, he's actually better off with his connections and his organization, everything. He probably loses less by just kowtowing the party line, basically, for like the establishment. You know what I mean? But instead, he decides to kind of drift to our side more. And it's like, well, you could say, well, because Charlie Kirk realizes that like we are the future and the establishment is not. It's like, okay. But I also feel like in order to recognize that inherently, in order to like implicitly recognize that, like, you know, yes, national conservatism, national populism, America first, like that is the future of the conservative Overton window. In order to recognize that, I think implicitly you have to kind of understand and believe in it too, right? Like you see the connection there. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to have an understanding and a belief in our ideas enough, because he does believe in our ideas clearly. If he's like, he knows that's what's going to win, so he's attracting himself to it. Then yeah, he must believe in us, if that makes sense, right? He believes in us and our ideas. Hence why hypothetically he's like grifting, quote unquote, to get behind them. Like, even that argument I don't think makes a lot of sense. So you know, Vince is so base he's transitioned above using the bathroom. It's true. We did not take one bathroom break on the whole stream. Incredible. You know, I mean, truthfully, I didn't drink a ton of water today because I knew like this was gonna have to happen, and so I was like, you know, I was actually very careful with my intake today. I was like, don't eat anything that's gonna like rough up your stomach or whatever. You know, don't drink too much. You know, we knew this was coming, okay? I'll admit that. So, you know. Vince has not used the bathroom in 7 hours. No, literally real. So. This is true. This is real. Hypothetically, does thinking Brett Cooper is pretty make you gay? She's a woman. I don't know what this means. I can't even make it through a movie. You know, something. It's part of its adrenaline too. You know what I mean? It's like once you're on stream, it all goes away. It really does. 7 minutes. 7 minutes left to the 7th hour of the 14th minute. We will await. This is real. She looks like Ben Shapiro, talks like him too, thinks like him too. You know? They claim not to be related, but I think they're related. It's probably like his niece or his cousin or something. Truly, thoughts on the Ivana Trump news today? I don't really have thoughts on it. It's tragic. Rest in peace. 07s, you know. Prayers. I don't know what else really much more to say than that. 2/28 will be a big moment in American history. Real. Imminent. It's imminent. Live streaming for 7 hours and 14 minutes is inherently right wing. So true. The stamina of VinceDao is unmatched. Truly. We need the final minutes of the 714 chats, the $7.14 super chat. Soak it all in. You're witnessing history. Okay? You're witnessing minutes from now, VinceDao will finally come clean. About the truth behind 714. What really happened? It's so funny. I literally grew facial hair on the stream. That's very Italian of me. Look at that. So this is true. It's imminent. Okay. We're going to do it. People are saying I'm going to turn it off. Why would I do that? I'm a man of integrity. I've never even done things like that. So I don't know where people even get that idea from. Okay. But many are watching. Many are going to be watching this moment of history around the world. Like, people are saying this, you know. I am told personally that Vladimir Putin is currently tuned in. He is watching from Russia right now. He's ordered all forces to halt their advance in the Donbass region, particularly to see what happens on this front, right? This is true. I am told Donald Trump down in South Florida is he's watching right now from the Mar-a-Lago as we speak, and many other figures out there. This is true. This is true. Hello. Is it back now? I think my mic probably actually did die. Like unironically, I think it did. Am I back now? Is the audio back now? Are people trolling? I feel like people are trolling. They probably are. This is not funny. Yeah, but Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin are both watching this moment in history as we speak. Okay, this is true. This is true. Putin and the boys have been waiting for this moment since the invasion started. No, it's true. It's true. Many are, the VinceDao's admission when it comes to 714 may actually end the war in Ukraine. Okay, people are saying this. Some sources are saying this. I don't know. We'll have to see. I don't speak for those people. I don't speak for, President Zelensky or Tsar Putin, but, we'll have to see. Joe Brandon would be on, but he's taking a nap. Yeah, Joe Brandon doesn't know what's going on, but I would assume that the forces in the White House around him, the dark, spiritual forces around him are watching very closely. So, 714 will bring peace in the Middle East. Some are saying this, I can't speak for it. We'll have to see what happens as a result of all of it. Okay. So we await. Be sure to leave a like on the stream, by the way, if you have not. Okay. If you have not left a like on this stream, be sure to do that. It's greatly appreciated. Leave a like on this moment in history. So, anyone who leaves the stream right now, as we are 2 minutes away, now nearing 2 minutes away from the 7th hour of the 14th minute of the stream, you just don't do it. You're about to miss it. You made it this far. You made it to 2:26 a.m. You might as well make it to 2:28, the 7th hour, the 14th minute, the day the armistice is going to happen. It's big stuff coming, big announcements, some of the biggest news and announcements, some of the biggest numbers we've seen, quite frankly. They are coming, they're imminent. Okay, and this is true. And it's very interesting. We're seeing people we've never even seen in the chat before. We're seeing Alexis Luna. I've never seen her in a chat. I've never seen Emily actually show up in the chat. And, they're all coming. Everyone is coming to watch these moments in history. Mike Honcho, I think I've seen him a few times. But I don't think I've seen him recently up until, this point. 714 literally made Adam Kinzinger cry. Real. So, Nixon rose from the dead just to watch. Okay, hold on. No poltergeist. No, none of that. But it's imminent. We're 60 seconds away. 60 seconds away from the impressive revelation. So it's true. It's true. It's coming. We've spoken before on IG. It's just been a while. Love what you're doing, kid. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Here we go. Paul Ryan is trembling. Everyone is trembling in good ways and bad ways, There's like a nervous excitement and just a nervous foreboding, honestly, for a lot of other different people. And this is true. And this is big. This is big. The ghost of Kiev has halted his missions. Well, he's not real, but even he has halted his missions because it is this big. 714. 714 is much bigger than 711. This is so true. Thank you very much for the $7.14. Cents. All right, here we go. The countdown is imminent. Okay, you guys ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 7:14 hours. So, ladies and gentlemen, now is the time. Now is the time, as I promised, the 7th hour of the 14th minute. What really happened on 7:14? Frankly, it's time we, maturely as a community and as a country and as a world, really come together and, get to the bottom of this. And, I think I've been, frankly, very dishonest, very deceitful, and I apologize for that. And so truly, I think it's time to just come clean, to just admit to what really happened on 7/14.